You've been so patient, I know you've been waiting here. Been waiting for so long. Don't make me waste it, I will slip away. Don't let me slip away. Just like the snow, no, I don't die, disappear. I'll disappear. Just hold me close so I won't slip away. Good enough. I don't know if I am. Is that good enough? I don't know. I feel it in my chest. Tell me if you feel it. Tell me if you feel me. I can't even catch my breath. All I know you feel me. Breathing in my hair. Pouring all along your flesh. Pouring all along your flesh. I can make angels out of apes. I can turn water to wine.
With the president of Russia, Vladimir Putin, shot February 6, 2024 at about 7 p.m. in the building behind us, which is, of course, the Kremlin. The interview, as you will see if you watch it, is primarily about the war in progress, the war in Ukraine, how it started, what's happening, and most pressingly, how it might end. One note before you watch. At the beginning of the interview, we asked the most obvious question, which is, why did you do this? Did you feel a threat, an imminent physical threat? And that's your justification. And the answer we got shocked us. Putin went on for a very long time, probably half an hour, about the history of Russia going back to the 8th century. And honestly, we thought this was a filibustering technique and found it annoying and interrupted him several times. And he responded he was annoyed by the interruption. But we concluded in the end, for what it's worth, that it was not a filibustering technique. There was no time limit on the interview. We ended it after more than 2 hours. Instead, what you're about to see seemed to us sincere, whether you agree with it or not. Vladimir Putin believes that Russia has a historic claim to parts of Western Ukraine. So our opinion would be to view it in that light, as a sincere expression of what he thinks. And with that, here it is. Mr. President, thank you. On February 22nd, 2022, you addressed your country in a nationwide address when the conflict in Ukraine started. And you said that you were acting because you had come to the conclusion that the United States, through NATO, might initiate a, quote, surprise attack on our country. And to American ears, that sounds paranoid. Tell us why you believe the United States might strike Russia out of the blue. How did you conclude that?
It's not that America, the United States, was going to launch a surprise strike on Russia. I didn't say that. Are we having a talk show or a serious conversation?
Here's the quote. Thank you. It's a formidable series.
Because your basic education is in history, as far as I understand.
Yes.
So if you don't mind, I will take only 30 seconds or 1 minute to give you a short reference to history for giving you a little historical background.
Please.
Let's look where our relationship with Ukraine started from. Where did Ukraine come from? The Russian state started gathering itself as a centralized statehood, and it is considered to be the year of the establishment of the Russian state in 862, when the townspeople of Novgorod invited a Varangian prince, Rurik, from Scandinavia to reign. In 1862, Russia celebrated the 1000th anniversary of its statehood. And in Novgorod, there is a memorial dedicated to the 1000th anniversary of the country. In 882, Rurik's successor, Prince Oleg, who was actually playing the role of regent at Rurik's young son, because Rurik had died by that time, came to Kiev. He ousted two brothers who apparently had once been members of Rurik's squad. So Russia began to develop with two centers of power, Kiev and Novgorod. The next very significant date in the history of Russia was 988. This was the baptism of Russia, when Prince Vladimir, the great-grandson of Rurik, baptized Russia and adopted Orthodoxy, or Eastern Christianity. From this time, the centralized Russian state began to strengthen. Why? Because of the single territory, integrated economic ties, one and the same language, and, after the baptism of Russia, the same faith and rule.
All right, what's going on? It's Player Talk Radio. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of tonight's show. Hit the like button, y'all. Support the show on the way in. Usually I don't talk about politics, y'all know this, but we might make an exception for tonight's show. So hit the like button, y'all. Support the show. We need at least 8 supporters on today's show. We got a good show for you guys tonight. I was looking at that too. I'm glad that that Azrael mentioned that Hillary called him a useful idiot. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, Shorty, who asked you? You know what I'm saying? Like, who asked you what the hell he was? And then it's like, you're not even gonna be the president soon or later. So it's like, why even say something, you know, that can you know, that can be used, and then people start looking at the world, you know, looking at the state shady than they already are. You know, people look at the United States shady, especially his people and him and stuff. And then one of the things too, I think that goes on with Russia in particular, even with America, is that there's a I don't know, it's like a weird language gap. I've always noticed that between Russia and America, there's always a weird language gap. that's going on between America and Russia. So he's like, what are we hosting here? A talk show or you know what I'm saying? There's always like this weird lack of seriousness with America towards Russia, and then at the same time, I'm not even gonna lie, Russia be doing too much. There's always a lack of being too. I mean, there's always them being too serious. You know what I'm saying? And then they don't even. I ain't gonna lie. I hate to say it like this, they don't even deliver like that. You know. So somebody like myself, I take Russia seriously, but a lot of what they do is a bluff. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're actually preoccupied and tied up with this Ukrainian war that you know what I'm saying? They really got their to a certain degree, they're compromised. They really got their hands full. I mean, it's a bluff. I mean, you can act like you're not compromised. You can act like you don't have your hands full, but it's a bluff. And I want to this is how I'm looking at it. Y'all can put y'all opinions in the comment section, and when we drop the link for the panel, you guys could chime in. But how I'm looking at it, and I'm over here, all right. So I kind of hear stuff that y'all probably don't hear back in the States, but I'm actually over here, and I talk to people that are fleeing, Mother Russia, or they're fleeing, and all kinds of stuff. So I kind of have an on grounds view of what's going on, but I could be wrong. But anyway, I ain't trying to end up like Coach Red Pill, y'all. Anyway, this is why I don't talk about this shit. Anyway, they're preoccupied, man. You did. Shouts to my brother Wolf. I gotta check out what Wolf talking about. Give me 1 second, y'all. We're gonna get into this, but like I said, Russia is preoccupied. This is like a bluff. And then real talk, what I think this conversation is, right, y'all, is that America want to check his temperature. America wants to check his temperature. He told us that if we sent the Ukraine any type of help or any type of whatever, that's an act of war. He's gonna take that as a sign of war or an act of he gonna act on that. Well, what did we do? We act like we wasn't gonna help, and then we ended up helping them, and he kind of really didn't do nothing. So and this is not a Sambo joke, but I think America's poking the bear at this point. So I guess what he's gonna do is like come into this interview with like a false bravado. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna be he might be bluffing, he might not. So let's see. What are y'all thoughts?
Rule of the prince. The centralized Russian state began to take shape. Back in the Middle Ages,
So he's sitting here giving us Russian history and all this other stuff. He giving us the history. So let's see what he's talking about.
Prince Yaroslav the Wise introduced the order of succession to a throne.
Shout outs to everybody over on Twitter. Also, if you can share the show and support the show, you guys can support tonight's show at $PTV888. That's $PTV888. I'm going to keep bringing up the banner and taking off the banner because I don't know how YouTube is going to feel about me playing you know what I'm saying, this video, okay? You said bluffing or not, it's always dangerous to exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. This is America to a certain degree, at least towards him, thumbing their finger in his face. They thumbing their finger in his face. We literally did just take the USA stickers off our missiles and gave them to Ukraine. So all right.
But after he passed away, it became complicated for various reasons. The throne was passed not directly from father to eldest son, but from the prince who had passed away to his brother, then to his sons in different lines. All this led to the fragmentation and the end of Rus as a single state. There was nothing special about it. The same was happening then in Europe. But the fragmented Russian state became an easy prey to the empire created earlier by Genghis Khan. His successors, namely Batu Khan, came to Rus, plundered and ruined nearly all the cities. The southern part, including Kiev, by the way, and some other cities simply lost independence, while northern cities preserved some of their sovereignty. They had to pay tribute to the horde, but they managed to preserve some part of their sovereignty. And then a unified Russian state began to take shape with its center in Moscow. The southern part of Russian lands, including Kiev, began to gradually gravitate towards another magnet, the center that was emerging in Europe. This was the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. It was even called the Lithuanian Russian Duchy, because Russians were a significant part of this population. They spoke the old Russian language and were Orthodox. But then there was a unification, the union of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania and the Kingdom of Poland. A few years later, another union was signed, but this time already in the religious sphere. Some of the Orthodox priests became subordinate to the Pope. Thus, these lands became part of the Polish-Lithuanian state. During decades, the Poles were engaged in Polonization of this part of the population. They introduced their language there, tried to entrench the idea that this population was not exactly Russians, that because they lived on the fringe, they were Ukrainians. Originally, the word Ukrainian meant that a person was living on the outskirts of the state, along the fringes, or was engaged in a border patrol service. It didn't mean any particular ethnic group. So the Poles were trying to, in every possible way, to colonize this part of the Russian lands, and actually treated it rather harshly, not to say cruelly. All that led to the fact that this part of the Russian lands began to struggle for their rights. They wrote letters to Warsaw demanding that their rights be observed and people be commissioned here, including to Kiev.
I beg your pardon, can you tell us what period? I'm losing track of where in history we are. The Polish oppression of Ukraine.
It was in the 13th century. Now I will tell you what happened later and give the dates so that there is no confusion. And in 1654, even a bit earlier, the people who were in control of the authority over that part of the Russian lands addressed Warsaw, I repeat, demanding that they send them to rulers of Russian origin and Orthodox faith. When Warsaw did not answer them, and in fact rejected their demands, they turned to Moscow, so that Moscow took them away. So that you don't think that I'm inventing things, I'll give you these documents.
Well, it doesn't sound like you're inventing it. I'm not sure why it's relevant to what happened 2 years ago.
But still, these are documents from the archives, copies. Here are the letters from Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the man who then controlled the power in this part of the Russian lands that is now called Ukraine. He wrote to Warsaw demanding that their rights be upheld. And after being refused, he began to write letters to Moscow, asking to take them under the strong hand of the Moscow Tsar. There are copies of these documents. I will leave them for your good memory. There is a translation into Russian. You can translate it into English later. Russia would not agree to admit them straight away, assuming that the war with Poland would start. Nevertheless, in 1654, the Pan-Russian Assembly of top clergy and landowners, headed by the Tsar, which was the representative body of the power of the old Russian state, decided to include a part of the old Russian lands into Moscow Kingdom. As expected, the war with Poland began. It lasted 13 years, and then in 1654, a truce was concluded. And 32 years later, I think, a peace treaty with Poland, which they called Eternal Peace, was signed. And these lands, the whole left bank of Dnieper, including Kiev, went to Russia. And the whole right bank of Dnieper remained in Poland. Under the rule of Catherine the Great, Russia reclaimed all of its historical lands, including in the south and west. This all lasted until the revolution. Before World War I, Austrian General Staff relied on the ideas of Ukrainianization and started actively promoting the ideas of Ukraine and the Ukrainianization. Their motive was obvious. Just before World War I, they wanted to weaken the potential enemy and secure themselves favorable conditions in the border area. So the idea which had emerged in Poland that people residing in that territory were allegedly not really Russians, but rather belonged to a special ethnic group, Ukrainians, started being propagated by the Austrian General Staff. As far back as the 19th century, theorists calling for Ukrainian independence appeared. All those, however, claimed that Ukraine should have a very good relationship with Russia. They insisted on that. After the 1917 revolution, the Bolsheviks sought to restore the statehood, and the civil war began, including the hostilities with Poland. In 1921, peace with Poland was proclaimed. Under that treaty, the right bank of Dnieper River once again was given back to Poland. In 1939, after Poland cooperated with Hitler, it did collaborate with Hitler.
See, he's giving out. He's just sitting up here giving y'all education from his point of view, because he believes in his heart of hearts, and he could be right too. He believes a lot of people, Americans, are stupid. You know what I'm saying? He's running it down. He's like, listen, y'all need to know y'all history before I even say a damn thing. So you can know why I might do what I might do in the future. He's giving y'all a warning, and y'all don't even see it. And it's crazy because dictators like him, pause, first of all, in this day and age, they're not even around no more. I don't even think Western society in today's day and age know how to deal with people like this, much less take them seriously. And then it's a catch-22, y'all, because we already at, you know what I'm saying? They are at, Wizor. So is he bluffing? Things that make you go, You said the Republicans just blocked a bill that would give Ukraine $60 billion. Why are they trying to? Oh my God! Wow. Yeah, we got to get it together in the West. Niggas giving money to immigrants, housing immigrants, sending money to the Ukraine. You got people in the U.S. that need it. Can't get it. Housing is crazy. Inflation is crazy. Wow. You said the sum of all fears, Tucker and Hillary are too stupid to realize a third party could use this to their advantage. Exactly. Then you're talking to somebody that's war-minded because they're at war.
You know, Hitler offered Poland peace and a treaty of friendship.
Mans is still talking about the funny mustache man.
An alliance demanding in return that Poland give back to Germany the so-called Danzig corridor, which connected the bulk of Germany with East Prussia and Königsberg. After World War I, this territory was transferred to Poland, and instead of Danzig, a city of Dansk emerged. Hitler asked them to give it amicably, but they refused.
Of course.
Still, they collaborated with Hitler and engaged together in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia.
But may I ask you, you're making the case that Ukraine, certainly parts of Ukraine, Eastern Ukraine, is in effect Russia has been for hundreds of years. Why wouldn't you just take it when you became president 24 years ago? You have nuclear weapons, they don't. If it's actually your land, why did you wait so long?
I'll tell you. I'm coming to that. This briefing is coming to an end. It might be boring, but it explains many things.
I just don't know how it's relevant.
Good. Good. I'm so gratified that you appreciate that. Thank you. So, before World War II, Poland collaborated with Hitler, and although it did not yield to Hitler's demands, it still participated in the partitioning of Czechoslovakia together with Hitler, as the Poles had not given the Danzig corridor to Germany and went too far, pushing Hitler to start World War II by attacking them. Why was it Poland against whom the war started on 1st September 1939? Poland turned out to be uncompromising, and Hitler had nothing to do but start implementing his plans with Poland. By the way, the USSR, I have read some archive documents, behaved very honestly. It asked Poland's permission to transit its troops through the Polish territory to help Czechoslovakia. But the then Polish foreign minister said that if the Soviet planes flew over Poland, they would be downed over the territory of Poland. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that the war began, and Poland fell prey to the policies it had pursued against Czechoslovakia, as under the well-known Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. Part of the territory, including Western Ukraine, was to be given to Russia. Thus, Russia, which was then named the USSR, regained its historical land.
One man's enemy is another man's freedom fighter. So what he's saying is that there was a deal where the Ukraine was supposed to be given to Russia. A war deal. And it wasn't fulfilled. I met a Russian guy, not a Russian guy, a Ukrainian guy, a couple of them actually, where I'm at, because they were, I guess they were fleeing or whatever, or just, they came somewhere to go sit down while all of that's happening, with their family and loved ones and stuff, right? One guy, and I understood him because he was older. He was saying that he wasn't too happy about it. As a matter of fact, he wasn't happy at all about it. Not saying that he, that he should be happy about it. But what I'm saying is that I met another guy, right? Hold on. I met another guy who was like who was younger, and he was like, so I'm kind of seeing like the older ideology versus the younger ideology, and he was saying that there's a lot of Ukrainians, including himself, that agree with him. They agree with Putin, and he was telling me that it was a civil war between UK and I said the UK, the Ukraine, and Putin. Whereas the older guy, he wasn't happy about it at all when I told him what the younger guy was saying. So the younger guy was on some, we should just give it up to him and become a part of Russia. It's weird. But anyway, you said he's making a point of how, try to coerce the Polish for entry raid through Eastern Europe and allied nations intervene. He's trying to make a comparison low key to what's going on today. Yeah. What's going on, T. Riddler? Everybody's saying they just watched the interview. What are your thoughts on the interview? Wow, the age of Aquarius. Okay. Yeah, I see a lot of Aquarius is popping up too. Good, bad, right or wrong,
After the victory in the Great Patriotic War, as we call World War II, all those territories were ultimately enshrined as belonging to Russia, to the USSR. As for Poland, it received, apparently in compensation, the lands which had originally been German. The eastern parts of Germany, these are now western lands of Poland. Of course, Poland regained access to the Baltic Sea and Danzig, which was once again given its Polish name. So this was how this situation developed. In 1922, when the USSR was being established, the Bolsheviks started building the USSR and established the Soviet Ukraine, which had never existed before.
Right.
Stalin insisted that those republics be included in the USSR as autonomous entities. For some inexplicable reason, Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, insisted that they be entitled to withdraw from the USSR. And again, for some unknown reasons, he transferred to that newly established Soviet Republic of Ukraine some of the lands together with people living there, even though those lands had never been called Ukraine, and yet they were made part of that Soviet Republic of Ukraine. Those lands included the Black Sea region, which was received under Catherine the Great, and which had no historical connection with Ukraine whatsoever. Even if we go as far back as 1654, when these lands returned to Russian Empire, that territory was the size of 3 to 4 regions of modern Ukraine, with no Black Sea region. That was completely out of the question.
In 1650,
Man, Tucker gonna get us hit up here smiling in this man's face and cracking up and shit. This nigga up here still trying to fight for land and shit. From a war promise. Tucker up here smiling and shit. Tucker about to get us fucked up. He's like, all right, Mr. Man, you want to play like this? Oh, boy, Tucker about to get us fucked up, y'all. Sitting up there cracking up in that man's face low key. He said, anybody remember those nuclear preparedness? Hold on, y'all. Alerts issued for New York a few years back. None of this looks good. Yeah, man, it looks crazy, man. All right, hold on, y'all.
54.
Exactly.
You obviously have encyclopedic knowledge of this region, but why didn't you make this case for...
Remember, Russia had America scared shitless several times. that Cuban Missile Crisis, the Cold War. We living in some trying times now, y'all. I don't think they playing, man. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. Putting the channel on the line for talking about politics and bringing y'all this game. Please support the show. Let's get it. It's Player Talk.
For the first 22 years as president, that Ukraine wasn't a real country.
The Soviet Union was given a great deal of territory that had never belonged to it, including the Black Sea region. At some point, when Russia received them as an outcome of the Russo-Turkish Wars, they were called New Russia or Novorossiya. But that does not matter. What matters is
Exacto. That's what I'm talking about, Azrael. That's where I'm going. I think we're going into our second Cold War. That's where I was getting at.
that Lenin, the founder of the Soviet state, established Ukraine that way. For decades, the Ukrainian Soviet Republic developed as part of the USSR. And for unknown reasons, again, the Bolsheviks were engaged in Ukrainianization. It was not merely because the Soviet leadership was composed to a great extent of those originating from Ukraine. Rather, it was explained by the general policy of indigenization pursued by the Soviet Union. Same things were done in other Soviet republics. This involved promoting national languages and national cultures, which is not a bad in principle. That is how the Soviet Ukraine was created. After the World War II, Ukraine received, in addition to the lands that had belonged to Poland before the war, part of the lands that had previously belonged to Hungary and Romania. So Romania and Hungary had some of their lands taken away and given to the Soviet Ukraine, and they still remain.
War Master Tucker about to get us fucked up. You said Russia only scared reporters. Look up Potemkin village. Russia is much weaker than the average person. Yeah, I knew you were gonna pop up at some point because I knew this politics thing. I knew you probably was on top of it. I would like to hear your thoughts on it, man, because I was gonna bring this up a little bit later into the show. Me and you had a conversation a minute ago, and you pointed out to me that Russia is not as powerful as it's trying to appear. And I didn't really think about it until you brought it up and made a couple of examples, and I'm like, you know what, you're actually right, because a lot of this shit do be falling apart. I be getting like Russian engineering mixed up with German engineering, y'all. But yeah, War Master kind of showed me recently over last summer that they're not as powerful as they make themselves out to be. So that's what made me pose the question: do you think Putin is bluffing? I mean, obviously China can get into it. Obviously, all kinds of things can happen, but they're already at war. And to tell you the truth, I mean, obviously we sending, we kind of helping the ops. I don't know who should get mad. Should Ukraine get mad because we're having this interview, or should Putin get mad? Because we're helping the ops both ways. We're talking to the ops and we're helping the ops, if you think about it, right? Which is like the ultimate instigation, right? So my thing is this a bluff, or is Putin really this tough? Okay, so I'm gonna look up what War Master is saying, and I'm gonna bring it up. God damn, these words are killing me. Pumpkin Village, Potemkin Village. Okay, I got it. Potemkin Village. Okay, you said Patriot. God damn, tongue, y'all, man, I'm about to bite my tongue fucking with y'all. Patriot missiles won't do shit for stopping a nuclear device already within a country in a major city. They're gonna fuck around with Russia enough and find out. You said you said Italy's economy is larger than Russia with 1/4 the population. Potemkin village is a term where everything is a fake, and it's a belief that the country is thriving with an anti-Westernized system. Spawn said the U.S. spend most of its military on Russia. Going to need a few more years to match up. Okay, y'all are giving some good responses in the chat. Y'all are killing me, but y'all are giving me some good responses in the chat. Wow. Okay. So do you? I'm gonna get to the poll. Do you guys think it's a bluff, or do you think Putin's that tough? You know what I'm saying? And also, Russia's having a hard time with the UK, with the Ukraine. So we'll see.
In part of Ukraine. So in this sense, we have every reason to affirm that Ukraine is an artificial state.
I know y'all finna argue tonight because I'm giving y'all the green light to argue about some shit tonight. Let's see who makes good points. Because I know when it comes to politics, the manosphere goes haywire. So y'all about to see a bunch of arguments going on throughout the space. We're just gonna be the first. All right, let's go.
Was shaped at Stalin's will.
Do you believe Hungary has a right to take its land back from Ukraine, and that other nations have a right to go back to their 1654 border?
Y'all gonna hear every single card in the book tonight. Man, you don't know shit. You don't know shit. My dad from Russia. Really? I thought you were ADOS. No, I'm not ADOS. I'm half Russian and nigga. Y'all about to go crazy. The whole manosphere about to go crazy. This shit about to be funny.
Я не знаю, как границам.
What's going on, GMT? GMT said Russia will tear y'all Negroes out the frame.
Sure, but that they should go back to the 1654
It begins.
borders.
Все считают, что
But given Stalin's time, so-called Stalin's regime, which as many claim saw numerous violations of human rights and violations of the rights of other states,
в этом смысле, конечно, вполне можно, если не говорить о том, что они имеют на это право.
one may say that they could claim back those lands of theirs while having no right to do that. It is at least understandable.
Have you told Viktor Orban that he can have part of Ukraine?
Никогда не говорил.
Never. I have never told him, not a single time.
У нас с ним даже на этот счет не было никаких разговоров. Но мне достоверно.
We have not even had any conversation on that, but I actually know for sure that Hungarians who live there
Они, конечно, хотят вернуться на свою историю.
wanted to get back to their historical land.
Интересную историю. Отвлекусь.
Moreover, I would like to share a very interesting story with you.
Значит, где-то в начале
I digress, it's a personal one.
из,
Somewhere in the early 80s, I went on a road trip in a car from then Leningrad across the Soviet Union through Kiev. Made a stop in Kiev and then went to western Ukraine. I went to the town of Beregovoye,
Poland is the Texas of Europe.
and all the names of towns and villages there were in Russian and in a language I did not understand, in Hungarian, in Russian and in Hungarian, not in Ukrainian, in Russian and in Hungarian. I was driving through some kind of village and there were men sitting next to the houses and they were wearing black three-piece suits and black cylinder hats. I asked, are they some kind of entertainers? I was told, no, they were not entertainers, they're Hungarians. I said, what are they doing here? What do you mean? This is their land, they live here. This was during the Soviet time in the 1980s. They preserved the Hungarian language, Hungarian names, and all their national costumes. They are Hungarians and they feel themselves to be Hungarians. And of course, when now there is an infringement.
Well, that is, and there's a lot of that, though. I think many nations are upset about Transylvania as well, as you obviously know. But many nations feel frustrated by the redrawn borders of the wars of the 20th century and wars going back 1,000 years, the ones that you mentioned. But the fact is that you didn't make this case in public until 2 years ago, February. And in the case that you made, which I read today, you explain at great length that you felt a physical threat from the West in NATO, including potentially a nuclear threat, and that's what got you to move. Is that a fair characterization of what you said?
Я понимаю, что поскольку мои длинные диалоги, они...
I understand that my long speeches probably fall outside of the genre of the interview. That is why I asked you at the beginning, are we going to have a serious talk or a show? You said a serious talk. So bear with me, please. We're coming to the point where the Soviet Ukraine was established. Then, in 1991, the Soviet Union collapsed, and everything that Russia had generously bestowed on Ukraine was dragged away by the latter. I'm coming to a very important point of today's agenda.
Thank you.
After all, the collapse of the Soviet Union was effectively initiated by the Russian leadership. I do not understand what the Russian leadership was guided by at the time, but I suspect there were several reasons to think everything would be fine. First, I think that then Russian leadership believed that the fundamentals of the relationship between Russia and Ukraine were, in fact, a common language. More than 90% of the population there spoke Russian. Family ties. Every third person there had some kind of family or friendship ties. Common culture, common history. Finally, common faith, coexistence with a single state for centuries, and deeply interconnected economies. All of these were so fundamental. All these elements together make our good relationships inevitable. The second point is a very important one. I want you, as an American citizen, and your viewers to hear about this as well. The former Russian leadership assumed that the Soviet Union had ceased to exist, and therefore there were no longer any ideological dividing lines. Russia even agreed voluntarily and proactively to the collapse of the Soviet Union, and believed that this would be understood by the so-called civilized West as an invitation.
So what do y'all think? Y'all think that he's doing this interview to kind of throw the United States off? Is he trying to make it seem like he's thinking one way when in the war room he's thinking the other way? Like, what do you guys think this is for? Fasting says, those of us who know history, Russia under Putin is trying to restore his nation before the USA regime balkanized it under USSR president under Reagan. Spawn says adding Ukraine to NATO to the NATO border is a security crisis for Russia. UFO said whoever launches first in a nuclear exchange wins. That initial strike will be so massive that a counterstrike will be highly unlikely because survival will become the priority. Yeah. Yeah. That's basically like anybody, you know what I'm saying? You know, we got all of these problems, right? And until we have a health or medical problem, when you have a health or medical problem, all the problems that you think that you have right now, they go on hold. Can't pay your bills unless can't pay your bills with a bad heart, my guy, or with a fucked up liver. So it is a game of deception. War Master said Putin knees are a knocking.
For cooperation and association. That is what Russia was expecting, both from the United States and the so-called collective West as a whole. There were smart people, including in Germany, Egon Bahr, a major politician of the Social Democratic Party, who insisted in his personal conversations with the Soviet leadership on the brink of the collapse of the Soviet Union that a new security system should be established in Europe. Help should be given to unify Germany, but a new system should be also established to include the United States, Canada, Russia, and other Central European countries.
Yes.
But NATO needs not to expand. That's what he said. If NATO expands, everything would be just the same as during the Cold War, only closer to Russia's borders.
See, this is what I'm saying. This is this is what I was saying. This seems like the Cold War Part 2. This is the second half of the Cold War. All right.
That's all. He was a wise old man, but no one listened to him. In fact, he got angry once.
Sounds like me.
If, he said, you don't listen to me, I'm never setting my foot in Moscow once again. Everything happened just as he had said.
Well, of course, it did come true, and you've mentioned this many times. I think it's a fair point, and many in America thought that relations between Russia and the United States would be fine.
I've never heard of that before, fasting, but that's interesting. I actually, there's parts of that actually make sense. Now that you say that, War Master said Russia's military budget is near 60 billion. American budget is near 800 billion. Jesus Christ. Trump got NATO to spend their money on defense. Trump got NATO to spend more money on defense. Azrael said technically it is. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out, like the whole China connection and stuff like that. But Russia is an Asian country. I didn't even think, look, when I really started, because I started really looking at the map where I'm at, and because it still bugs me out to this day. I'm like, damn, dog, I'm I'm in the middle of somewhere, and everything around me is Asian. I'm meeting people from certain countries. I'm like, where the hell are you from? Niggas be like, I'm from Serbia. I'm from all these different places and stuff. And I'm like, cool. Then I go look up where these places are, and I'm like, damn, this is in Asia for real. Not Serbia, but like just other places. It's like, this is in Asia for real. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, wow. And then right on top of it is Russia. And I'm like, So what fasting is saying does hold weight. And Azrael came up behind and said, technically it is. Wow. Russia's right next to Japan. Exactly. Crazy, right? What's going on, Anton? He says Spawn is correct. NATO overplayed their hand. Ukraine is a grift. Y'all using... He said Ukraine is a grift. Trump wanted out of NATO. That's probably what sealed his fate. He said that's old school geography. Only in America, people thought Russia was in Europe. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. I was looking at it not too long ago, and I had these same thoughts. I'm like, man, America done lied to us so many times. Bruh, I looked at the map the other day, y'all, and the only thing that was running through my head was,
you're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
With the collapse of the Soviet Union and the end of the Cold War, that the opposite happened. But you've never explained why you think that happened, except to say that the West fears a strong Russia, but we have a strong China the West does not seem very afraid of. What about Russia, do you think, convinced policymakers they had to take it down?
Запад боится сильного Китая больше, чем сильной России.
The West is afraid of strong China more than it fears a strong Russia, because Russia has 150 million people and China has 1.5 billion population, and its economy is growing by leaps and bounds, or 5% a year. It used to be even more. But that's enough for China. As Bismarck once put it, potentials are the most important. China's potential is...
See? And I be mentioning some of these names because I read about Bismarck. If it's the same Bismarck I'm thinking about from Hungary. I read about all of these leaders, especially in Europe. And he's referencing them all because he's a dictator. Very crazy guy. So you said most of Russia's population lives near European countries. You said, I'm sorry, I meant East Korea and Japan. Well, look at this. Look at this, y'all. I pull up the map. Hold on. We got the Britannica. Hold on, y'all. So look at this. Right under it is Mongolia. You got Kazakhstan. You got China. Let's see. North Korea, South Korea. Yeah. If you really think about it, it is in Asia. Well, North Asia. All right, let's get back to it. Hold on, y'all.
Enormous. It is the biggest economy in the world today in terms of purchasing power parity and the size of the economy. It has already overtaken the United States quite a long time ago, and it is growing at a rapid clip. Let's not talk about who is afraid of whom. Let's not reason in such terms. And let's get into the fact that after 1991, when Russia expected that it would be welcomed into the brotherly family of civilized nations, nothing like this happened. You tricked us. I don't mean you personally when I say you. Of course, I'm talking about the United States. The promise was that NATO would not expand eastward, but it happened 5 times. There were 5 waves of expansion. We tolerated all that. We were trying to persuade them. We were saying...
So basically, he's going through like old history, and he's going through where things are now. And basically, he's saying that that they feel slighted. He's basically explaining how they feel slighted. You understand what I'm saying? He's like, y'all got over on us. He wants revenge. He wants some type of payback, and maybe some shit on top of it. And he going through all the he running it back through all the leaders of history. He's doing checks and balances. And I'm gonna tell you the truth. When you got somebody like this doing checks and balances, he believes in his heart of hearts that the future and the history of Russia or the world today would have been different if people had kept their word or certain things had played out the way that it was supposed to. So he feels slighted. And it goes back to what UFO Kamikaze was saying. Tucker and America and just certain people better stop playing around, because somebody like this may feel cornered, and then it's going to be game over for a lot of people. So that's interesting. Anton said NATO overplayed their hand. Azrael said Otto von Bismarck was the chancellor of Germany in the 1800s. He created socialism in Germany and the creator of the Socialist Party in Germany.
Please don't. We are as bourgeois now as you are. We are market economy and there is no communist party power. Let's negotiate. Moreover, I have also said this publicly before. There was a moment when a certain rift started growing between us. Before that, Yeltsin came to the United States. Remember, he spoke in Congress and said the good words. God bless America. Everything he said were signals. Let us in. Remember the developments in Yugoslavia before the Yeltsin was lavished with praise? As soon as the developments in Yugoslavia started, he raised his voice in support of Serbs, and we couldn't but raise our voices for Serbs in their defense. I understand that there were complex processes underway there, I do, but Russia could not help raising its voice in support of Serbs, because Serbs are also a special and close to us nation, with Orthodox culture and so on. It's a nation that has suffered so much for generations. Well, regardless, What is important is that Yeltsin expressed his support. What did the United States do? In violation of international law and the UN Charter, it started bombing Belgrade. It was the United States that let the genie out of the bottle. Moreover, when Russia protested and expressed its resentment, what was said? The UN Charter and international law have become obsolete. Now everyone invokes international law, but at that time they started saying that everything was outdated. Everything had to be changed. Indeed, some things need to be changed, as the balance of power has changed. It's true, but not in this manner. Yeltsin was immediately dragged through the mud, accused of alcoholism, of understanding nothing, of knowing nothing. He understood everything, I assure you. Well, I became president in 2000. I thought, okay, the Yugoslav issue is over, but we should try to restore relations. Let's reopen the door that Russia had tried to go through. And moreover, I said it publicly, I can reiterate. At a meeting here in the Kremlin with the outgoing President Bill Clinton, right here in the next room, I said to him, I asked him, Bill, do you think if Russia asked to join NATO, do you think it would happen? Suddenly he said, you know, it's...
So hold on, y'all. So is this why Hillary? Is this why Hillary's saying that Putin is a useful idiot? Her coming out and say Putin is a useful idiot is crazy. Openly and shit. So as Rael said, I agree. NATO played themselves. Ukraine being a part of NATO is like Mexico being a part of Russia. You're literally declaring war without saying it. You said let Putin have his cry. Russia doesn't have the money to keep all of their nukes visible. Tritium is very expensive. Oh man, Kuda needs to go back to school. Let Putin have his cry. Russia doesn't have the money to keep their nukes viable. Tritium is very expensive. Tritium is very expensive. You said small hats, aka Almec, aka Germanic Roman bloodline, who runs the world. Bergstein, Sky. Oh man, fasting got me saying names and stuff like that. Oh, channel about to get shut down, y'all. Within Germany, you said there's no such thing as international law. As Rael said, if a country is NATO, that means you can put warheads in the vicinity. That's why they had an issue with Ukraine joining. It wasn't because of tyranny. It was the act of self-preservation. Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay, all right, it's making sense now. Okay. So basically, they wanted to join NATO, but the Ukraine joined NATO, and okay, all right, makes sense. So they can have warheads. Okay, you said Russia wanted to join NATO. We said no, no warhead for you, suit Nazi. She said Tucker was, yeah, he said no. She said Tucker was it. Oh, I thought she said Putin was a useful idiot. She said Tucker was a useful idiot. Wow. Okay. 13 Days, Kevin Costner film, worth watching. Okay. All right, I'll take a look at it. All right, let's take a look at it. All right.
Interesting. I think so. But in the evening, when we met for dinner, he said, you know, I've talked to my team. No, it's not possible now. You can ask him. I think he will watch our interview. He'll confirm it. I wouldn't have said anything like that if it hadn't happened. Okay.
Were you sincere?
It's impossible now.
Would you have joined NATO?
Look, I asked the question, is it possible or not? And the answer I got was no. If I was insincere in my desire to find out what the leadership position was...
But if he had said yes, would you have joined NATO?
If he had said yes, the process of rapprochement would have commenced, and eventually it might have happened if we had seen some sincerity.
Now let me ask y'all a question. If Putin joined NATO, do you think he would try to take it over or try to really move his weight around, or not necessarily take it over, but like move his weight around, like be a diva? Yay or nay?
See your wish on the other side of our partners. But it didn't happen. Well, no means no. Okay, fine.
Why do you think that is? Just to get to motive, I know you're clearly bitter about it. I understand. But why do you think the West rebuffed you then? Why the hostility? Why did the end of the Cold War not fix the relationship? What motivates this from your point of view?
You said I was bitter about the answer. No, it's not
Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, Azriel got okay. Makes sense now.
bitterness. It's just a statement of fact. We're not bride and groom, bitterness, resentment. It's not about those kind of matters in such circumstances. We just realized we weren't welcome there, that's all. Okay, fine. But let's build relations in another manner. Let's look for common ground elsewhere. Why we received such a negative response, you should ask your leaders. I can only guess why. Too big a country.
Warmaster, you gotta start hitting above the belt, man. Warmaster hitting below the belt. He said Russia can't be a diva. Their economy is too small. Fasting says Tucker throwing low blows. Oh, see, everybody hitting below the belt. Look at this. Everybody hitting below the belt. Uh-oh, here comes Vader with the follow-up. Putin is a real G. Real G, bitch. Real G, real G. Putin is a real G. Putin is a G, a real G. Bitch-ass Biden can't even hold air, let alone water. Yep, or stop squinting, too.
With its own opinion and so on. And the United States, I've seen how issues are being resolved in NATO. I will give you another example now concerning Ukraine. The US leadership exerts pressure, and all NATO members obediently vote, even if they do not like something. Now, I'll tell you what happened in this regard with Ukraine in 2008, although it's being discussed. I'm not going to open a secret to you, say anything new. Nevertheless, after that we tried to build relations in different ways. For example, the events in the Middle East, in Iraq. We were building relations with the United States in a very soft, prudent, cautious manner. I repeatedly raised the issue that the United States should not support separatism or terrorism in the North Caucasus. But they continue to do it anyway. And political support, information support, financial support, even military support came from the United States and its satellites for terrorist groups in the Caucasus. I once raised this issue with my colleague, also the President of the United States. He says, "It's impossible. Do you have proof?" I said, "Yes." I was prepared for this conversation, and I gave him that proof. He looked at it, and you know what he said? "I apologize, but that's what happened." I'll quote. He says, "Well, I'm gonna kick their ass." We waited and waited for some response. There was no reply. I said to the FSB director, "Write to the CIA, what is the result of the conversation with President?" He wrote once, twice, and then we got a reply. We have the answer in the archive. The CIA replied, "We have been working with the opposition in Russia. We believe that this is the right thing to do, and we will keep on doing it." Just ridiculous. Well, okay. We realized that it was out of the question.
Forces in opposition to you. So you're saying the CIA is trying to overthrow your government?
Ну, конечно, имелось в виду в данном случае.
Of course, they meant in that particular case the separatists, the terrorists who fought with us in the Caucasus. That's who they called the opposition.
Это вот второй момент.
This is the second point. The third moment is a very important one. Is the moment when the US missile defense system was created.
Начало.
The beginning. We persuaded for a long time not to do it in the United States. Moreover, after I was invited by Bush Jr.'s father, Bush Sr., to visit his place on the ocean, I had a very serious conversation with President Bush and his team. I proposed that the United States, Russia, and Europe jointly create a missile defense system that we believe, if created unilaterally, threatens our security, despite the fact that the United States officially said that it was being created against missile threats from Iran.
So which Bush lied to him? Baby Bush? It had to be Baby Bush, right? He said he got in 2000, so Bush lied to him. Baby Bush. Bush Jr.
Yeah. That was the justification for the deployment of the missile defense system.
And look at all the politics going on today. You don't hear shit from Bush. Hillary Clinton spoke before Bush did.
I suggested working together, Russia, the United States, and Europe. They said it was very interesting.
Yeah, Bush Jr.
They asked me, "Are you serious?" I said, "Absolutely."
Let me ask, what year was this?
I don't remember. It is easy to find out on the internet when I was in the USA at the invitation of Bush Sr. It is even easier to learn from someone I'm going to tell you about. I was told it was very interesting. I said, just imagine if we could tackle such a global strategic security challenge together. The world will change. We'll probably have disputes, probably economic and even political ones, but we could drastically change the situation in the world. He says yes, and asks, "Are you serious?" I said, "Of course. We need to think about it," I'm told. I said, "Go ahead, please." Then Secretary of Defense Gates, former Director of CIA, and Secretary of State Rice came in here, in this cabinet, right here at this table. They sat on this table. Me, the foreign minister, the Russian defense minister on that side. They said to me, "Yes, we have thought about it. We agree." I said, "Thank God, great, but with some exceptions."
So twice you've described US presidents making decisions and then being undercut by their agency heads. So it sounds like you're describing a system that's not run by the people who were elected, in your telling.
That's right. That's right. In the end, they just told us to get lost. I'm not going to tell you the details because I think it's incorrect. After all, it was confidential conversation. But our proposal was declined. That's a fact. It was right then when I said, "Look, but then we will be forced to take countermeasures. We will create such strike systems that will certainly overcome missile defense systems." The answer was, "We are not doing this against you, and you do what you want," assuming that it is not against us, not against the United States. I said, "Okay, very well." That's the way it went. And we created hypersonic systems with intercontinental range, and we continue to develop them. We are now ahead of everyone.
That's an interesting way to look at it. In the world stage, USA are the Democrats and Russia are the Republicans. The eagle wins of the Roman eagle. UFO Kamikaze said lives within an hour of Fort Bragg. Camp Lejeune? Is it Camp Lejeune? Sunny Point military weapons facility and State Point on the East Coast. Guess who gets aimed at first in a nuclear exchange? Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, y'all don't sleep on Virginia neither, bro. Oh, nigga, I went to go get a package one time and I went down the wrong turn and I went into this back alley. All I saw was Jeeps and tanks and niggas with fatigues on. A nigga was a big ass hangar and shit like that. Virginia got all the nukes. If you're gonna keep it 100, fuck a DC. Virginia got all the nukes. It's Virginia you need to watch. Virginia is, oh my God. Oh my God. Maryland too, but nah, nigga. Virginia? Oh, shit.
the United States and the other countries in terms of the development of hypersonic strike systems, and we are improving them every day. But it wasn't us. We proposed to go the other way, and we were pushed back. Now, about NATO's expansion to the east. Well, we were promised no NATO to the east, not an inch to the east, as we were told. And then what? They
I made a wrong turn trying to get my packages. Like 3 Grand Theft Auto stars appeared. I was like, oh, let me make a U-turn. This ain't the way I need to go. I've seen all kinds of Humvees I've never seen before, y'all.
said, well, it's not enshrined on paper,
Keep it tanky.
so we'll expand. So there were 5 waves of expansion: the Baltic states, the whole of Eastern Europe, and so on. And now I come to the main thing. They have come to the Ukraine, ultimately. In 2008, at the summit in Bucharest, they declared that the doors for Ukraine and Georgia to join NATO were open. Now about how decisions are made there. Germany, France seem to be against it, as well as some other European countries. But then, as it turned out later, President Bush, and he's such a tough guy, a tough politician, as I was told later, he exerted pressure on us and we had to agree. It's ridiculous. It's like kindergarten. Where are the guarantees? What kindergarten is this? What kind of people are these? Who are they? You see, they were pressed, they agreed. And then they say, Ukraine won't be in the NATO, you know? I say, I don't know. I know you agreed in 2008. Why won't you agree in the future? Well, they pressed us then.
See, he not fucking with us because we're playing games. We're not fucking with him because he's playing games. He's telling us we've been playing games for a while. We're telling him he's been playing games for a while. He wants to make a deal, but we can't trust him because he's playing games, and we've played games with him, so we definitely can't trust him. And he probably gonna fuck with us because we've been playing games, he's been playing games, and we've put him in so many positions where he can't trust us. So it's like, why are we even bothering with each other? And then the crazy thing is that both nations are looking at each other like, at some point, you're gonna have to see me. So this is the Cold War part 2, y'all.
I say, why won't they press you tomorrow? And you'll agree again. Well, it's
He pushing the issue too.
nonsensical. Who's there to talk to? I just don't understand. We're ready to talk, but with whom? Where are the guarantees? None. So they started to develop the territory of Ukraine. Whatever is there, I have told you the background, how this territory developed, what kind of relations there are with Russia. Every second or third person there has always had some ties with Russia. And during the elections in already independent, sovereign Ukraine, which gained its independence as a result of the Declaration of Independence. And by the way, it says that Ukraine is a neutral state, and in 2008, suddenly the doors or gates to NATO were open to it. Oh, come on. This is not how we agreed. Now, all the presidents that have come to power in Ukraine, they relied on electorate with a good attitude to Russia in one way or the other. This is the southeast of Ukraine. This is a large number of people. And it was very difficult to dissuade this electorate, which had a positive attitude towards Russia.
So what he telling y'all is that Ukraine is borrowed land and is owed to us. It's been owed to us through war.
Viktor Yanukovych came to power, and how? The first time he won after President Kuchma, they organized a third round, which is not provided for in the constitution of Ukraine. This is a coup d'etat. Just imagine, someone in the United States wouldn't like the outcome.
In 2014.
Нет,
Before that.
нет, нет.
No, this was before that, after President Kuchma, Viktor Yanukovych won the elections. However, his opponents did not recognize that victory. The US supported the opposition, and the third round was scheduled.
США поддержали
What is this?
He up here keeping score. America's playing pseudo forget games. He up here keeping score.
This is a coup.
Назначили третий тур.
The US supported it, and the winner of the third round came to power.
Государственный переворот.
Imagine if in the US something was not to someone's liking, and the third round of election, which the US Constitution does not provide for, was organized.
Организовали третий.
Nonetheless, it was done in Ukraine.
Не предусмотрено.
Okay, Viktor Yushchenko, who was considered a pro-Western politician, came to power.
Который считался прозападным.
Fine, we have built relations with him as well. He came to Moscow with visits. We visited Kiev. I visited too.
Встречались неформально.
We met in an informal setting. If he's pro-Western, so be it. It's fine. Let people do their job.
Пускай
The
ситуация.
situation should have developed inside the independent Ukraine itself. As a result of Kuchma's leadership, things got worse and Viktor Yanukovych came to power after all.
Ситуация ухудшилась.
Maybe he wasn't the best president and politician. I don't know. I don't want to give assessments. However, the issue of the association with the EU came up.
Но встал вопрос об ассоциации с Евросоюзом.
We have always been lenient to this, suit yourself. But when we read through the Treaty of Association, it turned out to be a problem for us, since we had a free trade zone and open customs borders with Ukraine, which under this association had to open its borders for Europe, which would have led to flooding of our market.
И потоком все на наш рынок.
We said, no, this is not going to work. We shall close our borders with Ukraine then. The customs borders, that is.
Начал считать.
Yanukovych started to calculate how much Ukraine was going to gain, how much to lose, and said to his European partners, I need more time to think before signing. The moment he said that, the opposition began to take destructive steps, which were supported by the West.
Yeah, because they know he's about to do his goddamn homework. That's why. Yeah, give me like 5 days real quick. Let me look over this shit with my lawyer.
It all came down to Maidan and a coup in Ukraine.
So he did more trade.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, UFO Kamikaze. Look like he's trying to sway y'all one way with his thinking when he probably thinking the other way. Real cunning. As Rael said, Putin rolled his eyes like an American. He said, y'all full of shit for supporting Kochma because he's a Ukrainian puppet. Vader said, ask Libya about what America do. Okay. Now, y'all know I usually don't talk about politics on the show, but I'm making an exception today. All right. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, especially playing this. I don't know if I'm in violation, but y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's get it.
With Russia than with the EU. Ukraine did.
Ну, конечно. Ну, конечно, конечно.
Of course. It's not even the matter of trade volume, although for the most part it is. It is the matter of cooperation ties, which the entire Ukrainian economy was based on. The cooperation ties between the enterprises were very close since the times of the Soviet Union. One enterprise there used to produce components to be assembled both in Russia and Ukraine, and vice versa. They used to be very close ties. A coup d'etat was committed, although I shall not delve into details now, as I find doing it inappropriate, the US told us. Calm Yanukovych down, and we will calm the opposition. Let the situation unfold in the scenario of a political settlement. We said, all right, agreed, let's do it this way. As the Americans requested, Yanukovych did use neither the armed forces nor the police, yet the armed opposition committed a coup in Kiev.
He said, I'd rather go geopolitics than topics like why don't black women submit or wear their natural hair. Well, funny that you say that is when y'all go on these channels, right? Look at what the men are talking about versus what the black women sit around all day and talk about. You're not going to show me one black woman other than Candace Owens. Show me one black woman other than Candace Owens that's going to be breaking down this interview. If y'all been listening to us for years, you would realize that women don't care about shit like this when they need to. It's really about men and what we're going to do with men and scam men and get men out of this and hot girl summer and all. They're too busy talking about hot girl summer. Oh, it's going to be a hot summer if that nuclear missile get the spreading around. The aftershock. Oh, yeah, it's going to be real hot. You're going to take all your clothes off. Now, show me one group of black women cackling hens that are formidable sitting around talking about this stuff on their platform. Yeah, Warhead Summer. Warhead Summer. You said that's why they shouldn't be president, right? Like, what the fuck? Yeah, nuclear waste winter, bro. Yeah. What is it? What was the saying? Winter is coming. Nah, nigga, nukes is coming. The fuck? You said the only time they care is when the supply chain fucked up and they can't get their weave. Yeah. We sit up here talking about shit that propels the world, and they sitting up here. What am I gonna wear? What are we doing for hot girl summer? Are we going to Miami? Bitch, there ain't no Miami. If this nigga has his way, there ain't no Miami, man. Holy shit. They don't think about nobody but themselves, man. Let's get.
What is that supposed to mean? Who do you think you are? I wanted to ask the then U.S. leadership.
With the backing of whom?
With the backing of CIA, of course. The organization you wanted to join back in the day, as I understand. We should thank God they didn't let you in. Although, it is a serious organization. I understand. My former vis-a-vis in the sense that I served in the first main directorate, Soviet Union's intelligence service. They have always been our opponents. A job is a job.
No. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Like, yeah, Tucker need to. I ain't gonna lie. Y'all right, Tucker. Hillary, in that case, because I thought she was playing around with fire. Hillary might be right, y'all. I retract what I said earlier. Hillary might be right, bro. This nigga got Tucker in the war room and shit like that, and he fucking around. Look at this. UFO Kamikaze giving y'all the game. This some real shit. He said, some people don't apologize for their actions. They offer you explanations beforehand and hope you're smart enough to read between the lines and fall back. Yeah. Cross-referencing. Yeah. You right. You definitely right about that UFO. This nigga, he's cold, bro. And he's telling you, man. He's telling you for real was where he at with it. He's at war right now. Like he in a whole different mind state. Tucker up there laughing and shit. Like, boy, if you don't stop. We need Barbara Walters back. He probably opened up if a broad was talking to him. This nigga Tucker tripping, man. And she can sneak them real questions in and shit like that. Tucker tripping, y'all.
Technically, they did everything right. They achieved their goal of changing the government. However, from political standpoint, it was a colossal mistake. Surely it was political leadership's miscalculation. They should have seen what it would evolve into. So, in 2008, the doors of NATO were opened for Ukraine. In 2014, there was a coup. They started persecuting those who did not accept the coup, and it was indeed a coup. They created a threat to Crimea, which we had to take under our protection. They launched the war in Donbass in 2004.
But at the same time, too, doesn't he have to agree to sit down with Tucker? So He probably made sure he sat down with somebody he knew he can shake the room with. So
14 with the use of aircraft and artillery against civilians. This is when it all started. There's a video of aircraft attacking Donetsk from above. They launched a large-scale military operation, then another one. When they failed, they started to prepare the next one. All this against the background of military development of this territory and opening of NATO's doors. How could we not express concern over what was happening? From our side, this would have been a culpable negligence. That's what it would have been. It's just that the US political leadership pushed us to the line we could not cross, because doing so could have ruined Russia itself. Besides,
yeah, see, if you think about it, some of the stuff that he's talking about, the US basically kind of wanted Russia to kind of like self-sabotage themselves, and it didn't happen and shit like that. So you got to think about it like this. It makes you think like, okay, is this nigga really cold? Or did the US, because this happens all the time too, which is crazy. But this is how it works. I listen, we can sit up here and be like the US lied, the US this, the US that, but at the same time, bro, you know, I'm not gonna lie, man. To keep the country that we have intact, you might have to do some shady acts. You know what I'm saying? And certain people that went down as bad guys probably weren't the bad guys. I kind of learned that playing Metal Gear Solid. Like the boss, like she wasn't bad, but she got put in a position to be bad and shit. And they were in Russia too, which is funny. But it's like, is he telling us the U.S. had to turn him into a monster so Russia didn't self-sabotage? Yeah, man, I don't know, but then again, who's to say we're the biggest boogeyman at the same time? Make no mistake, America is a boogeyman. Are we the biggest boogeyman? Like this some black pill shit, y'all.
we could not leave our brothers in faith. In fact, a part of Russian
So is he like y'all turned me to a demon, dog?
people in the face of this war machine.
What was but that was 8 years before the current conflict started. So what was the trigger for you? What was the moment where you decided you had to do this?
Oh, that's true, Fasting.
Спровоцировал конфликт изначально.
Initially, it was the coup in Ukraine that provoked the conflict. By the way, back then the representatives of 3 European countries, Germany, Poland, and France, arrived. They were the guarantors of the signed agreement between the government of Yanukovych and the opposition. They signed it as guarantors. Despite that, the opposition committed a coup, and all these countries pretended that they didn't remember that they were guarantors of the peaceful settlement. They just threw it in the stove right away, and nobody recalls that. I don't know if the US know anything about the agreement between the opposition and the authorities, and its 3 guarantors who, instead of bringing this whole situation back in the political field, supported the coup. Although it was meaningless, believe me, because President Yanukovych agreed to all conditions. He was ready to hold an early election, which he had no chance of winning, frankly speaking. Everyone knew that. Then why the coup? Why the victims? Why threatening Crimea? Why launching an operation in Donbass? This I do not understand. That is exactly what the miscalculation is. CIA did its job to complete the coup. I think one of the deputy secretaries of state said that it cost a large sum of money, almost 5 billion. But the political mistake was colossal. Why would they have to do that? All this could have been done legally, without victims, without military action, without losing Crimea. We would have never considered to even lift a finger if it hadn't been for the bloody developments on Maidan. Because we agreed with the fact that after the collapse of the Soviet Union, Our borders should be along the borders of former Union's republics. We agreed to that. But we never agreed to NATO's expansion, and moreover, we never agreed that Ukraine would be in NATO.
Без всяких разговоров с нами.
We did not agree to NATO bases there without any discussion with us. For decades, we kept asking, don't do this, don't do that.
What's going on, Bobby?
Ну, во-первых,
And what triggered the latest events? Firstly, the current Ukrainian leadership declared that it would not implement the Minsk agreements, which had been signed as
Vader, I'm gonna tell you the truth too. The man with the funny mustache actually admitted it also. There's some things I want to talk to y'all about and could talk to y'all about, but I'm definitely gonna have to put that behind the paywall. I can't talk about it here. The man with the funny mustache actually admitted that too. And since he started off with the featureism and colorism things, he actually was making a rounds to restore some other things too that we can't talk about. Because he never looked like every single thing. He never looked like, yeah, we're gonna have to talk about that on Discord or some shit or Patreon or something, man. Because he was protecting a lot of, I mean, not even protecting. I mean, he was a horrible dude. I mean, I get it, but he was fighting for a lot of people that did not look like him. And certain races were included that were nothing like him. So it's like one of those yin yang things. It's like you can do but so much bad that you end up doing good. And then you can do so much good that you end up doing bad. It's like you lived long enough to become the villain. And let's say the villain lived long enough to become the hero. I mean, if you wipe out everybody, who knows the story? You dig what I'm saying? It's a cold game, dog. It's a cold game. You need cold weapons for cold wars, y'all. I'm so glad. You know what? Let me. Y'all hit the like button and support the show. You can support the show at $PTV888. I'm making an exception for y'all today talking about politics. If y'all can help me out also by supporting the show. An hour and 43 minutes into the madness. I actually want to commend you guys. Because if you don't talk about topics like this, you would assume black people don't know nothing about this stuff. But there's a lot of very, very, very smart people here in the manosphere. And in the manosphere audiences and stuff like that. I didn't expect a lot of the Z's, the Gen Z's, to know about all this stuff. Azrael been dropping facts all night. Spawn been dropping facts all night. Azrael said Alexei Navalny was hospitalized in serious condition after being poisoned in a Novichok nerve agent. You said this was from Wiki. He wanted to consolidate the votes of those who oppose United Russia. Yeah, it's like, damn, how do y'all know all this stuff? That y'all know y'all the catch in the relationship, man. Y'all gotta start acting like it, man. Y'all the catches in y'all relationships. Y'all, man, you ain't about to get this information from no broad. She wants y'all to go spend money. Like, imagine sitting down talking about Putin with your chick. Shit gonna be a one-sided conversation. You said the German dictator warned Americans of adopting children of Yahweh into their government. But then again, who built the United States? Amalek. Yep, Russia been very helpful to Africa as well. Yeah. Because I was looking at it when I was listening to the funny mustache man about some of the things that he talks about that people, keep under wraps. They actually were going to help Africa. Now, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not going to act like they weren't going to pillage Africa in helping them, but they were going to help Africa. You know, Putin definitely trying to rally the diaspora for real though. Yeah, you said young people are the future. They know a lot because access to the internet. Yeah, but this is the thing, fasting, and they know it too. And I'm glad I'm talking to real Z's that know shit, that know a thing or two about a thing or two. The Z's know it too. The Z's know it too. But they know that most people in their generation are not gonna use the internet to look up stuff like this. So when I do come across the small group that does know about this stuff, I actually commend them. You know what I'm saying? I commend brothers that actually know about this stuff, because you guys are teaching me a lot, especially from from y'all point of view. So I appreciate you guys being here on Player Talk Radio and actually sharing some of your views on certain things, because that that helps, that enlightens me to a lot of different things. You know, like Warmaster, even though Warmaster's not a Z, you know what I'm saying, but Warmaster was he kind of enlightened me that Russia could be bluffing on a lot of different things, because they're not what people think they are. And there's some truth behind that too, if you look at certain things and just how they're moving and stuff. And Putin comes from a era where it's like Putin still comes from the Saddam Hussein era, where you gotta rule with an iron fist. And it's funny that Fasting even said that Americans are the Democrats in a lot of these situations, whereas these other countries are technically the Republicans. And it's like there's a lot of truth behind that. We also got to talk about the BRICS on another stream. Yeah, man. I do want to get y'all political takes and stuff, but I don't think this is something that we should do on a public forum. You know what I'm saying? Not in the manosphere, because if you let them tell it, the manosphere is all alt-right. And it's like maybe the white manosphere. I don't know about the black manosphere. Because they really want to lump the manosphere into the the NAZIs. You dig what I'm saying? They want to lump the manosphere into the NAZIs. As Rael said, we also get our information from alternative U.S. news networks. I watch WION, which is a conservative Australian news network. There's also no excuse to be ignorant in the age of information. Vader says the one white man that gets the niggas behind is definitely powerful as fuck. And that's some real shit right there. Mind you, he said white man. He didn't say which one, but he said the ones that get the niggas behind them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fasting said Warmaster 7 drank Coca-Cola when it still had bacon. Warmaster Fasting said you had the real Coca-Cola. UFO Kamikaze said, best believe there's people in the Department of Defense reading between the lines of this interview. Yeah, the average brainwashed soldier or political analyst have ego and reputation invested the average brainwashed soldier or political analyst have ego and reputation too invested to see. You dig? Azrael said, yes, Desert Storm, aka become a ruthless sovereignty by any means. Fasting said Elon Musk is now sounding like alt-right, pulling the rhetoric that black people want to kill white people in South Africa. Wow. Yeah, man, we living in some interesting times right now. Everybody's grifting and switching, whether it's political or, you know what I'm saying, or what's going on, right now. And Putin, he's running y'all down with history because he doesn't think the Americans know, which the Americans do know. I grant they care. A lot of them don't know, but I don't know if they care. What's going on, Goof Troop? Shout outs to Spawn dropping a huge $3 on the Cash App. Thank you for supporting Player Talk Radio. Yeah, let's get into it, man. You said it's over. It's over. The end is now, people. As Rael said, Biden was doing a press conference recently, and he confused the leader of Mexico with the man. Biden is just confused. Where most men at? I think right before Biden does any type of interview, a Zubat does sound wave on Biden and causes confusion, and it's extremely effective. You said the information is out there, but you got to do a lot of digging for the real information. Yeah, if you guys want to find the real information on anything, I'm telling you, Google will throw you off. You can't ask Jeeves anymore. I think Jeeves done passed away. You can't ask Jeeves anymore. You have to be, if you're looking for something, you have to know exactly what you're looking for in this quote unquote information age. Because they went, translating stuff over from the books to the internet, they got rid of a lot of detail and a lot of information on a lot of the things that we know, right? So when you go looking for certain things, you have to know what you're looking for, and you have to be very specific. You have to be very specific, because a lot of the information that y'all need is cracked in the crevices of the internet. I'm not gonna lie, y'all can get a lot of bullshit, but y'all can get a lot of game from Reddit. Y'all can get a lot of game from Reddit. And back in the day, even though the publication was super racist, I like the super racist publications because they tell the truth over at the racist publications. Y'all could get a lot of information from Stormfront too. There used to be a place called Stormfront, and a lot of MGTOWs and a lot of red pill cats were over there, and racist cats too.
After the events
Racism is red pill.
of 2014 in Minsk,
That's some black pill shit if you want to go into that.
where the plan of peaceful settlement in Donbass was set forth. But no, the current Ukrainian leadership, foreign minister, all other officials, and then president himself said that they don't like anything about the Minsk agreements. In other words, they were not going to implement it. A year or a year and a half ago, former leaders of Germany and France said openly to the whole world that they indeed signed the Minsk agreements, but they never intended to implement them. They simply led us by the nose.
Was there anyone for you to talk to?
He's telling y'all that that y'all been bullshitting him. He's on some James Brown shit. The big payback. He said, y'all been bullshitting him, man.
Did you call a U.S. President, Secretary of State, and say, if you keep militarizing Ukraine with NATO forces, this is going to be we're going to act?
Мы постоянно об этом говорим. Мы постоянно об этом говорим. Мы обращались
We talked about this all the time. We addressed the United States and European countries' leadership to stop these developments immediately, to implement the Minsk agreements. Frankly speaking, I didn't know how we were going to do this, but I was ready to implement them. These agreements were complicated for Ukraine. They included lots of elements of those Donbass territories' independence. That's true. However, I was absolutely confident, and I'm saying this to you now. I honestly believe that if we managed to convince the residents of Donbass, and we had to work hard to convince them to return to the Ukrainian statehood, then gradually the wounds would start to heal. When this part of territory reintegrated itself into a common social environment, when the pensions and social benefits were paid again, all the pieces would gradually fall into place. No, nobody wanted that. Everybody wanted to resolve the issue by military force only. But we could not let that happen. And the situation got to the point when the Ukrainian side announced, no, we will not do anything. They also started preparing for military action. It was they who started the war in 2014. Our goal is to stop this war. And we did not start this war in 2022. This is an attempt to stop it.
Do you think you've stopped it now? I mean, have you achieved your aims?
No, we haven't achieved our aims yet, because one of them is denazification. This means the prohibition of all kinds of neo-Nazi movements. This is one of the problems that we discussed during the negotiation process, which ended in Istanbul early this year. And it was not our initiative, because we were told by the Europeans, in particular, that it was necessary to create conditions for the final signing of the documents. My counterparts in France and Germany said, how can you imagine them signing a treaty with a gun to their heads? The troops should be pulled back from Kiev. I said, all right. We withdrew the troops from Kiev. As soon as we pulled back our troops from Kiev, our Ukrainian negotiators immediately threw all our agreements reached in Istanbul into the bin and got prepared for a long-standing armed confrontation with the help of the United States and its satellites in Europe. That is how the situation has developed, and that is how it looks now.
But what is, pardon my ignorance, what is denazification? What would that mean? What is...
Да, вот я как раз хочу сейчас об этом сказать. Это очень важный вопрос. Денацификация.
That is what I want to talk about right now. It is a very important issue. Denazification. After gaining independence, Ukraine began to search, as some Western analysts say, its identity. And it came up with nothing better than to build this identity upon some false heroes who collaborated with Hitler.
So he likes the small mustache man. He quotes him, but I guess he doesn't agree with everything he says, and he doesn't like the group, I guess the little neo groups that are running around right now. So I guess that's where he got the term denazification. Okay, interesting.
I have already said that in the early 19th century, when the theorists of independence and sovereignty of Ukraine appeared, they assumed that an independent Ukraine should have very good relations with Russia. But due to the historical development, those territories were part of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, Poland, where Ukrainians were persecuted and treated quite brutally, as well as were subject to cruel behavior. There were also attempts to destroy their identity. All this remained in the memory of the people. When World War II broke out, part of this extremely nationalist elite collaborated with Hitler, believing that he would bring them freedom. The German troops, even the SS troops, made Hitler's collaborators do the dirtiest work of exterminating the Polish and Jewish population. Hence this brutal massacre of the Polish and Jewish population, as well as the Russian population too. This was led by the persons who are well known, Bandera, Shukevich. It was those people who were made national heroes. That is the problem. And we are constantly told that nationalism and neo-Nazism exist in other countries as well. Yes, they are seedlings, but we uproot them, and other countries fight against them. But Ukraine is not the case. These people have been made into national heroes in Ukraine. Monuments to those people have been erected. They are displayed on flags. Their names are shouted by crowds that walk with torches, as it was in Nazi Germany. These were people who exterminated Poles, Jews, and Russians. It is necessary to stop this practice and prevent the dissemination of this concept. I say that Ukrainians are part of the one Russian people. They say, no, we are a separate people. Okay, fine. If they consider themselves a separate people, they have the right to do so, but not on the basis of Nazism, the Nazi ideology.
Would you be satisfied with the territory that you have now?
Нет, сейчас закончим. Вы же задали вопрос по неонацизму и денацификации.
I will finish answering the question. You just asked a question about neo-Nazism and denazification. Look, the president of Ukraine visited Canada. The story is well known, but being silenced in the Western countries. The Canadian Parliament introduced a man who, as the Speaker of the Parliament said, fought against the Russians during the World War II. Well, who fought against the Russians during the World War II? Hitler and his accomplices. It turned out that this man served in the SS troops. He personally killed Russians, Poles, and Jews. The SS troops consisted of Ukrainian nationalists who did this dirty work. The president of Ukraine stood up with the entire Parliament of Canada and applauded this man. How can this be imagined? The president of Ukraine himself, by the way, is a Jew by nationality.
Really, my question is, what do you do about it? I mean, Hitler's been dead for 80 years. Nazi Germany no longer exists. And so, true. And so, I think what you're saying is you want to extinguish or at least control Ukrainian nationalism, but how? How do you do that?
Вот послушайте меня. Ваш вопрос очень тонкий.
Listen to me. Your question is very subtle, and I can tell you what I think. Do not take offense.
Of course.
Он, казалось бы, тонкий, он очень противный, этот вопрос.
This question appears to be subtle. It is quite pesky. You say Hitler has been dead for so many years, 80 years. But his example lives on. People who exterminated Jews, Russians, and Poles are alive. And the president, the current president of today's Ukraine, applauds him in the Canadian Parliament, gives a standing ovation. Can we say that we have completely uprooted this ideology if what we see is happening today? That is what denazification is in our understanding. We have to get rid of those people who maintain this concept.
So what they're saying is, if you think about it, if y'all can read between the lines, is that he's talking about denazification, basically kind of getting rid of the NAZI, right? But in reality, the real NAZIs are rolling with him or have a similar ideology. So it's basically NAZI on NAZI crime, but he's trying to make it seem like they're getting rid of the bad NAZIs. And what he's doing is not kind of NAZI motivated, if you think about it. We're the real ones. They're the fake ones. Get rid of them. And then when we get somewhere going with it, we'll practice the same thing, but in a better way. But we got to get them out the way. Interesting. Very interesting, y'all.
And support this practice and try to preserve it. That is what denazification is.
Roof Troop said they need to lose their
job.
job.
Right. My question was a little more specific. It was, of course, not a defense of Nazis, neo or otherwise. It was a practical question. You don't control the entire country. You don't control Kiev. You don't seem like you want to. So how do you eliminate a culture or an ideology or feelings or a view of history in a country?
Like any other dictator does. Say that they're bad and get rid of them until somebody figures out they're not. And then when too many people figures out they're not, guess what? They band together and get rid of the dictator. Happens to all of them. Saddam, Gaddafi, all of them. Stalin.
That you don't control. What do you do about that?
А вы знаете, как вам не покажется странным, в ходе переговоров в Стамбуле...
You know, as strange as it may seem to you, during the negotiations in Istanbul, we did agree that we have it all in writing. Neo-Nazism would not be cultivated in Ukraine. including that it would be prohibited at the legislative level. Mr. Carson, we agreed on that. This, it turns out, can be done during the negotiation process. And there's nothing humiliating for Ukraine as a modern civilized state. Is any state allowed to promote Nazism? It is not, is it? That is it.
Will there be talks, and why haven't there been talks about resolving the conflict in Ukraine? Peace talks.
Они были, они дошли до очень высокой стадии согласования позиций. Сложно.
They have been. They reached a very high stage of coordination of positions in a complex process, but still they were almost finalized. But after we withdrew our troops from Kiev, as I have already said, the other side threw away all these agreements and obeyed the instructions of Western countries, European countries, and the United States to fight Russia to the bitter end. Moreover, the president of Ukraine has legislated a ban on negotiating with Russia. He signed a decree forbidding everyone to negotiate with Russia. But how are we going to negotiate if he forbade himself and everyone to do this? We know that he is putting forward some ideas about this settlement, but in order to agree on something, we need to have a dialogue. Is that not right?
Well, but you wouldn't be speaking to the Ukrainian president, you'd be speaking to the American president. When was the last time you spoke to Joe Biden?
I cannot remember when I talked to him.
You don't want to talk?
I do not remember. We can look it up.
You don't remember?
No. Why? Do I have to remember everything? I have my own things to do. We have domestic political affairs.
Well, he's funding the war that you're fighting, so I would think that would be memorable.
Well, yes, he funds, but I talked to him before the special military operation, of course. And I said to him then, by the way, I will not go into details, I never do, but I said to him then, I believe that you are making a huge mistake of historic proportions by supporting everything that is happening there, in Ukraine, by pushing Russia away. I told him repeatedly, by the way. I think that would be correct if I stop here.
What did he say?
Ask him, please. It is easier for you. You are a citizen of the United States. Go and ask him. It is not appropriate for me to comment on our conversation.
But you haven't spoken to him since before February of 2022.
No, we haven't spoken. Certain contacts are being maintained, though. Speaking of which, do you remember what I told you about my proposal to work together on a missile defense system?
Yes.
You can ask all of them. All of them are safe and sound, thank God. The former president, Condoleezza, is safe and sound, and I think Mr. Gates and the current director of the intelligence agency, Mr. Burns, the then ambassador to Russia, in my opinion, are very successful ambassador. They were all witnesses to these conversations.
Right, Vader.
Ask them. Same here. If you are interested in what Mr. President Biden responded to me, ask him. At any rate, I talked to him about it.
I'm definitely interested, but from the outside, it seems like this could devolve or evolve into something that brings the entire world into conflict and could initiate a nuclear launch. And so why don't you just call Biden and say, let's work this out?
What's there to work out? It's very simple. I repeat.
I don't understand why Americans, for some reason, we think it's like, hey, just call this guy and let's just work it. You, nigga, do you really think you can call Biden to work some shit out? Biden is in like a whole different headspace. I don't know what headspace he's in, but it's different. You might as well call Kamala and he doesn't even listen to. I ain't gonna lie. Look, no matter how delusional Biden is, no matter how delusional Biden is, I agree with him with not listening to Kamala Harris. He could be as Alzheimer as you think. He could be as Alzheimer as you think, right? If that's a word. But he remembers not to listen to Kamala. Biden, I think we should, yeah, we're going to do that, yeah. And then he goes the other way. He goes the other way. That lets you know as much as a nigga can't remember, he does remember. Don't listen to that bitch. Let me tell y'all something. All of these world leaders play the same game. When is the last time you spoke to the president? I don't know. They just pretend like they don't remember. You know, you can hide behind being an old man. You know what I'm saying? You could hide behind being an old man. You just don't remember. Look at Reagan. My father told my mother back in the day that Reagan has Alzheimer's and shit. And she didn't believe him, and then it turned out he did. So when you're old and you can make moves and nothing but young people go, you can play as you can have dementia anytime you want. Selective memory, y'all. Who says it's selective memory? I don't remember. Skip the selective memory talk. Just say, I don't know. I don't remember.
We have contacts through various agencies. I will tell you what we are saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the U.S. leadership.
If I want a real interview, have Biden sit down with them and they actually sit there and talk. But see, they can't do that because a lot of the stuff that they'll be talking about is classified. And then too, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, unless you know what you're doing, I mean, it makes no sense for the average person, or at least American, to be interested in politics. That's why the majority of people that talk about politics don't know what the hell they're talking about. And it's the don't know what the hell you're talking about sport has became, notice that I say it's a sport, it's became a sport within and of itself. Yeah, political reindeer games, yeah. But a lot of people wouldn't have it any other way, y'all. It's the American thing to do. And not just the American thing to do, it's the patriotic thing to do.
If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it.
And you're talking about America.
And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easier? Why would I call him? What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what messages do you get back?
Hey, look how he said beg him. What man, why the fuck do I need to talk to this nigga? Talk to him for what? Uh-oh, Biden bossing up, y'all. Not Biden, I mean Putin.
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine? Oh, I'm afraid.
Okay, he talking. Hold on. All right, let's run this back. All right, Putin talking that shit now. Now, all of that money, because what y'all said, how much you said just got stopped sending to Ukraine? 60 billion. Do we have 60 billion to give somebody? Shit. Obviously we do. But now he talking that shit. Let's see what he really thinks today about the weapons that we gave the Ukraine. Let's see.
Saying on this matter and what we are conveying to the U.S. leadership. If you really want to stop fighting, you need to stop supplying weapons. It will be over within a few weeks. That's it. And then we can agree on some terms. Before you do that, stop. What's easier? Why would I call him? What should I talk to him about? Or beg him for what?
And what messages do you get back?
You're going to deliver such and such weapons to Ukraine? Oh, I'm afraid. Please don't. What is there to talk about?
Do you think NATO is worried about this becoming a global war or a nuclear conflict?
At least that's what they're talking about. And they're trying to intimidate their own population with an imaginary Russian threat. This is an obvious fact. And thinking people, not Philistines, but thinking people, analysts, those who are engaged in real politics, just smart people, understand perfectly well that this is a fake. They're trying to fuel the Russian threat.
The threat I think you're referring to is a Russian invasion of Poland, Latvia, expansionist behavior. Can you imagine a scenario where you sent Russian troops to Poland?
This nigga's saying the Russian invasion, and he's talking to the nigga that's fucking behind all of that shit. Why are you speaking in third person? Be like, yo, so are you gonna? You need to right now. You need to speak in first person. He tried to end the conversation with speaking in you talking to the nigga that's gonna okay that. So what are your thoughts? Are you gonna do this? Are you gonna invade this? Are you gonna invade? That's how you get information. He's right there. What are you talking in third person for? I ain't gonna lie. Tucker might be a useful idiot, y'all.
Only in one case, if Poland attacks Russia. Why? Because we have no interest in Poland, Latvia, or anywhere else. Why would we do that? We simply don't have any interest. It's just threat-mongering.
Well, the argument, I know you know this, is that, well, he invaded Ukraine. He has territorial aims across the continent, and you're saying unequivocally you don't.
It is absolutely out of the question. You just don't have to be any kind of analyst. It goes against common sense to get involved in some kind of a global war. And a global war will bring all humanity to the brink of destruction. It's obvious. There are certainly means of deterrence. They have been scaring everyone with us all along. Tomorrow Russia will use tactical nuclear weapons. Tomorrow Russia will use that. No, the day after tomorrow. So what? In order to extort additional money from US taxpayers and European taxpayers in the confrontation with Russia in the Ukrainian theater of war. The goal is to weaken Russia as much as possible.
One of our senior United States senators from the state of New York, Chuck Schumer, said yesterday, I believe, that we have to continue to fund the Ukrainian effort, or U.S. soldiers, citizens could wind up fighting there. How do you assess that?
This is a provocation, and a cheap provocation at that. I do not understand why American soldiers should fight in Ukraine. There are mercenaries from the United States there. The bigger number of mercenaries comes from Poland, with mercenaries from the United States in second place and mercenaries from Georgia in third place. Well, if somebody has the desire to send regular troops, that would certainly bring humanity to the brink of very serious global conflict. This is obvious. Do the United States need this? What for? Thousands of miles away from your national territory. Don't you have anything better to do? You have issues on the border, issues with migration, issues with the national debt, more than $33 trillion. You have nothing better to do, so you should fight in Ukraine? Wouldn't it be better to negotiate with Russia, make an agreement, already understanding the situation that is developing today, realizing that Russia will fight for its interests to the end?
So he literally saying like, what the fuck is y'all problem? Why are y'all supporting people that you know, even with your help, you're gonna have to talk to us anyway? You're not gonna be able to win. So why take that stance against us? Yeah, he cooking like shit. Hey, that's a point well taken. That's a point well taken. He's like, bro, why? What are y'all doing? Why would y'all take that stance against this? What's there to talk about? Isn't it better for y'all to come to us, even though we know you don't want to? But let's come on now. This sounds like this sounds like a hostage negotiation, y'all. Like, are y'all, yeah. All right, I got y'all. I got you, Vader. I had it loaded up. Hold on. He's like, why don't y'all talk to us?
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
He's like, man, you need to come talk to us. What are y'all doing? You know where it's at. What you come talk to us?
You need to diversify your bonds, nigga.
Come talk to us. Come on. So in this case, he playing chess. Why would I talk to y'all? Y'all made y'all bed. And y'all gonna see it's not gonna work. And he started off the conversation saying that, hey, technically a deed of war that ain't got nothing to do with y'all, claims that they belong to us. We just taking back what's ours. Yeah, there's some cold shit right here, y'all.
And realizing this, actually return to common sense, start respecting our country and its interests, and look for certain solutions. It seems to me that this is much smarter and more rational.
Who blew up Nord Stream?
You for sure.
I was busy that day. Nate, do you have I did not.
This nigga laughing about shit getting blowed the fuck up. Yeah, he does the same gesture, right?
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Y'all hit the like button, support the show, support Player Talk Radio. You can support the show if you are enjoying the show. 27 people in the building, a couple people over on Twitter. You can support the show at $PTV888. That's $PTV888. That's $PTV888. Going through great lengths to bring this interview to you and give y'all the game at the same time. 2 hours and 22 minutes into the madness. One of the last manosphere channels that's standing. Support the show, y'all. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. Let's go.
I'll blow up Nord Stream. Thank you, though.
У вас лично, может быть, есть алиби. У вас лично.
You personally may have an alibi, but the CIA has no such alibi.
Do you have evidence that NATO or the CIA did it?
Знаете,
You know, I won't get into details, but people always say in such cases, look for someone who is interested. But in this case, we should not only look for someone who is interested, but also for someone who has capabilities. Because there may be many people interested, but not all of them are capable of sinking to the bottom of the Baltic Sea and carrying out this explosion. These two components should be connected. Who is interested and who is capable of doing it?
But I'm confused. I mean, that's the biggest act of industrial terrorism ever, and it's the largest emission of CO2 in history. Okay, so if you had evidence, and presumably given your security services or intel services, you would, that NATO, the US, CIA, the West did this, why wouldn't you present it and win a propaganda victory?
In the war of propaganda, it is very difficult to defeat the United States because the United States controls all the world's media and many European media. The ultimate beneficiary of the biggest European media are American financial institutions. Don't you know that? So it is possible to get involved in this work, but it is cost prohibitive, so to speak. We can simply shine the spotlight on our sources of information, and we will not achieve results. It is clear to the whole world what happened, and even American analysts talk about it directly. It's true.
Yes, but here's a question you may be able to answer. You worked in Germany, famously. The Germans clearly know that their NATO partner did this, but it damaged their economy greatly. It may never recover. Why are they being silent about it? That's very confusing to me. Why wouldn't the Germans say something about it?
Ну, меня это тоже удивляет.
This also confuses me. But today's German leadership is guided by the interests of the collective West rather than its national interests. Otherwise, it is difficult to explain the logic of their action or inaction. After all, it is not only about Nord Stream 1, which was blown up, and the Nord Stream 2 was damaged, but one pipe is safe and sound, and gas can be supplied to Europe through it. But Germany does not open it. We are ready, please. There's another route through Poland called Yamal Europe, which also allows for large flow. Poland has closed it, but Poland packs from the German hand. It receives money from the pan-European funds, and Germany is the main donor to these pan-European funds. Germany feeds Poland to a certain extent, and they close their route to Germany. Why? I don't understand. Ukraine, to which the Germans supply weapons and give money. Germany is the second sponsor of the United States in terms of financial aid to Ukraine. There are two gas routes through Ukraine. They simply closed one route, the Ukrainians.
So he letting y'all know that he did his homework. He letting y'all know that he knows what the hell is going on. He did his homework, and he's asking why. He's telling y'all something that the average American does not know. And not even the average American, even a classified one doesn't know. So
open the second route and please get gas from Russia. They do not open it. Why don't the Germans say, look guys, we give you money and weapons, open up the valve, please let the gas from Russia pass through for us. We're buying liquefied gas at exorbitant prices in Europe, which brings the level of our competitiveness and economy in general down to zero. Do you want us to give you money? Let us have the decent existence. Make money for our economy, because this is where the money we give you comes from. They refuse to do so. Why? Ask them. That is what is like in their heads. Those are highly incompetent people.
Well, maybe the world is breaking into two hemispheres, one with cheap energy, the other without. And I want to ask you that. If we're now a multipolar world, obviously we are, can you describe the blocks of alliances? Who is in each side?
see, he's fishing for information. That's what these questions are for. He's fishing for information, and this is stuff that we already know. I mean, American people don't know, but I know people that's have access to the classified stuff. They know. They're see, since he won't talk to Biden, they're using Tucker Carlson as a puppet to get information out of him, and he knows this already. Like, why would you talk to a known journalist in the U.S., but you won't talk to the president? So he know they're gonna use him to get information. Open. There's a term for it. It's called open espionage. You know, it's out in the open, but it's a game that he has to play. He's already at war right now, y'all. So,
do you think?
Listen, you have said that the world is breaking into two hemispheres. A human brain is divided into two hemispheres. One is responsible for one type of activities, the other one is more about creativity and so on.
He using this moment to teach.
But it is still one and the same head. The world should be a single whole. Security should be shared rather than meant for the golden billion. That is the only scenario where the world could be stable, sustainable, and predictable. Until then, while the head is split in two parts, it is an illness, a serious adverse condition. It is a period of severe disease that the world is going through now. But I think that thanks to honest journalism, this work is akin to work of the doctors. This could somehow be remedied.
Well, let's just give one example, the US dollar, which has kind of united the world in a lot of ways, maybe not to your advantage, but certainly to ours. Is that going away as the reserve currency, the universally accepted currency? How have sanctions, do you think, changed the dollar's place in the world?
You know, to use the dollar as a tool of foreign policy struggle is one of the biggest strategic mistakes made by the US political leadership.
Это основа основ могущества США.
The dollar is the cornerstone of the United States power.
I
think
agree, Vader.
everyone understands very well that no matter how many dollars are printed, they're quickly dispersed all over the world.
3%, примерно 3-4, что ли. Вот, приемлемо для США абсолютно.
Inflation in the United States is minimal. It's about 3 or 3.4%, which is, I think, totally acceptable for the US. But they won't stop printing. What does the debt of $33 trillion tell us about?
Because, so I learned this while doing Forex, y'all, is because if you're having inflation, you don't, the inflation, it affects America because America is isolated. But if you're taking the money and you're pushing it around globally, I mean, yeah, it kind of brings the dollar down. But if you're pushing it around globally, it doesn't. It's like it all doesn't take place in America. It takes place everywhere else. But it depends on like their do you need this? You can take it. They they spread it out. So as long as they keep their value, the value of the dollar up, I guess you could just keep printing money, because all of the money is not going to be on American soil that's being printed. If you think about it, it's not going to be on American soil that's being printed. Which I will say, if the dollar maintains its value, if you travel and you are using the American dollar, it's like I guess you could create another American economy elsewhere, which is fucking crazy. But you're not spending the American dollar elsewhere. You're converting it over. It's weird. I don't know.
It is about the emission.
Как только политическое руководство приняло решение использовать доллар в качестве инструмента политической борьбы.
Nevertheless, it is the main weapon used by the United States to preserve its power across the world. As soon as the political leadership decided to use the US dollar as a tool of political struggle, a blow was dealt to this American power. I would not like to use any strong language, but it is a stupid thing to do and a grave mistake.
Basically, you're outsourcing your money to maybe get rid of inflation or to keep certain costs down. You're outsourcing your money. But in reality, y'all are looking at like coins. Y'all are looking at, you know what I'm saying? Y'all are looking, what's going on, D-Ski? What's going on, man? Happy New Year. Y'all are looking at coins. Y'all are looking at other different things. But real money, y'all, real money, when everything falls and gets destroyed and all kinds of stuff, real money is not paper, it's not tender, it's not currency. Real money is actually gold. So keep that in mind. Real money is actually gold.
Look at what is going on in the world. Even the United States allies are now downsizing their dollar reserves. Seeing this, everyone starts looking for ways to protect themselves. But the fact that the United States applies restrictive measures to certain countries, such as placing restrictions on transactions, freezing assets, etc., causes grave concern and sends a signal to the whole world. What did we have here? Until 2022, about 80% of Russian foreign trade transactions were made in US dollars and euros. US dollars accounted for approximately 50% of our transactions with third countries, while currently it is down to 13%. It wasn't us who banned the use of the US dollar. We had no such intention. It was decision of the United States to restrict our transactions in US dollars. I think it is complete foolishness from the point of view of the interests of the United States.
Well, no, they understood that other countries, since they're outsourcing their money, other countries can weaponize the U.S. dollars. They can weaponize the U.S. dollar
itself and its taxpayers.
I'm telling you, once y'all start studying forex, a lot of little things start coming into play. It's like, oh shit, whoa, you know. So they know that they can outsource their money, but the thing is that when they devalue their, I mean, it is devaluing their dollar like that, trying to get the world to not even get the world, but launder your money that you that you just keep printing. It's ridiculous. Other people can actually weaponize it if they want to, but not against the U.S. with other nations. So that's
as it damages the U.S. economy, undermines the power of the United States across the world. By the way, our transactions in yuan accounted for about 3%.
Yeah, because where I'm at, y'all, it's in Laos, right? But the kip is so, like, I've been telling people so much about the kip. Like, the kip is so weak. Like, where I'm at, it's like the dollar here, or the kip, right? That's Laotian money, right? It's weak when it comes to you know, to shit. Even forex is weak. It's so weak that they don't have change. Like, the economy here is so the kip here is so weak. It's cool money though. I'm not even gonna lie, but it's so weak that that if they were to have change, like actual coins, there'll be coins all over the floor everywhere. And it's so bad that, let's say if you try to do counterfeit kip, like you try to print or do counterfeit money here, it will cost you more to try to make a counterfeit dollar or you know, counterfeit money here than it would for you to just go make it. And then furthermore, on top of that, which is crazy, is that the Chinese, like over by the airport, by Watay and everywhere, like over by the airport, the Chinese own all of that stuff. And you can tell because like they got like a bunch of like big lights. Like, it looks just like Vegas. Like, they got their lights in their kanji and everything lit up in the sky. They got like a whole bunch of lights. Like, there's a bunch of little Chinese districts like close to where I am, right? And there's certain places where I am, like there's a place called Bokiao. And Bokiao, they don't even, it's in Laos. There's a lot of places actually in Laos where they don't even spend the kip. They spend the yuan, the Chinese yuan, because it's stronger than the kip. So in certain places here, they don't even deal with the kip. They deal with the yuan. So, because Laos has been in fear that China is going to take them over for the longest time. They don't want China to basically take them over. And then obviously y'all have Taiwan and all this other stuff going on. So there's certain places here where the Chinese done bought up everything, and they use the yuan, not the kip. So this is kind of what Putin is talking about. He's like, okay, well, they're in Russia, so also they can use the yuan. So
today, 34% of our transactions are made in rubles, and about as much, a little over 34% in yuan. Why did the United States do this? My only guess is self-conceit. They probably thought it would lead to full collapse, but nothing collapsed. Moreover, other countries, including oil producers, are thinking of and already accepting payments for oil in yuan. Do you even realize what is going on or not?
See, but y'all don't know this because y'all they keep y'all sedated for some reason. You know what I'm saying? They keep y'all sedated.
Does anyone in the United States realize this? What
No.
are you doing? You are cutting yourself off. All experts say this. Ask any intelligent and thinking person in the United States what the dollar means for the US.
But
You're killing it with your own hands.
I think that's I think that's a fair assessment. The question is what comes next, and maybe you trade one colonial power for another, much less sentimental and forgiving colonial power. I mean, is the BRICS, for example, in danger of being completely dominated by the Chinese economy in a way that's not good for their sovereignty? Do you worry about that?
Well, we have heard those boogeyman stories before. It is a boogeyman story. We're neighbors with China. You cannot choose neighbors just as you cannot choose close relatives. We share a border of 1,000 kilometers with them. This is number one. Second, we have a centuries-long history of coexistence. We're used to it. Third, China's foreign policy philosophy is not aggressive. Its idea is to always look for compromise, and we can see that. The next point is as follows. We are always told the same boogeyman story, and here it goes again, through an euphemistic form, but it is still the same boogeyman story. The cooperation with China keeps increasing. The pace at which China's cooperation with Europe is growing is higher and greater than that of the growth of Chinese-Russian cooperation. Ask Europeans, aren't they afraid? They might be, I don't know. But they are still trying to access China's market at all costs, especially now that they are facing economic problems. Chinese businesses are also exploring the European market. Do Chinese businesses have small presence in the United States? Yes, the political decisions are such that they are trying to limit their cooperation with China. It is to your own detriment, Mr. Tucker, that you are limiting cooperation with China. You are hurting yourself. It is a delicate matter, and there are no silver bullet solutions, just as it is with the dollar.
See, it's in his best interest to tell y'all this, because if he's spending the yuan, then what happens is the yuan boosts when America does. And China already has America in the chokehold, so the messy stuff, y'all.
So, before introducing any illegitimate sanctions,
working with the neighbor is just as good as working with. Anyway,
in terms of the Charter of the United Nations, one should think very carefully. For decision makers, this appears to be a problem.
So you said a moment ago that the world would be a lot better if it weren't broken into competing alliances, if there was cooperation globally. One of the reasons you don't have that is because the current...
Right, brother love, and it's in their best interest to put a spin on it. And I wonder, are they going to cancel Tucker? Are they going to cancel Tucker Carlson after this? I wonder.
American administration is dead set against you. Do you think if there were a new administration after Joe Biden that you would be able to reestablish communication with the U.S. government? Or does it not matter who the president is?
I will tell you, but let me finish the previous thought. We, together with my colleague and friend, President Xi Jinping, set a goal to reach $200 billion of mutual trade with China this year. We have exceeded this level. According to our figures, our bilateral trade with China totals already $230 billion, and the Chinese statistics says it is to.
The brother love says that they can't cancel Tucker. He's on X. Okay. So Elon, no matter how much people might try to silence him, Elon is going to let him speak.
$140 billion. One more important thing. Our trade is well balanced, mutually complementary in high-tech, energy, scientific research and development. It is very balanced. As for BRICS, where Russia took over the presidency this year, the BRICS countries are, by and large, developing very rapidly. Look, if memory serves me right, Back in 1992, the share of the G7 countries in the world economy amounted to 47%, whereas in 2022 it was down to, I think, a little over 30%. The BRICS countries accounted for only 16% in 1992, but now their share is greater than that of the G7. It has nothing to do with the events in Ukraine. This is due to the trends of global development and world economy, as I mentioned just now. And this is inevitable.
It's funny because you can do a whole interview with Biden. And you're not going to get him running down the numbers. You're not going to get him. Putin can outthink Biden in a millisecond. This nigga will run circles around Biden.
This will keep happening. It
That's
is
scary.
like the rise of the sun. You cannot prevent the sun from rising. You have to adapt to it. How do the United States adapt?
Right. Biden can't even explain yesterday, and this man up here running down all the numbers. That's crazy, man.
The help of force, sanctions, pressure, bombings, and use of armed forces. This is about self-conceit. Your political establishment does not understand that the world is changing under objective circumstances. And in order to preserve your level, even if someone aspires, to the level of dominance, you have to make the right decisions in a competent and timely manner. Such brutal actions, including with regard to Russia and, say, other countries, are counterproductive. This is an obvious fact. It has already become evident. You just asked me if another leader comes and changes something. It is not about the leader. It is not about the personality of a particular person. I had a very good relationship with, say, Bush. I know that in the United States, he was portrayed as...
But he said Bush lied to him. So which Bush? Daddy Bush or baby Bush?
some kind of a country boy who does not understand much. I assure you that this is not the case. I think he made a lot of mistakes with regard to Russia, too. I told you about 2008 and the decision in Bucharest to open the NATO's doors for Ukraine and so on. That happened during his presidency. He actually exercised pressure on the Europeans. But in general, on a personal human level, I had a very good relationship with him. He was no worse than any other American or Russian or European politician. I assure you, he understood what he was doing as well as others. I had such personal relationship with Trump as well. It is not about the personality of the leader. It is about the elite's mindset. If the idea of domination at any cost, based also on forceful actions, dominates the American society, nothing will change. It will only get worse. But if, in the end, one comes to the awareness that the world has been changing due to the objective circumstances, and that one should be able to adapt to them in time, using the advantages that the US still has today, then perhaps something may change. Look, China's economy has become the first economy in the world in purchasing power parity. In terms of volume, it overtook the US a long time ago. The USA comes second, then India, 1.5 billion people, and then Japan, with Russia in the fifth place. Russia was the first economy in Europe last year, despite all the sanctions and restrictions. Is it normal from your point of view? Sanctions, restrictions, impossibility of payments in dollars, being cut off from SWIFT services, sanctions against our ships carrying oil, sanctions against airplanes, sanctions in everything, everywhere. The largest number of sanctions in the world which are applied against Russia. And we have become Europe's first economy during this time. The tools that US uses don't.
What he's saying is when Biden was talking about, oh, we're going to sanction this and we're going to sanction that and we're going to cut this off and we're going to cut off that and quote unquote Russia's going to feel it. He's telling y'all like, nigga, we've been doing good. Like the fuck? What sanction? We you know. Now this could be a bluff, you know what I'm saying? I don't know if everybody gets into the numbers, this could be a bluff. But he said, imagine Putin putting rockets at your front door. That's funny. He said he got a detonator attached to them at all times. That's funny as hell. But yeah, I mean, even in the I heard even in the trading world, in the Forex world, they did a bunch of sanctions and stuff like that. Like they put a stop on like certain like Bitcoin and certain things being, you know, and then y'all saw Bitcoin drop. There's a lot of things that's going on. So, but as there is, you know, as there's ways to start things and stop things, y'all know there's workarounds. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes the workaround is better than actually having access to the actual thing. So he's telling y'all a sanction didn't stop a goddamn thing. Everything is still good. So he's telling y'all. So what was the sanction talk again? He's literally talking to Biden through Tucker Carlson, which is crazy. So
work. Well, one has to think about what to do. If this realization comes to the ruling elites, then yes, then the first person of the state will act in anticipation of what the voters and the people who make decisions at various levels expect from this person. Then maybe something will change.
But you're describing two different systems. You say that.
Now let me show y'all something too, which is funny. Hold on, I got to go back up and find that comment because Fasting was right. Fasting said 17 million people alone on one website. What was it? X? Hold on, let me see if I can find Fasting's. Fasting said 72 million people on Twitter watched this interview. You're not going to see no goddamn sisters talking about this. You see how we take our minds off of the stupidity and stuff that they do and we actually focus on other things? They're still talking about those other things. I need y'all, if y'all can find it, y'all can drop it in the chat. All of y'all got wrenches. Show me some black women talking about this shit. Other than Candace Owens. All right, let's go.
The leader acts in the interest of the voters.
As if Candace talks about it.
But you
know she is.
will also say these decisions.
And that other girl, the light-skinned chick. I forgot her name, but they don't claim her. You said those countries are looking forward towards crypto. Yeah, I mean a lot of countries like El Salvador, but they're not really countries that's over in like Asia and in Europe and stuff. But like El Salvador made Bitcoin their currency. So, all right. You said I've already heard black women say Putin is a real nigga. They don't even know who the hell Putin is. I've never heard a sister talk about Putin a day in my life. Unless she's probably older and she's kind of talking about politics. But let's get it.
These are not made by the leader. They're made by the ruling classes. You've run this country for so long. You've known all these American presidents. What are those power centers in the United States, do you think? Like, who actually makes the decisions?
See, this is him trying to pry into his brain to see what and who he knows and if he's going to talk about it.
I don't know. America is a complex country, conservative on one hand, rapidly changing on the other. It's not easy for us to sort it all out. Who makes decisions in the elections? Is it possible to understand this when each state has its own legislation? Each state regulates itself? Someone can be excluded from elections at the state level. It is a two-stage electoral system. It is very difficult for us to understand it.
But y'all got to understand is that people outside of the states know more about America than the average American. So
certainly there are two parties that are dominant, the Republicans and the Democrats. And within this party system, the centers that make decisions, that prepare decisions. Then, look, why, in my opinion, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, such an erroneous, crude, completely unjustified policy of pressure was pursued against Russia? After all, this is a policy of pressure. NATO expansion, support for the separatists in Caucasus, creation of a missile defense system. These are all elements of pressure. Pressure, pressure, pressure. Then, dragging Ukraine into NATO is all about pressure, pressure, pressure. Why? I think, among other things, because excessive production capacities were created. During the confrontation with the Soviet Union.
So the reason why America acts the way it does towards other countries, especially Russia, is because certain people know that they like to play possum. They play possum really well. So.
There were many centers created and specialists on the Soviet Union who could not do anything else. They convinced the political leadership that it is necessary to continue chiseling Russia, to try to break it up, to create on this territory several quasi-state entities, and to subdue them in a divided form, to use their combined potential for the future struggle with China. This is a mistake, including the excessive potential of those who worked for the confrontation with the Soviet Union. It is necessary to get rid of this. There should be new, fresh forces, people who look into the future and understand what is happening in the world. Look at how Indonesia is developing. 600 million people. Where can we get away from that? Nowhere. We just have to assume that Indonesia will enter, it is already in, the club of the world's leading economies, no matter who likes it or dislikes it. Yes, we understand and are aware that in the United States, despite all the economic problems, the situation is still normal, with the economy growing decently. The GDP is growing by 2.5%, if I'm not mistaken. But if we want to ensure the future, then we need to change our approach to what is changing. As I already said, the world would nevertheless change, regardless of how the developments in Ukraine end. The world is changing. In the United States themselves, experts are writing that the United States are nonetheless gradually changing their position in the world. It is your experts who write that. I just read them. The only question is how this would happen. Painfully and quickly, or gently and gradually. And this is written by people who are not anti-American. They simply follow global development trends. That's it. And in order to assess them and change policies, we need people who think, look forward, can analyze and recommend certain decisions at the level of political leaders.
I just have to ask, you've said clearly that NATO expansion eastward is a violation of the promise you all were made in 1990. It's a threat to your country. Right before you sent troops into Ukraine, the Vice President of the United States went to the Munich Security Conference and encouraged the President of Ukraine to join NATO. Do you think that was an effort to provoke you into military action?
Мы просто, я еще раз повторяю, мы многократно предлагали.
I repeat once again, we have repeatedly proposed to seek a solution to the problems that arose in Ukraine after 2014 coup d'etat through peaceful means. But no one listened to us. And moreover, the Ukrainian leaders who were under the complete US control suddenly declared that they would not comply with the Minsk agreements. They disliked everything there and continued military activity in that territory.
Шло освоение этой территории натовскими военными структурами. Под видом различных центров.
And in parallel, that territory was being exploited by NATO military structures under the guise of various personnel training and retraining centers. They essentially began to create bases there. That's all. Ukraine announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality, while passing the laws that limit the rights of non-titular nationalities in Ukraine. Ukraine, having received all the southeastern territories as a gift from the Russian people, suddenly announced that the Russians were a non-titular nationality in that territory.
See, so he's basically going into the details of how the states were instigating something they shouldn't have instigated and swayed their decisions. And then now it's like, okay, well, I'm not gonna talk to y'all because y'all are supplying them and y'all are in their ear. They're not trying to hear what the hell we're talking about. On the back end, y'all are supplying them also. So what's the incentive of talking to y'all when we know that y'all are literally just backing them and y'all are in their ear for their best interest? So it's basically chess. Why would we come and talk to y'all when eventually somebody else going to have to get involved because they're not going to win? So now we're watching y'all. It's like it's literally the Cold War Part 2. So he's like on some, okay, well, look, we're going to do what we're going to do. They had a chance to really, get things right with us, but y'all want to be in their ear and they want to be influenced because he's talking to them too. He's like, they're being influenced by y'all. And if y'all can keep it up, cool. But we came to take back what's really ours, contractual, due to war contracts. So yeah, there's some messy stuff right here, y'all.
Is that normal? All this,
and then it's like, okay, well, how deep is your friendship with the Ukraine? Because at some point, you're gonna have to either fold with, you're gonna have to break a, if they stretch this out, you're gonna have to break a promise with either them, or you're gonna have to break, or you're gonna have to come talk to us and come negotiate something with us. But you got to do it in a way that I guess America got to do it in a way right now. No, I'm not talking. I mean, I'm giving y'all the game. They're gonna have to do it in a way where they're not breaking the promise with the Ukraine. This is what happens when you instigate. So this is interesting. This is actually pretty interesting when you think about it. He said he's not gonna come talk. He's not gonna talk to the U.S. Now maybe if T-Rump gets in the office, he might. But then at the same time, there's gonna be a lot of promises broken, and America's no stranger to breaking promises, man. So yeah, this is me talking, man.
Put together led to the decision to end the war that neo-Nazis started in Ukraine in 2014.
Do you think Zelensky has the freedom to negotiate a settlement to this conflict?
I don't know the details. Of course, it's difficult for me to judge. But I believe he has, in any case, he used to have. His father fought against the fascists, Nazis, during World War II. I once talked to him about this. I said, Volodya, what are you doing? Why are you supporting neo-Nazis in Ukraine today, while your father fought against fascism? He was a frontline soldier. I will not tell you what he answered. This is a separate topic, and I think it's incorrect for me to do so. But as to the freedom of choice, why not? He came to power on the expectations of Ukrainian people that he would lead Ukraine to peace. He talked about this. It was thanks to this that he won the elections overwhelmingly. But then, when he came to power, in my opinion, he realized two things. Firstly, it is better not to clash with neo-Nazis and nationalists because they are aggressive and very active. You can expect anything from them. And secondly, the US-led West supports them and will always support those who antagonize with Russia. It is beneficial and safe. So he took the relevant position despite promising his people to end the war in Ukraine. he deceived his voters.
But do you think at this point, as of February 2024, he has the latitude, the freedom to speak with you or your government directly about putting an end to this, which clearly isn't helping his country or the world? Can he do that, do you think?
Ну, а почему нет? Он же
Why
считается
not?
главой государства.
He considers himself head of state. He won the elections. Although we believe in Russia that the coup d'etat is the primary source of power for everything that happened after 2014. And in this sense, even today, government is flawed. But he considers himself the president, and he is recognized by the United States, all of Europe, and practically the rest of the world in such a capacity. Why not? He can. We negotiated with Ukraine in Istanbul. We agreed. He was aware of this. Moreover, the negotiation group leader, Mr. Arahamiya is his last name, I believe still heads the faction of the ruling party, the party of the president in the Rada. He still heads the presidential faction in the Rada, the country's parliament. He still sits there. He even put his preliminary signature on the document I am telling you about. But then he publicly stated to the whole world, we were ready to sign this document, but Mr. Johnson, then the Prime Minister of Great Britain, came and dissuaded us from doing this, saying it was better to fight Russia. They would give everything needed for us to return what was lost during the clashes with Russia. And we agreed with this proposal.
Oh,
Look, his statement has been published. He said it publicly. Can they return to this or not? The question is, do they want it or not? Further on, President of Ukraine issued a decree prohibiting negotiations with us. Let him cancel that decree, and that's it. We have never refused negotiations, indeed. We hear all the time, is Russia ready? Yes, we have not refused. It was them who publicly refused. Well, let him cancel his decree and enter into negotiations. We have never refused. And the fact that they obeyed the demand or persuasion of Mr. Johnson, the former Prime Minister of Great Britain, seems ridiculous and very sad to me. Because, as Mr. Arahamiya put it, we could have stopped those hostilities with war a year and a half ago already. But the British persuaded us and we refused this. Where is Mr. Johnson now? And the war continues.
That's a good question. Where do you think he is and why did he do that?
Hell knows. I don't understand it myself. There was a general starting point. For some reason, everyone had the illusion that Russia could be defeated on the battlefield. Because of arrogance, because of a pure heart, but not because of a great mind.
You've described the connection between Russia and Ukraine. You've described Russia itself a couple of times as Orthodox. That's central to your understanding of Russia. You've said you're Orthodox. What does that mean for you? You're a Christian leader by your own description. So what effect does that have on you?
You know, as I already mentioned, in 988, Prince Vladimir himself was baptized following the example of his grandmother, Princess Olga. And then he baptized his squad. And then, gradually, over the course of several years, he baptized all the Rus. It was a lengthy process, from pagans to Christians. It took many years. But in the end, this orthodoxy, Eastern Christianity, deeply rooted itself in the consciousness of the Russian people. When Russia expanded and absorbed other nations who profess Islam, Buddhism, and Judaism, Russia has always been very loyal to those people who profess other religions. This is her strength. This is absolutely clear. And the fact is that the main postulates, main values are very similar, not to say the same, in all world religions I've just mentioned, and which are the traditional religions of the Russian Federation, Russia. By the way, Russian authorities were always very careful about the culture and religion of those people who came into the Russian Empire. This, in my opinion, forms the basis of both security and stability of the Russian statehood. All the peoples inhabiting Russia basically consider it their motherhood. If, say, people move over to you or to Europe from Latin America, an even clearer and more understandable example, people come, but yet they have come to you or to European countries from their historical homeland. And people who profess different religions in Russia consider Russia their motherland. They have no other motherland. We are together. This is one big family, and our traditional values are very similar. I've just mentioned one big family, but everyone has his, her own family. And this is the basis of our society. And if we say that the motherland and the family are specifically connected with each other, it is indeed the case, since it is impossible to ensure a normal future for our children and our families unless we ensure a normal, sustainable future for the entire country, for the motherland. That is why patriotic sentiment is so strong in Russia.
But can I say that the one way in which the religions are different is that Christianity is specifically a nonviolent religion. Jesus says, turn the other cheek, don't kill. How can a leader who has to kill, of any country, how can a leader be a Christian? How do you reconcile that to yourself?
Oh my God. I think this happened with somebody else too. Hold on. I think it was Putin though. Hold on. I think it was Putin. Somebody was asking him, how could he be religious and you know, be at war and be harming and be harming all these other people? And it's like, doesn't America claims Christianity and been at war and been harming other people? Yeah, and then Christianity was always a violent religion. Like, what? What are you talking about? Like, why are you really trying to make this man answer a morality question? How can you be a Christian and be doing all of this stuff? Nigga, how can't you be a Christian and be doing all this stuff? Right, Spawn. Please, Spawn said plenty of kings in the Bible killed people. No, nobody care about that. Exactly. The fuck? Black Americans are Christian by force.
It is very easy when it comes to protecting oneself and one's family, one's homeland. We won't attack.
Again, another man's enemy is another man's freedom fighter. If you don't think you're doing wrong, even if you are, come on, man.
Attack anyone. When did the developments in Ukraine start? Since the coup d'etat and the hostilities in Donbass began, that's when they started. And we're protecting our people, ourselves, our homeland, and our future. As for religion in general, you know, it's not about external manifestations. It's not about going to church every day or banging your head on the floor.
All right, hold on, y'all. Let's take a break because we're 3 hours and almost 15 minutes into the show. And I told you guys we're not doing no more free shows, man. The show is under supported. Let's at least get 2 supporters before we get back into it. Give me 1 second. We're gonna chop it up. I'm trying to open up the panel so we can actually have a really good dialogue. But y'all, we gotta get better on supporting the shows, man. There's no way in hell I should be 3 hours and 14 minutes into a whole show and we're still under supported. All right. So give me 1 second. Let me go. Sitting down here for 3 hours and 14 minutes, giving y'all the game. Let me go. grab something to drink real quick. Hold on, let me throw this on real quick. Somebody asked for this the other day too. Let me see if I can find it. Give me 1 second, y'all. I'll be right back.
It costs that much cause it takes me fucking hours. It costs that much cause I don't have superpowers. So you need to pay for my skills cause exposure doesn't pay the bills. It costs that much cause it takes me fucking hours. I know you think my prices are negotiable, but if you keep on questioning, I will not be so sociable. And feel free to walk away, cause I know just what my art is worth. So hear me when I say that it costs that much cause it took me years to master. You're free to try if you think you do it faster. But it would likely turn out shit cause you simply haven't practiced it. It costs that much cause it took me years to master. Since the dawn of art there have been people just like you who stand along the sidelines judging everything we do. And I know that you won't be the last, but for every one of you there are 1,000 that are class. And it costs that much cause it takes me fucking hours. It costs that much cause I don't have superpowers. So you need to pay for my skills cause exposure doesn't pay the bills. It costs that much cause it takes me fucking hours.
Oh yes, that's a song from our sponsors, okay? Cause it costs that much cause it takes us fucking hours, y'all. 3 hours and 17 minutes into today's show. Shout outs to everybody in the building. I am your gracious host, DJ Kuda, right back at the helm of today's show. Man, y'all been taking me for granted, bro. I've been doing back to back dope ass shows, man. Dope ass shows. And these ain't no little shows, too. These shows be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 hours a piece. That's fucked up. That's real fucked up. All right? We got to do better, y'all. Now, normally, I don't talk about politics, but I decided to make an exception today. Yeah, Cynthia G would have had way more support in like 2 minutes. Like, goddamn, y'all. Like shit, I'm not doing this with no titties. I don't got no titties or no ass to show y'all. Pause. Like, shit. Then this is going to make people look at me a certain type of way because it's like, oh, you know, you throwing politics out there. I don't want to hear niggas talk about a goddamn thing, man. About no damn manosphere, no nothing. I don't want, if you know. I can't wait till YouTube really, anyway. All right. We'll see. All right, let's get back into it. It's player talk. We'll see, y'all. We'll see.
It is in the heart.
YouTube already talking about some shit that I haven't ran by y'all yet, but we'll see.
And our culture is so human-oriented. Dostoevsky, who was very well known in the West and the genius of Russian culture, Russian literature, spoke a lot about this, about the Russian soul.
Русский человек, российский человек, он думает больше о вечном, больше о ценности.
After all, Western society is more pragmatic. Russian people think more about the eternal, about moral values. I don't know, maybe you won't agree with me, but Western culture...
I can see if my influence and stuff that I've been talking about hasn't been spreading all over the manosphere. Y'all would sit up here and watch somebody say the exact same shit I said and be like, "Oh man, that's crazy, man." Iconic. All right.
Sure, is more pragmatic after all.
Возможность вот сегодняшнему этому золотому миллиарду.
I'm not saying this is
Always remember, Player Talk Radio's influence, it spreads across the space faster than y'all think, and a little bit faster since I've been out of the States, you dig? So y'all gonna be all today. What's today? It's 5:03 a.m. on the East Coast, right? All today, right? Y'all gonna be hearing about this interview. And it's shows like this that gets y'all mind right and prepared for all the other information from other people that y'all gonna hear today. Shout outs to my brother in my own lane dropping a huge $10 on the Cash App. I appreciate that. Yes, Sirski. So I want to hear from you guys and open up the panel, because guess what? Other places are going to be doing the same show or something similar, and they're getting all of their information from here and everywhere else. But y'all heard it here first. It's Player Talk Radio. Let's get it. What's going on, Evron? You said Minister Jap is making a song with the clip you used for his remix, Sway God IG. For real? Which one? The song that I just played? The song that I just played, or this? The song that I just played, or this?
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus?
Shout outs to Evron in the building. Shout outs to Fasting dropping the huge $10 on the Cash App. Thank you guys so much for supporting Player Talk Radio. Let's keep the support going. Let's keep the show going. We will open up the panel soon because I want to hear what you guys have to say. Let's get it.
It's bad. It makes it possible for today's golden billion to achieve good success in production, even in science and so on.
I got you, Evron. Yeah, it does.
There's nothing wrong with that.
That's why is streamers and podcasters like myself that makes a lot of things popular. You notice nobody was running around here yelling sprinkle, sprinkle, no matter how popular She-Ra made it. Who made it popular amongst men's space? And the mixtape is still coming out, y'all. I got a song that I got to finish actually recording today. So let's get it.
I'm just saying that we kind of look the same.
What's going on, little Shirley? How you doing? Welcome to the show. Shout out to little Shirley in the building. Let's get it. How you doing?
So do you see the supernatural at work as you look out across what's happening in the world now? Do you see God at work? Do you ever think to yourself, these are forces that are not human?
By the way, happy Friday, everybody. We're going to be doing a double header on today's show. We're going to come back and do another show tonight. So y'all hit the like button, support, and subscribe. Let's get it.
Да нет, я, честно говоря, так не думаю. Я думаю о том, что...
No, to be honest, I don't think so.
развивается вот по своим внутренним...
My opinion is that the development of the world community is in accordance with the inherent laws, and those laws
I'm
are
doing
what
well,
they are.
thank you.
Всегда в истории человечества.
It's always been this way in the history of mankind. Some nations and countries rose, became stronger and more numerous, and then left the international stage, losing the status they had accustomed to. There's probably no need for me to give examples, but we could start with the Genghis Khan and horde conquerors, the Golden Horde, and then end with the Roman Empire. It seems that there has never been anything like the Roman Empire in the history of mankind. Nevertheless, the potential of the barbarians gradually grew, as did their population. In general, the barbarians were getting stronger and begun to develop economically, as we would say today. This eventually led to the collapse of the Roman Empire and the regime imposed by the Romans. However, it took 5 centuries for the Roman Empire to fall apart. The difference with what is happening now is that all the processes of change are happening at a much faster pace than in Roman times.
So when does the AI empire start, do you think?
Меня всё всё в более
You're
сложные
asking
вопросы
increasingly more
погружаете.
complicated questions. To answer them, you need to be an expert in big
Для того,
numbers,
чтобы
big
ответить,
data,
надо быть,
and
конечно,
AI.
специалистом в
Mankind
They're trying to see how much he knows. That's why he's laughing. That's why he's laughing and brushing off the question. And they're trying to see how much he knows.
is currently facing many threats. Due to the genetic researches, it is now possible to create a superhuman, a specialized human being, a genetically engineered athlete, scientist, military man. There are reports that Elon Musk had already had a chip implanted in the human brain in the USA.
Yeah, that's what y'all were talking about. What's it called? Skylink? War Master, are you in the building? What is it called? Is it called Skylink? I think y'all called it Skylink, right? That's what it's called?
What do you think of that?
Ну, Маска, я думаю, что Маска
Well, I think there's no stopping Elon Musk. He will do as he sees fit. Nevertheless, you need to find some common ground with him. Search for ways to persuade him.
Neuralink. Okay, I knew it was one of them. We'll look up Neuralink very soon. Hold on, y'all.
I think he's a smart person. I truly believe he is. So you'll need to reach an agreement with him because this process needs to be formalized and subjected to certain rules.
Того, что будет происходить с ним в связи с развитием вот этих новейших исследований и технологий.
Humanity has to consider what is going to happen due to the newest development in genetics or in AI. One can make an approximate prediction of what will happen.
Угрозу своему существованию от ядерного оружия все начали обладатели ядерного
Once mankind felt an existential threat coming from nuclear weapons, all nuclear nations began to come to terms with one another since they realized the negligent use of nuclear weaponry could drive humanity to extinction.
искусственного интеллекта, либо генетики, либо еще каких-то современных направлений, остановить которые невозможно.
It is impossible to stop research in genetics or AI today, just as it was impossible to stop the use of gunpowder back in the day.
Эти исследования все равно будут. Но когда человечество почувствует угрозу для себя...
But as soon as we realize that the threat comes from unbridled and uncontrolled development of AI, or genetics, or any other field, the time will come to reach an international agreement on how to regulate these things.
I appreciate all the time you've given us. I just got to ask you one last question, and that's about someone who's very famous in the United States, probably not here. Evan Gershkovich, who's the Wall Street Journal reporter. He's 32, and he's been in prison for almost a year. This is a huge story in the United States, and I just want to ask you directly, without getting into the details of it or your version of what happened, if as a sign of your decency, you would be willing to release him to...
Look at how they're trying to... So this is what it was about. And see, this is how behind in the world they are. See, he tried to get him to talk about a bunch of different stuff towards the end of the quote-unquote interview and try to get him comfortable and open up. And then now they're trying to use this as a platform, since he's not talking to Biden, to negotiate the release or talks about the actual release of somebody else. Look at... They're not even slick. Like, it's like, bro, you trying to warm me up so you can actually really negotiate the release of somebody here on television? And this will launch Tucker. I mean, I'm pretty sure this is already launching Tucker into all kinds of stratospheres right now, right? But this will launch Tucker into something different if he can sit up here online and on air and negotiate somebody's release. Let's see what Putin's going to say. I don't think Putin's going to fall for it. Putin's not, obviously, if y'all listen to the man, he's not dumb by the stretch of the imagination. And like you guys have been saying, and I've been thinking the same exact thing, he knows how to actually talk to people. So that's crazy.
To us, and we'll bring him back to the United States.
Мы столько сделали жестов доброй воли.
I took that big ass breath.
We have done so many gestures of goodwill out of decency that I think we have run out of them.
Но
We have never seen anyone reciprocate to us in a similar manner.
что мы
He's looking. Look, this is what y'all need to get from this. He's looking for somebody. He's basically saying that there's a lot old. He feels that they're old. This is basically what he's talking about. He's like, we've been so nice to everybody else. Everybody been calling us the boogeyman and blah blah blah. We are old. Yeah. You smart. Who learned you how to spoke? You learn real good, right? You know, it's one of those countries. It's one of those countries you can't look down on. America looks down on a lot of countries and their intellect. Nah, nigga, this one's smart. And he has a button. He comes with a warhead button. So what I'm saying is, and he's diabolical too. So it's like you know, it's like you got to try to figure him out, or he'll gaslight you into saying there's nothing to figure out. So what I'm telling y'all is, you know what I'm saying? He wants somebody to give him something and put some extras on it. You know, he wants the extras. He wants some extras on it. So he's like, if I do anything for America or anybody at this point, we got to be getting something out of this deal. Y'all need to be putting some type of extras on it, because people keep negotiating with us and we not really getting nothing out of it. And y'all screwed us over. And y'all interfering with something that should have been ours already. So he want payback. These niggas want payback. So it's like, damn.
However, in theory, we can say that we do not rule out that we...
The crazy part about the world is that somebody else's payback, or what somebody else believes that they need or want to have, is not in other people's best interest. You know what I'm saying? It's not in their best interest. And to tell you the truth, if he didn't have that button, I ain't gonna lie, nobody would give a fuck. So I'm not siding with him. I'm just like, okay, I all right. That's I see.
We can do that
исключаем того, что мы можем это
if our
сделать
partners
при
take reciprocal steps.
встречном движении со стороны наших.
When I talk about the partners, I first of all refer to special services.
Представители специальных служб.
Special services are in contact with one another. They are talking about the matter in question.
На то, чтобы не решить это.
There is no taboo to settle this issue.
Готовы решить.
We are willing to solve it.
Есть определенные условия, которые
But there are certain terms being discussed via special services channels.
партнерским каналам между спецслужбами.
I believe an agreement can be reached.
So typically,
Yeah, he do got a bunch of bargaining chips, right?
I mean, this stuff has happened for obviously centuries. One country catches another spy within its borders, it trades it for one of its own intel guys in another country. I think what makes, and it's not my business, but what makes this difference is the guy's obviously not a spy, he's a kid. And maybe he was breaking your law in some way, but he's not a super spy, and everybody knows that. And he's being held hostage in exchange, which is true. With respect, it's true, and everyone knows it's true. So maybe he's in a different category. Maybe it's not fair to ask for, you know, somebody else in exchange for letting him out. Maybe it degrades Russia to do that.
Вы знаете, можно как угодно говорить, что такое шпион, что не шпион.
You know, you can give different interpretations to what constitutes a spy, but there are certain things provided by law. If a person gets secret information and does that in a conspiratorial manner, then this is qualified as espionage. And that is exactly what he was doing. He was receiving classified, confidential information, and he did it covertly. Maybe he did that out of carelessness or his own initiative. Considering the sheer fact this is qualified as espionage, the fact has been proven as he was caught red-handed.
Like, you're talking to somebody that is at war. He's in the war room in his head, and you're telling him to overlook espionage
When he was receiving this information. If it had been some
Some of y'all haven't played Metal Gear Solid, and it shows. Let me stop.
far-fetched excuse, some fabrication, something not proven, it would have been a different story then. But he was caught red-handed when he was secretly getting confidential information. What is it then?
But are you suggesting that he was working for the US government or NATO, or he was just a reporter who was given material he wasn't supposed to have? Those seem like very different things.
Я не знаю, на кого он работал. Но повторяю еще раз.
I don't know who he was working.
Good idea, Star P. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm on it. Good idea.
But I would like to reiterate that getting classified information in secret is called espionage, and he was working for the US Special Services, some other agencies. I don't think he was working for Monaco, as Monaco is hardly interested in getting that information. It is up to special services.
Oh, so he's talking about Snowden. Okay. What's going on, Chaos? No, they're not. They're not talking about Coach Red Pill, man. They're not talking about him. No, they're talking about. He said Coach Red Pill. No, what you call it? The Ukraine got Coach Red Pill. Putin doesn't have Coach Red Pill, bro.
To come to an agreement. Some groundwork has been laid. There are people who, in our view, are not connected with special services. Let me tell you a story about a person serving a sentence in an allied country of the US. That person, due to patriotic sentiments, eliminated a bandit in one of the European capitals. During the events in the Caucasus, do you know what he was doing? I don't want to say that, but I will do it anyway. He was laying our soldiers, taken prisoner, on the road and then drove his car over their heads. What kind of person is that? Can he even be called human? But there was a patriot who eliminated him.
I ain't gonna lie, man, because Putin is a beast himself. He's not no angel, but it's like you got a beast calling somebody else a monster. How much people lost their lives to this guy right here, and he's calling somebody else a monster. Now, I'm not gonna lie, what he just said was horrific. Like somebody laying Russian soldiers' heads on the ground and then running it over with his car. That's ridiculous. That's a crazy way to go too, y'all. But when you're the man, hey,
him in one of the European capitals.
You could be a monster and call somebody else a beast.
Whether he did it of his own volition or not, that is a different question.
Yeah, but Evan Gershkovich didn't do that. I mean, that's a completely different. I mean, this is a 32-year-old like newspaper reporter.
He committed something different. He's not just a journalist. I reiterate, he's a journalist who was secretly getting confidential information. Yes, it is different, but still, I'm talking about other people who are essentially controlled by the US authorities, wherever they are serving a sentence. There is an ongoing dialogue between the special services. This has to be resolved in a calm, responsible, and professional manner. They're keeping in touch, so let them do their work. I do not rule out that the person you refer to, Mr. Gershkovich, may return to his motherland. By the end of the day, it does not make any sense to keep him in prison in Russia. We want the US Special Services to think about how they can contribute to achieving the goals our special services are pursuing. We are ready to talk. Moreover, the talks are underway, and there have been many successful
So he's saying they're ready to negotiate whenever the States is ready to negotiate. Wow.
examples of these talks crowned with success. Probably this is going to be crowned with success as well. but we have to come to an agreement.
I hope you let him out. Mr. President, thank you.
Мне тоже хотелось.
I also want him to return to his homeland at last. I'm absolutely sincere. But let me say once again, the dialogue continues. The more public we render things of this nature, the more difficult it becomes to resolve them. Everything has to be done in calm manner.
I wonder if that's true with the war, though. Also, I mean, I guess I want to ask one more question, which is, and maybe you don't want to say so for strategic reasons, but are you worried that what's happening in Ukraine could lead to something much larger and much more horrible? And how motivated are you just to call the U.S. government and say, let's come to terms?
They want the Ukraine. Like, what the fuck? What part of we want the Ukraine don't y'all get? That they believe that it's owed to them through war. That's why they're at war right now, which is crazy. And my heart goes out to both of them. But why the hell does he have to call the U.S. on anyway?
Послушайте, я же сказал.
I already said that we did not refuse to talk. We're willing to negotiate. It is the Western side, and Ukraine is obviously a satellite state of the US. It is evident. I do not want you to take it as if I'm looking for a strong word or an insult, but we both understand what is happening. The financial support, $72 billion was provided. Germany ranks second, then other European countries come. Dozens of billions of US dollars are going to Ukraine. There's a huge influx of weapons. In this case, you should tell the current Ukrainian leadership to stop and come to a negotiating table, rescind this absurd decree.
So he's telling them to, he's basically trying to, instead of him contacting the US and talking, he's trying to get the Ukraine to basically surrender, but not even surrender, basically get them like you need, y'all need to talk to them. So he's playing the politics, man. Yeah, you can't make it up, man. Yeah, the losing team wants the winning team to call for a truce, right? But see, the thing is, against the Ukraine, he can keep the bluff up, though. But just for how long? That's the thing. He can keep the bluff up, but for how long? So, and maybe for a long time. So, I mean, he's not showing his hand here, which obviously they wanted him to show his hand. But you know,
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
We did not refuse.
Sure, but you already said it. I didn't think you meant it as an insult because you already said correctly, it's been reported that Ukraine was prevented from negotiating a peace settlement by the former British Prime Minister acting on behalf of the Biden administration. So of course they're a satellite. Big countries control small countries. That's not new. And that's why I asked about dealing directly with the Biden administration, which is making these decisions, not President Zelensky of Ukraine.
he's gonna try to use Zelensky to talk to Jesus Christ. Tucker, God damn it. He wants Zelensky to talk to Biden on his behalf. He wants to get the satisfaction of them saying, I surrender. Can y'all work something out? They still want Ukraine though.
Если администрация Зеленского на Украине отказалась от переговоров,
well, if the Zelensky administration in Ukraine refused to negotiate, I assume they did it under the instruction from Washington.
There you go.
Washington believes it to be the wrong decision, let it abandon it. Let it find a delicate excuse so that no one is insulted. Let it come up with a way out. It was not us.
So until then, we're going to keep doing what we're doing until somebody intervenes. He literally told you earlier in the show that it could have been over with a long time ago. So he's telling y'all that maybe y'all like the war, maybe y'all like the suffering, maybe y'all like this, that, and the third. That he's going to keep enforcing it, which is cold-blooded, might I add. but there is some truth to it.
Who made this decision? It was them. So let them go back on it. That is it. However, they made the wrong decision, and now we have to look for a way out of the situation to correct their mistakes. They did it, so let them correct it themselves. We support this.
So I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding what you're saying.
Oh, Jesus Christ, it's black pilled. He's telling y'all whichever way y'all go, they support it. If y'all don't want to come to a decision, he's going to keep doing what he's doing. If y'all do want to come to a decision, he'll sit down and talk. But goddamn, why are people this dumb?
I don't think that I am. I think you're saying you want a negotiated settlement to what's happening in Ukraine.
Right. And we made it. We prepared a huge document in Istanbul that was initialed by the head of the Ukrainian delegation. He affixed his signature to some of the provisions, not to all of it. He put his signature, and then he himself said, "We were ready to sign it, and the war would have been over long ago, 18 months ago. However, Prime Minister Johnson came, talked us out of it, and we missed that chance." Well, you missed it, you made a mistake, let them get back to that, that is all. Why do we have to bother ourselves and correct somebody else's mistakes? I know one can...
He's telling y'all when y'all get y'all... Yeah, this shit is crazy, man. He's telling y'all when y'all get y'all shit together, come holler at him. That's literally what he's saying. He's like, look, when y'all get y'all shit together and figure out and stop bullshitting me and figure out what the hell y'all want to do, then come talk to me. He's using the war tactics from the old world, and that's literally what's going on. And then it's kind of hard too, because with the misinformation and stuff going on nowadays, it's like, is he being straight up or is he bullshit? Because nobody trusts each other. He got an extra pistol in his boot for the U.S. and same thing with the U.S. So. All right.
Say it is our mistake. It was us who intensified the situation and decided to put an end to the war that started in 2014 in Donbass. As I have already said, by means of weapons. Let me get back to furthering history. I already told you this. We were just discussing it. Let us go back to 1991, when we were promised that NATO would not expand. To 2000 and
that's the Cold War. Part of the Cold War. Well, no, that wasn't the Cold War, but that was a little bit after that.
8, when the doors to NATO opened to the declaration of state sovereignty of Ukraine, declaring Ukraine a neutral state. Let us go back to the fact that NATO and US military bases started to appear on the territory of Ukraine, creating threats to us. Let us go back to coup d'etat in Ukraine in 2014. It is pointless though, isn't it? We may go back and forth endlessly, but they stopped negotiations. Is it a mistake? Yes. Correct it. We are ready. What else is needed?
Do you think it's too humiliating at this point for NATO to accept Russian control of what was 2 years ago Ukrainian territory?
I said let them think how to do it with dignity. There are options if there is a will. Up until now, there has been the uproar and screaming about inflicting a strategic defeat on Russia on the battlefield. Now they are apparently coming to realize that it is difficult to achieve, if possible at all. In my opinion, it is impossible by definition. It is never going to happen. It seems to me that now, those who are in power in the West have come to realize this as well. If so, if the realization has set in, they have to think what to do next. We are ready for this dialogue.
Would you be willing to say, congratulations, NATO, you won, and just keep the situation where it is now?
You know, it is a subject matter for the negotiations. No one is willing to conduct, or, to put it more accurately, they are willing, but do not know how to do it. I know they want it. It is not just I see it, but I know they do want it. But they're struggling to understand how to do it. They have driven the situation to the point where we are at. It is not us who have done that. It is our partners, opponents who have done that. Well, now let them think how to reverse the situation. We're not against it. It would be funny if it were not so sad. This endless mobilization in Ukraine, the hysteria, the domestic problems, sooner or later it will result in agreement. You know, this probably sounds strange given the current situation. But the relations between the two peoples will be rebuilt anyway. It will take a lot of time, but they will heal. I'll give you very unusual examples.
It goes back to what I was saying earlier. Yeah, you said it looks like a stalemate. No, it's like what he's saying is that the relationship will be put on the ground anyway, because it's like, okay, are you going to continue to help them, or are you at some point going to grow up and speak to us? Like they're literally just standing firm. So he's basically telling him anywhere. He's basically telling the U.S. anywhere, either way it goes, you know, it's nothing to them. So, and the U.S. gonna have to do this in a tactical way, because the thing is, it's like, don't nobody want to keep saying, oh man, you know, okay, we're working with people that got their best interest, but they're not keeping it up with us. And it's like, okay, well, what are you gonna do? Are you gonna go to war through them with us, or you know, that he's just standing firm. So this is actually pretty nuts if you really think about it. But what he said is true. It's like, okay, well, we're gonna play this rope-a-dope time game, and he's like, okay, well, we'll see where y'all relationship is gonna be in the next couple of months to years. You know, are you gonna keep funding this, or are you gonna let, you know what I'm saying? It's like it's a hostage negotiation. Do you want to be friends with them and break bad with us, or do you want to protect them and literally, yeah, it's weird. I'm not even, you know, and this is why I don't talk about politics on the show, but I made an exception today, but let's go.
There is a combat encounter on the battlefield. Here's a specific example. Ukrainian soldiers got encircled. This is an example from real life. Our soldiers were shouting.
So now when the dude that I told you that I talked to told me that it's a civil war, is that kind of starting to make sense with y'all? Because obviously, if we know this, obviously they know this. So you got some people over there that's like, hey man, you know what? You know, let's just stop this now, because we got loved ones going. But then you got people there that's like, hey, this is ours. This is the Ukraine. This is what we fought for. So this is messy, man. War's not supposed to be nice, man. It is very messy. Especially when you try to, you know, I wouldn't say socialize war, but try to negotiate something. You know, I don't know what the ending of this is gonna be, because it's like they want the Ukraine. They already made a move. It's bad, man.
There is no chance. Surrender yourselves. Come out, and you will be alive. Suddenly, the Ukrainian soldiers were screaming from there in Russian, perfect Russian, saying, "Russians, do not surrender." And all of them perished. They still identify themselves as Russian.
And then that's another thing too, y'all. Look at what happened to Coach Red Pill. So you have Ukrainians, you know, punishing prisoners and people from the inside also. So nobody knows what's going to happen in this at this point, you know. It's war. I mean, it's like, what are you gonna do? You know, they gotta punish them also when they feel they have to punish them. They don't have to, but they feel they have to punish them because it's like, okay, are you gonna defect over? Or are you gonna, you know? So it's horrible.
What is happening is, to a certain extent, an element of a civil war. Everyone in the West thinks that the Russian people have been split by hostilities forever. No, they will be reunited. The unity is still there. Why are the Ukrainian authorities dismantling the Ukrainian Orthodox Church? Because it brings together not only the territory, it brings together our souls. No one will be able to separate the soul. Shall we end here, or is there anything else?
So he stood firm.
No, I think that's great. Thank you, Mr. President.
Tucker should have got more information out of him. He actually towards the end of the interview started talking about what they wanted to talk about. So that's nuts. You know what I'm saying? What are y'all thoughts? Let's get at least 2 more contributors so we can open up this panel. That is ridiculous, man. But he's a man at war. You can't really tell him what to do. I mean, he's in the war room. I'm pretty sure, aside from the BS that America wants him to negotiate, he's doing negotiations all day. So he kind of caught on to what Tucker was trying to do, trying to get him to talk about certain things and see if he can negotiate for, who you guys said to get released, Snowden. Yeah, so Putin is a cold man. He's talking about Russia in third person, and the guy he needs to talk to is right in front of him. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The reason why I'm not siding with Putin now. The reason why I'm saying all of this stuff is to put yourself in his shoes, right? Right. So I mean, it looks like the Cold War Part 2, but some people will say the Cold War never ended. You know, if you talk to the right people, they'll tell you the Cold War never really ended. You know. Right, Anton. So in this case, what happens if the U.S. lose? What do they give them the Ukraine, or? And this is the casualty by proxy. I mean, if you're instigating. Now you've inserted yourself into something that had nothing really to do with you. So if you were to sit down and get all three countries on a 3-way, that would be an interesting conversation, to say the least. If you get all 3 countries on a 3-way, that would be interesting. And then at this point, if they're going to keep it going, when does the Ukraine become a money pit for the U.S.? You said, I think he wants the original USSR restored. Now that's interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't even think about that. Right, right. I was thinking about that too. It doesn't make sense to take back Ukraine. So do you think that he's using the Ukraine as a hostage? Basically, you see now he's dealing with the U.S. hostage. He said the same thing that he said about Ukraine. We're open for negotiation. Just come to us when you get your shit together. We're open to send the dude back. Just come to us when you get your shit together. I think he's doing the same thing with Ukraine. So he's going to be on some, okay, well, we're going to keep doing this until y'all come together and see what we can do. And I guess that's probably, if he negotiates, if they do that right, then will the USSR get back together? That's what I said. He's trying to fix what America did, now trying in the Congo. And like you said too, it's true. I've seen them have made deals with Africa. So yeah, this is some messy stuff, man. I try to stay away from these topics, but when I reopen these topics and get you guys' opinions and stuff on these topics, it just kind of shows how messy it is, you know. But that might go back to what War Master is saying. Maybe economic wise and stuff like that, they're not doing that great, and they got to stand firm on these moves that he's making to really kind of restore certain things. So yeah, I don't know neither. You know what I'm saying? That this is shit. I'm glad I'm not a president or a prime minister or some shit. I'm glad I'm not one of them niggas. Right? Hey, let them think that shit out. Hey, look, let me just go pay my bills. Going about my business. I'm sitting on the sidelines with y'all. That's crazy. What did Spawn said? Spawn said, hold on, y'all. Give me 1 second. I was acting crazy. Hold on, y'all. We're a victim. Yeah, I do need to plug this in. Hold on, y'all. All right. What Spawn say? He said, hell nah, it makes sense to get it back. Don't you want the U.S. base? Hell nah, it makes sense to get it back. Don't you want the U.S. base in Ukraine? Also, how rich they are in resources. That's the thing, too, yeah. The Ukraine got a lot of oil. The Ukraine got a lot of oil, y'all. You know how Americans get about their damn oil, man.
You need to diversify your bonds, nigga.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the 9.
Shout outs to Evron too, man. I went on Instagram and I saw the song. I want to send it to myself so we can play it, but I need to do some stuff in the background. I need to delete some stuff off my computer. That's the fucked up part. Oh, let me see if I can pull it up. Hold on. Damn, my damn phone and laptop about to die. Hold on, y'all. On the Hunter Biden side of the game. Hold on. This thing trying to install Instagram. We don't need you to install Instagram. Up Instagram. Hold on, yo. That shit is acting stupid. It's not pulling it up. Give me one second. I'll figure a way how to get it up. I'm gonna have to get back to the show. What's that, Star P?
You're a victim.
Here we go, CSI.
Y'all hit the like button, support the show. 4 hours and 6 minutes into the madness. I got it right here, but I can't play it. Hold on, y'all. What's going on, Beach? How you doing? I needed to stop over at your channel too, because I didn't notice something. So what's going on with R Cook? What happened? It's like one thing after another. I was like, let me what's his name? R Rook or R Cook? I think I've seen him a couple times. Yeah, I need to clean some junk files, y'all. Yeah, I got a bunch of them. Let me clean it before War Master comes out the cut and says, "See," because he's right. He's right. Yeah, what's going on that side of the tube? It's no better on this side of the tube. I'm pretty sure you already heard some of the BS that's going on this side of the tube. It's just one thing after another. It's just one thing after another, man. Can't shake it on, it's the same 30 people going after each other yearly. All right, let's see if we can bring up this Instagram reel, which for some reason is not coming up. No, actually, let me go check that out right now real quick. Hold on. Because I told people that was one of the best roasts I've ever seen in a minute. Hold on. Hold on, y'all. Shout outs to my girl Beach, channeling her inner baller ex. Hold on. So if I'm gonna give y'all context of what y'all about to hear, Game Changer was on some make me a sandwich. Not a sandwich, a sandwich. He demanded a sandwich. He got one.
and
like it.
vagina.
I don't like it when she try to top from the bottom. I can't stand it. I'd rather you just be
All
an
I
outright
said,
not-
do you know, game changer? But when you red balled his back and see how it went from A to Z, all I said was,
because I don't like.
sounds a little bit,
like
you
bottom
know,
boxers.
you
I
just
can't stand
completely
when they try to
went
top
A
from
to
the
Z.
bottom. I can't stand it. So you're right. It does bother me. It does bother me. And stop pretending. And stop leading young ladies astray. And stop pretending like you don't.
That ain't leading astray just because you say empty vagina and it comes off a little, you know, a little lame.
You need
It's a little, you know.
Every young woman you get say that it's no greater honor in this world than having Game Changer's penis in them. You need to tell them that and stop pretending. And stop pretending like there's like there's something else out there. Like, oh, I don't.
You got anybody else? You got anybody? Okay, well, Game Changer, do you got? We can listen in. I've made three-way calls. I've called on speaker phones before and let people hear my conversation. Do you got a woman, or at least two women you can call right now that can verify that when we answer the phone? She gonna say, I confess to whoever's listening right now that there's no other penis on the world than Game Changer, and I'll put my hand on the Bible. You got anybody you can call to back that up? Because you saying it don't mean shit. I need you to call and prove that shit. All
right, so if y'all don't know, Beach picked up the phone and called his bluff. She picked up the phone and called his bluff. This is actually good premium internet because he will hide this and act like it never happened. But let's go.
Proof. And not just one. And don't try to text her real quick and say this when I call you. Just do it. Just call. You don't need to hold up. Just get your phone. Because I'm sure you got a phone two devices. Call her. Right, and I want to hear at least two.
I'm gonna do that, and then I want you.
No, stop talking right now. Hit dial. See, while you're talking is why you're trying to take off. Don't try to set it up.
Yeah, he trying to stall for some time. All right.
Do it. Come on. Hit the numbers. Hit them digits.
You got him to do it.
That's the point. I'm proving the whole point.
You have no point. You can point your
it's taking you too long to call. We don't hear no phone ringing. I don't hear no phone ringing. Because you're trying to text real quick and say, look, it's what you to say when I call you. No, you're taking too long. You know how quick I can call somebody on the phone? Okay, we're finna see we're gonna see how long it take to call somebody on the phone. Because I know something ain't right. It don't take that long to get somebody. I'm finna just let me see what he's doing. Okay, because you take it too long. Mm-hmm. My shit ringing. See how long it took you to call?
Okay, no,
I'm already calling.
No, let's
no, because you texting. Hey, babe, what's going on? What's up with Big Daddy? What you doing? Oh, you picked up. I was I was thinking about you. What are you doing? I was thinking about you. I was like, I know he's gonna pick up when I call. It'd be folks out here, you know, they can't get folks on the phone and doing all this extra shit. I said, let me call you because I know what the hell they talking about. What are you doing? Working?
Hello?
Can I have some? Yeah. Well,
how are you?
Do you think
Hello, how are you?
I'm pretty good. There's some belligerent bitch in the background. Sorry about that. Hold on. Let me.
Damn. Now you going too far. You went too far.
Hey,
no one is.
How
are you belligerent in the B word?
Hey! I require silence now. I require silence. Thank you very much. How have you been? That's good. That's good to hear. Tell me, do I sexually satisfy you?
Bro, what dude calls up a woman out of nowhere and say, so tell me, do I sexually satisfy you?
I was asking, what do you think of our sex?
Do I sexually satisfy you?
Sexual experience. Hold on. No, this is someone else. Hold on right quick.
Shout outs to RG3. RG3, I've been playing Isaiah Rashad this whole week. RG3 has not showed up until now. Who calls up a woman and says, hello, how are you? Do I sexually satisfy you? Are you Are you satisfied with my penis? Oh my God. Yeah, tell me. Do I say?
Hello?
I'm still, hold on. I got YouTube on. I'm still here. You did not accomplish what I expected. That's a two.
Okay.
The girl was like, "What?"
No, I'm neither actually. I'm at home. Let's go with that. Okay, but let me ask you something. Do you feel, generally speaking, that women are more comfortable submitting?
I don't know.
Well, have you ever been with?
Like, what type of question is that? Do you feel comfortable, generally speaking, that do you feel women are more comfortable with submitting? Submitting to what? You say he's got an album coming 2024. Oh man, I'm scared, man. All right, RG3. If you get it, I'll get it. If you get it, I'll get it. If you get it, I will get it.
With the man that you didn't submit to?
I don't understand what you're trying to say.
No worries, bud. No worries, bud. I'm gonna give you a call back later, okay?
Well, I'm gonna call you back soon, okay? All right, bye. All right. First things first. Things first. Let's back it up.
No.
And the other day, Game Changer tried to talk to y'all about games. So here you go.
You didn't answer the questions.
What questions?
You said you were gonna call, and the women were gonna say you were the best thing that it had ever in the world, and nobody else.
Listen.
Did that happen? Because I didn't hear that.
Listen. I don't care.
So that didn't happen.
Right.
You didn't game changer. Y'all, what? When did I say ask the women to verify? Didn't I say get the women to verify you are the best?
Listen.
You didn't get them to verify that.
That's what you say, woman. Understand this, that
then I had to be a belligerent bitch, and I wasn't being belligerent.
I mean the plurality.
You lost. You said you lost.
Not me. The qualification.
You just lost. All right, chat. We going to the chat. Chat. Game changer, mute yourself. And let's go to the chat. Anybody in the chat feel like he proved what he said he could prove?
What's up, Sister George?
He said that he could prove that he got the best dick on the planet, and a woman would. And I said, call somebody to verify that. Game changer, stop talking over me. You lost, bro.
Not only will you,
but we lost. Man, y'all don't play fair.
Hold on. Let him get it out, and then I'm gonna add to it. Go ahead.
Right.
No, I'm gonna let him get it out. And then, what up, Melody?
All right, go ahead.
You will not only learn to submit to and embrace a proper penis, you will teach others. More importantly, you will teach others. I'm sick of this.
The funny part is that he could have called Melody, because the girl did kind of sound like Melody a little bit, but he could have called Melody and got Melody to fake like that. You know what I'm saying? But the overall thing is that it's a catch-22. Beach knew she had him, because first of all, no dude, whether he got it or not like that, would ever even subject himself to even play that type of game. So the point that I think that Beach was drawing home was that if he even accepts to play this type of game, there's no way he can win that. There was no way he could win calling up some random chick in the middle of the day talking about, do I give you the proper he was lame for even accepting the challenge. Y'all gotta learn how to read between the lines. Okay?
Shit. I'm sick of these chicks trying to pretend like there isn't a virtue in submission. And it's not about my individual penis. It's about keeping your vagina full.
It's not something a dude does.
A proper penis. And you understand it. You must be worthy. You must learn how to properly submit.
Shout outs to Beachy doing the Lord's work, man. Shout outs to Beach in the building. If you ain't subscribed to her channel, man, look, Y'all missing out, man. So I don't know what's going on. So something's going on with our cook, right? I got to figure out what's going on, man. There's always something going on, y'all. Always something going on. You said I would have said fuck that. I don't take instructions. No, the player thing is to not do it at all. But see, he talked himself into a corner. So she's like, "Oh, okay, let's see." You know? Shout outs to Beach. Beach know what she doing. You said calling was the trap. Yeah, man, like come on now. Because it's always easier. It's always easier for a young lady to call up a dude and be like, yo, how was it? Or how was last night? And blah, blah, blah. You know, the dude gonna put some extras on it. It's easy for a guy to do that with a lady too, but like, come on, y'all expect Game Changer to get that type of ovation? Like, come on now. Come on now. So Beach picked up the phone and called his bluff, you know? And this is the guy that's telling y'all that the woman needs to submit to you and make sandwiches and all kinds of shit. Like, come on now. Nigga, what sandwich? A knuckle sandwich? What sandwich? You dig? You know he not getting no damn sandwich on no 47 grain bread. Like, come on now. But that's Game Changer. Some of us, and some of y'all are still subscribed to him. Some of y'all been around. Some of y'all may have heard that or haven't heard it. Shout outs to Beach for the Flashback Friday. Wait until Baller X pick that up. I'm going to tag Baller X in that shit. Shout outs to Beach. Because some of y'all were not around. And shout outs to Aunt T. You dig? Aunt T was around for that. So what I'm telling y'all is like, there's a lot of new people here. There's a lot of new people here, and if y'all, if y'all wasn't around, y'all definitely would be fooled. Y'all definitely would be fooled. You don't sit around and ask for no goddamn submission. That right there, that's a dead mission. So I kind of thank you Beach for actually coming through with that clip, because I kind of there's been so many examples that I've been sharing here to you guys, because I kind of wanted y'all to see what dudes were on before they started screaming passport bros and stuff like that. Y'all have no idea how much dudes and what dudes were doing before they screaming passport bros. And I gotta at some point set up a show with Marco, because before these dudes were screaming passport bros, these were the same dudes that were, and y'all don't hear this term anymore, which is crazy. Dudes were running around here calling people dirty foot. Don't think I forgot. And I'm surprised I didn't say this earlier when I used to get into it with some of these dudes talking about I'm speaking against the passport bros. Dudes are running around here calling broads dirty foot. You know what I'm saying? You say he needs a cream pie sandwich. That's crazy. Dudes are running around here calling people dirty foot and think that we forgot. I did forget for a brief moment of time, though. I like no funny shit. I did forget. But that's not my memory is not up for question. Is dudes running around here now screaming passport bros? They haven't even showed y'all one palm tree. Lied and say they're looking for a wife. If y'all don't get the hell out of here with that bullshit. That's what I told the sisters. I was like, man, sisters, y'all have nothing to worry about. Ain't nobody. I mean, you said I need to learn Spanish pronto. I don't know why. I mean, I know why I took a second language. I took Japanese, but like I don't know why most Americans don't know Spanish at this point. They was pushing Spanish on millennials real heavy. And they were pushing Spanish on Gen Xers. Spanish is literally the second language of America. I mean, obviously y'all not from Spain, but it's a lot different. You know what I'm saying? So that's why when I was like, damn, there ain't no passport bros that y'all can borrow their Rosetta Stone. There's no passport bros that y'all can go speak to that speak fluent Spanish, so y'all can practice. Y'all don't have to go practice with the locals. You know what I'm saying? And best believe if there's a passport bro that speaks Spanish, he's half Spanish. Dudes were running around here calling people dirty foot. They did not want to jump on no plane. It was a foreign thing to them. Passport bros was not a part of the manosphere at that time. Shout out to Broke Genius in the building. Okay. So dudes be running around here lying they ass off for the new people. Okay. Give me 1 second. I gotta go plug this thing in. We didn't even get a chance. We'll just kind of touch on it real quick. I'll just listen to it with y'all. We didn't get a chance to touch on the wrestling, the WWE wrestling thing, because shout outs to Wolf. Wolf was telling me that they're turning The Rock heel. So if y'all don't know, Triple H, he doesn't run the WWE, but he's in charge of it at the moment. And he's actually doing a good job. Like, the company's making a lot of money. He's actually doing a good job. But honestly, and it's crazy to say this in this day and age, with all the stuff that's going on, The Rock, out of all people, they're trying to turn The Rock heel, but The Rock can never really be heel, but he knows how to play the heel character real good. The Rock can actually take over the WWE. The Rock can actually take over the WWE at this point. All right. So give me 1 second. Let me pull this up. Y'all hit the like button, support today's show. Good morning, everybody. Hit the like button, support today's show. It's Player Talk Radio. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. 427 minutes. I said 427 minutes. 4 hours and 27 minutes into the madness. It's 10 past 6 a.m. on the East Coast. You also hit the like button, support shows, Player Talk. Let's get it. Let's go.
This is really, really, really fucking bad. Who believes somebody would love to do that? Beat me, whip me, call me dirty names, and have multiple people beat the shit out of me.
Shout outs to Beach. Thank you, love. There is none. There is none. I don't see these dudes out here filming movies. I don't, and it's all focused on the women. But the thing is, Beach, I don't know if you've seen the show. If you wanna laugh, right? There's this guy that I share on the show all the time. His name is Travel Time with Paul. Subscribe to his channel and just play one of it. You are going to bust out laughing. Like, I'm talking about, you are going to, one of them laughs. You ever had one of them good laughs where you grab your stomach? It's one of them channels. You are going to bust out laughing. It's funny as hell. All right. Some of the stuff dudes are going through. And it's common sense. So I look at some of the stuff that the dudes are going through overseas. And this is why I keep telling them they need to have the game and go get the book. I just recently joined Austin Holloman's Discord, and I'm about to share that book in there every day. Right? So the day one high school, they're going through, like, that's why I keep telling y'all dudes, like, y'all it's a crash course. It ain't high school. Like, I keep telling y'all, yeah, Vince is still in the attitude era. But I keep telling y'all that y'all have problems with women, and it stems back to from high school. There's nothing wrong with having problems with women that stem back from high school, but you need to learn as an adult now what you didn't learn in high school, and you're learning with more advanced adults now. Okay? When God made the women in your high school and the niggas in your high school, and he made you, he didn't stop there. He didn't stop there. Okay? He did not stop there. He didn't stop making the broad that broke your heart. When he made the broad that broke your heart, he didn't stop there. So there's things y'all got to learn. Unfortunately, trying to learn some high school shit in your adult, especially well into your adult well into your adulthood, you're going to be trying to put the tube back into the toothpaste. So I don't know what to tell. I don't know what to tell you. Shout outs to Tony. Okay, there it goes, Beach. And Tony shared it. Shout outs to Tony. What's going on, Tony? Yeah, Vince is still stuck in the attitude era. All right, let me play this. My shit on 1%. All right, give me 1 second, y'all.
How in the hell he's not prosecuted for this is beyond me. Somebody's got to look into prosecuting Vince McMahon. This is just all about sheer domination, sheer control, sheer cruelty for the sake of cruelty. McMahon's going to get literally handed to him, and this to you is graphic and is disgusting.
Bruce Rivers, he's the criminal lawyer. Who is Bruce Rivers? He's the criminal lawyer. Who is he? To all the self-snitching.
Board certified criminal defense lawyer. And today we're talking about Vince McMahon and the lawsuit. But before we get to that, I'm not going to joke around in this episode because it's really a serious topic. And we're just going to tell you it's brought to you by eforms.com. Eforms.com is a very effective way to avoid lawyers like me. If you want a power of attorney, if you want any kind of document that a lawyer would normally draft, something legally enforceable, whether it be a bill of sale, a rental agreement, business agreement, power of attorney, any kind of legal document, go to eforms.com and you download the form. It's legally enforceable and you got both parties to sign it. You're good to go. And you can use e-sign with that document too. So you download the document, you have it e-signed, and you've got it all together. And it's a great way to avoid guys like me and save some money and have yourself legally protected. Okay, this Janelle Grant has now filed a lawsuit against Vince McMahon. I wish I had this case, to be honest with you. I totally wish I had the civil side of this case. I cannot believe that he's not charged with something here yet, criminally. I mean, if the U.S. attorney's not looking into this, there's something really, really wrong. So she's got, 10 counts, 8 or 9, 10 counts, something like that. The complaint is, 67 pages. It's filed in federal court. Miss Grant came to the WWE and met Vince McMahon at a point in her life where she was down and out. She needed a mentor. She needed a leg up. She needed help. And guess what Vince McMahon did as a result of that? He took her in, promised her all kinds of things, and then used and abused and abused and abused and abused and trafficked her. Trafficked her to friends, to other wrestlers, to all kinds of other people. And
see, but that's what she says. Okay. And listen, I know I'm not gonna be on some Kuda's taking the side of men. But that's what she says. Do y'all not know, right? Women do go through a lot when they want to become a part of certain businesses, right? But in reality, y'all, I'm gonna just keep it 100 with you. There's a bunch of hoes out there that is built for this shit that he's talking about. There's hoes out here that's built for the Epsteins and the Weinsteins and anything with Steens behind it, Frankenstein. There's hoes out here that is built for match. Listen, Tony, I am so glad you asked that question. That is a good fucking question right there. Matchmaking is a form of trafficking. Absolutely. The only thing that's in between that is quote unquote, and I'm doing air quotes, consent. That's the only thing that's in between that. No, but listen, there are hoes out here that's literally built for this type of model. Really, I'm being dead serious. There's hoes out here that knows that's what they're going to do. For example, I hate to say it like this, but time after time tells, right? Look at OnlyFans. Do you think women would rather deal with what it takes to run an OnlyFans or deal with Vince McMahon? Yeah, they volunteer to go through it. Yes. Yes. They volunteer to go through it. You know what I'm saying? People would rather deal with Vince McMahon than OnlyFans. And hate to say it, it's some shit that they were going to do anyway. Like even women takes on a pimp mentality and say, girl, you were going to do that shit anyway. And if she doesn't take it on, guess what? Her girlfriend is probably doing it or into it is going to tell her that anyway. You know? Now, I'm not going to excuse Vince McMahon and some of the stuff that he's doing because we actually listening to this at the same time. I heard about some of the stuff. I didn't see the text messages and all this other stuff. I know Vince ended up becoming that character. You know, I mean, the Vince is warped. You know, I've seen some of the scripts and some of the things he tried to pitch to the writers in the WWE. At one point, did y'all know Patrice O'Neal wrote for the WWE? So there's a lot of things that goes on with characters and script writing and in the past and all this other stuff. So, you know, this is some dirty work, you know. But I'm gonna tell you some real shit. There's women that's built for this type of shit and will take it to the next level. Furthermore, too, y'all are seeing these fake people in the manosphere now talking about some predator, man. To throw that shit under a rug. That ain't about nothing. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. If you think about it and you start looking at some of the women that are involved, like the older women, like his wife, if you think about it, Linda McMahon could be a madame. Follow me where I'm going. I done gave y'all so much game on these shows. Listen to what I'm telling y'all. Linda McMahon could very well be a madame. Okay, y'all hit the like button. Support the second half of the show. We going into the second and third half of the show. Okay, y'all hit the like button. Good morning, everybody. Linda McMahon could be a madame. This is why when Cassie came out against Diddy, I'm like, nah, you've been rolling with this dude for a long time. You're probably a madame. You know what I'm saying? Linda McMahon could be a madame. R. Kelly's wife, she's a madame. What's that other woman? Maxine Gilsane or whatever. She's a madame. Oprah been feeding bitches to Weinstein, bro. To Harvey Weinstein. Oprah. You know, the one that got the schools and stuff like she madame. They're madams. Girl, if you want your shot, go in the room with him. Madame. They're my goddams, y'all. There's a thin line with all the stuff that you're asking, Tony, and that's very true. Matchmaking is trafficking. What Kendra G is doing, that's a form of trafficking. You said, so taking a woman on vacation trip to Trinidad, that can be considered trafficking if she, quote unquote, says she didn't want to be there. You know? Yeah, they can run that up. They can see whatever clause they can run. That, and honestly, it's between them and their lawyer to see what banner they're going to sue under. Okay, you said all the broads are on some transactional shit. Yeah, that's what kind of muddies the water because everything is transactional nowadays. See, if you got it's harder to prove a transaction, a consensual transaction. But if you got certain people to say, hey, this is my boyfriend, hey, this is my husband, hey, this is blah blah blah, hey, this is such and such. You understand what I'm saying? Then it's like, okay, well, that's her boyfriend, that's her such and such. You know. There's a title onto it. So there's reasons behind these titles, y'all. Fiance and all this other stuff. You did? Yeah, if you order an Uber, they're going to have to go find the Uber driver and include him in the case too. Did you pick up such and such on the day of such and such and the ride cost this much and the duration was this much? You said Linda don't even mess with Vince no more. She Trump gang. Yeah, I kind of seen that she got tired of certain stuff, but she knew what was going on, and she's been around different eras of divas. Madame, y'all. My goddamn.
When I'm gonna just tell you right now, the shit that I'm gonna read to you is graphic and is disgusting. disgusting.
Right, bro.
You know, I'm all for being a little kinky. You know, I mean, you can do this or that. Role play. You can be a little crazy in your sex life as long as the other person's crazy with you. I mean, but it seems to me every time I see something go a little bit one way, it goes a lot that way, and people off the deep end, and it's not enough. That's not enough, and so new things, and all turns. The thing about this case is that, you know, remember when I was telling you about digital footprint and self-stitching and all that kind of stuff? There's all kinds of text messages from Vince McMahon, from his device, telling her what to do and how to.
Well, see, this is the thing. It's kind of sketchy now. Back in the day, for the most part, broads did want the title. But now you have a lot of women that are used to the transaction. You have a lot of women that's used to the transaction. And broads can play with the title. But this is the thing. Nowadays, as men, you got to figure out how to be protected under the title and don't just give the title to anybody, which in actuality, you should have been doing that in the first place. Like, men shouldn't be giving out frivolous titles. If you listen to women and certain things that they want from you, even women will tell you don't be giving out frivolous titles. So they try to make sure it's something before, you understand what I'm saying, before anything goes forward. But now y'all starting to see this more and more often with these new cases coming, you know? And then what's going to happen is, like, this is like a revamp of the Me Too case. This is a revamp of the Me Too movement. But now we're in different territory where it's like, okay, do you call it Me Too or do you call it straight up it's this? Because the only reason why this woman, she was okay with it, and nobody says this or puts this into right. No chance. That's what you got. Oh, she got a billion chances. Wanna get some machine too strong? You stupid as hell, Vader. Now that shit stuck in my head now. No chance. Come on. No chance at all. Hold on, y'all. Hold on. But now going forward now, they got to rebrand the Me Too movement, okay? But Shorty, look, they had a deal for $3 million. He gave her $1 million, and I guess he reneged on the $3 million. Like, he didn't give her the other $2 million. So now she just going for the gusto. I wonder how much she's suing him for, because she backed out on that non-disclosure agreement. But I guess he breached the terms first. So she got all the chances in the world, y'all. She's just gonna throw something to the wall and see if it sticks.
Do it, and how she doesn't really have an option but to do it. And here's the other thing. He's her employer.
Right, Tony.
So another thing you need to look at when you look at these kinds of cases is the power differential.
Yeah, the power differential in the business thing, but y'all got to keep it 100. I don't know this girl, but y'all might say, oh, he's her employee, but well, technically, if you're on payroll, whether you go outside and people know you or not, you kind of on payroll. I think the same thing with Diddy also. Cassie will technically be on Diddy's payroll. Oh, this is messy.
And that happens in these sex cases all the time. And it's 99.999% of the time, it's men using their power against somebody who's got no power and threatening them either with.
Now, this is the thing, because as a lawyer, he's supposed to say this, but nah, man. And I ain't gonna lie, I like Bruce Rivers. Fair use. I like Bruce Rivers, but he is biased. he is pretty biased. He said, how I owe a broad if we had sex. Look, he tried to say that she had no power. No, she had power. She had the power to say no. She had the power to do this. She had the power to do that. She had the power to get a non-disclosure agreement for $3 million out of him and got that $1 million and got mad when she didn't, you know what I'm saying? Didn't get the other $2 million. So she got power. Okay. Let me tell y'all something. I keep telling y'all hit the like button and support the show. Okay. Who's the only one that's been telling y'all this for the longest time, especially on Player Talk Radio? Okay. A good lawyer knows the law. A good lawyer, y'all, knows the law. A good fucking lawyer knows the law, y'all. But a great lawyer knows the judge. Hello. A good lawyer knows the law, but a great lawyer knows the judge, okay? You cannot tell me this motherfucker don't have no goddamn power when she got the power of attorney. You can't tell me she does not have no power when she has the power of attorney. So again, a good lawyer knows the law, but a great lawyer knows the judge.
Being destitute financially or ruining their reputation or suing them or, you know, that kind of dragging them through the mud. Now, we saw what happened with E. Jean Carroll, right? She sued Trump. And that was just for fucking defamation. That wasn't for the underlying conduct. She's just about him defaming her. Now, in this particular event, you know, this particular lawsuit, statute of limitations hasn't run on the conduct because we're talking as late as 2022. Let's sort of get into it. Let's start from the back end of things. Towards the end of the complaint, there's basically three parties that are sued. So there's three parties here. You got Vince McMahon, he's being sued. You've got John Laurinaitis, and he is a former wrestler and also an executive there at WWE. And then you got the WWE as an organization itself. Now, those are three pretty deep pockets. You know, McMahon supposedly is a billionaire. One of the comments or one of the paragraphs, and I think this encapsulated, McMahon's conduct was malicious in nature in that he sought to degrade, humiliate, objectify plaintiff for his own gratification throughout her employment with WWE. The theory is that WWE is vicariously liable for the conduct of McMahon because it was within the corporation. It was in the context of employment. So let's kind of get into what the claims are. We're going to start from the back. So there's an intentional infliction of emotional distress against both McMahon and WWE. That's count 8. Count 7, civil battery against Johnny Laurinaitis and WWE. Then you got count 6, civil battery against McMahon and WWE. And then you've got count 5, negligence against WWE for negligent supervision and protection of its employees. And then you've got count 4, participating in a venture in violation of TVPA, that's Sex Trafficking Act, 18 U.S.C. 1591, against WWE. And then you've got count 3 is another sex trafficking allegation against McMahon and Laurinaitis. And then you've got count 2. Basically, counts 1 and 2 are declaratory relief. In other words, invalidating the NDA that McMahon tried to have or coerced her into signing. But let's kind of get into what the allegations are. So McMahon started his relationship with Miss Grant on an altruistic note. And then as time went on, he started pushing the boundaries more and more and more to the point where all of a sudden he's naked in front of her and demands sex. And what he would do is he would farm her out to other men. And he loved it. He loved it. And it was multiple sex partners. And not just that. He loved the more degrading it was, the more McMahon liked it. McMahon invites her over, tells her he had a scar on his knee. He draws a line up his leg and tries to tell her, you know, you can't let scars of the past affect you. So in other words, trying to relate to her. So he invites her to his condo on a bunch of times, assuring her that he would find the right position.
I'm not gonna lie, man, and this shit makes me sound bad, but we can go through what he's done, but knowing women, what did she do? You understand what I'm saying? What did she do? She did something too. That it makes no sense. I mean, obviously McMahon is a beast. Okay, I get it. McMahon is a beast. Like, you gotta write scripts. You get off on certain things. You know what I'm saying? You teed out. Like, you turned out, bro. You somebody of the stature of Vince McMahon you're turned out. You're teed out. You're twisted like a mango mystic, bro. You okay? We get it. God damn. Regular humans now, like we were talking about this when we were talking about the porn stars, right? And people in the industry. Ass eating right now is fucking standard. And it's crazy. Because who does that? Now, I can ask that question, and apparently a bunch of bitches do that. So she didn't do nothing? You're in WWE headquarters. You've been messing around with wrestlers and all kinds of. She didn't do nothing? She didn't do nothing? She was just some unsuspecting duck that was there, and Vince McMahon just came out of nowhere and just had her do all of this disgusting stuff. She didn't do nothing. She wasn't down for nothing. She didn't tell him, I'll do anything. Anything. She didn't make no proclamations neither. She was signing papers and all kinds of stuff. She didn't do nothing. I would love that series, Tony. Yeah, you said satanic rituals. They're all Satanists. It wouldn't surprise me. All right, y'all hit the like button, support the show at $PTV888. That's $PTV888. That is $PTV888. Thank you, Beach. That's $PTV888. She didn't do nothing. I don't like how people think that dudes. You know how, like, you take a rock and you throw it into a pack of dogs, and then the hit dog holler. Like, you just undiscriminately just throw a rock. Yeah, you can't even. This is why I'm telling y'all that y'all keep listening to the manosphere with that stupid shit. You need to have some game, because you sit up here and you acquire all this money that they tell you to go get. You go blow it on some women, and shit like this start to happen. Fucking as an average man or some shit that gets all the, you know, that you know what I'm saying, that be yeah, they be going. As an average man that get all of this stuff, that can get all of this stuff done, you're better off being average than a nigga with money. You think if he didn't have money, do you think that she would have sued him like this? I don't think so. I don't think she would have sued him like this. So what I'm telling y'all is, like, it's like, why are we acting like free will? You know what I'm saying? Like really, she got trafficked into this, really? And everything was not good until he did pay her. Wow. And I'm gonna tell you the truth too, which y'all don't get to see, because this is only what y'all get to hear. You know what could have happened? Because I've always thought about this too. Just for her, yeah, and she looked innocent as hell too. That's the crazy part. Just for her, right? Her alone. Because you're only hearing her side of the story. It makes no sense for to talk about other people and whatever is going on. Like, in these cases, dudes get taken advantage of, whether they're right or wrong. Dudes get taken advantage of because it's the business for real that they're trying to protect. They're trying to protect the business for real. So what happens is, anyhow somebody has an allegation against somebody, they just write them a check and correct it. There is no explanation. There is no take trial. It's like, listen, we got a whole business running. We don't need this. Write her a check. Cash her out. Just cash her out. It don't matter. She could have did this, that, and cash her out. So people know that. You know? Yeah, Vince did wiggle out of this before, but it's a little bit different this time around because he was like making some type of business moves and stuff like that. And he was just like the chairman of like a joint venture and all this other stuff. So this came at the right time or at the wrong time. Or one could say, Vader, that it was carefully planned. I think it was carefully planned, bro. But listen to what I'm about to say, y'all. What I suspect happened was that he kind of didn't pay her, or I don't even know if she even went through measures to try to get her money back through him, because she could still stick around or whatever and still try to get her money back through him or whatever, which is kind of extortion. This is another form of extortion though, but I think there was a new girl. Stuff like this usually happens. I want y'all to pay attention. Stuff like this usually happens when there's a new it girl. She probably wasn't the it girl anymore. I think there was a new it girl. She got jealous and wasn't paid still, and that's when she pulled the trigger. So Vince McMahon can't even go live and say, hey, nah, man, she tripping. There's a new it girl she don't like and blah, blah, blah. Nah. Now you got to pay. And a lot of people, they don't like Vince McMahon, so now he got to pay. Shout outs to Tony Anthems dropping the huge $5 on the Cash App. Make sure you guys hit the link and sign up to his new channel, The Production University. Make sure you guys hit the link and sign up to Production University. Okay? As well as subscribe to Beach's channel. Okay, you guys have wrenches. You guys can hit the blue mark on their name and press go to channel and head over there and hit the bell button and turn the notifications on. I wouldn't send you guys to a dead channel, but let's get it. Let's go.
For her at WWE, she's probably not qualified to do anything in WWE because she doesn't have the background. But Miss Graham, she would bring jobs descriptions that she found online to review with him. McMahon would meet her and they just start talking about her qualities, flattering her.
Yeah, Taker not saying nothing neither. And a couple of people that's been jumping on podcasts. You know whose podcast I've been following lately too, and I wondered about him. Maven. Maven got a podcast, which is pretty good. Maven got a podcast that's actually awesome. So Kurt Angle didn't say nothing, but I heard Brock Lesnar, he's wrapped up into this too, which is crazy. But let's go.
They're saying she has goodness, vivacious, childlike innocence, vulnerable. All these things have made her an easy target, basically. So when he's doing this, he's grooming her, making her feel good.
Like, look at this guy. It's just one-sided. He's grooming her. Really? Really? Just think about what I'm about to tell y'all nowadays. Look at how women get down. Certain women get down nowadays. Even a generation of yesteryear don't get down how women get down these days, man. Ass eating and shit. Do you need to groom somebody? Is grooming really necessary after 2020? Groom someone to do what? Everybody has a phone in their hand. Grooming, the internet grooms people. The internet is grooming. The internet will groom you faster than any disgusting dude would. Grooming? He's grooming her. Nigga, that's a grown-ass woman with a phone in her hand. Grooming.
Good, making her feel wanted, needed. This is an opportunity. This is my savior. Paragraph 66, he says, McMahon also started initiating long physical embraces with Miss Grant, repeatedly telling her that he trusted her, that he could find himself around her, and that how he'd open up his home to her. You get the gist. And this is pretty typical of sex offenders. It doesn't come out all at once. And this is also key. In paragraph 68, McMahon also told Miss Grant that he would never forget how helpless she looked.
You're hanging with the boss man. So with status, I guess status, money, and whatever, I'm telling you, like, people be willing. The fact that you're standing beside the owner of the company is something completely different, y'all. And honestly, I don't even know why people move this way when you have money, status, and power and stuff like that. Obviously, I mean, I do know psychologically some people would like to get off on it, but why are you working for the power in other people that you already have? Why are you working for the power in other people that you already have? She knows that she's hanging out with the boss man. She knows that he's married. She knows that it's wrong, and she still decided to do it anyway.
When they first met, that he wanted to wrap his arms around her and assured her that everything is going to be okay, and that Miss Grant's problems were in the past. And McMahon told Miss Grant that he viewed her as a true friend. That is just absolutely the kind of behavior you expect from somebody who is grooming. You know, that's grooming behavior. Get him to trust you. One of the first encounters, he leans over to Miss Grant and asks her to kiss him. And she paused. McMahon gave her a kiss on the cheek, and then she sighed, "That's not what I meant." McMahon walked off to his bedroom and said he wanted Miss Grant. She swiftly rejected his advances and tried to reason with him that he was putting her in a bad position. So right off the bat, she's rejecting him. But it isn't until she becomes completely dependent upon this job, upon her position with WWE, that things go really, really south. All the while,
No, because I do understand, like when people have money and power and fame, to a certain degree, it's not what they think it is when they acquire it, so it's not enough. So they you know, psychologically they do act out in a certain type of way. Like, for example, you can see it in wealthy people's children. You'll have a kid that has been given things to him literally his whole life. So he'll go somewhere and literally he would want something attached to it. Like, okay, well, I know I can always afford this, but let me see if I can steal it. No, or the people that are here servicing me, let me see if I can get the same thing, but at the expense of like treating them like this, or treating them like that. So you have people that do have money that engage into that type of stuff, you know, 100%. So you said whatever happened to going home and talking to your wife up top. Yeah. I don't even know. I mean, Linda, I just look at Linda and Vince, and it's funny, just like over the years watching both of them, they don't mix. But that doesn't mean that they don't have anything together business wise. But you know, there are some rich, evil people. I mean, it comes with money. I mean, money, power, and all this stuff can corrupt people. You know, but I don't know, y'all.
there's the dangling of employment. You know, she's not working there yet, right? This is in paragraph 82 of the complaint. McMahon invited Miss Grant to his condo and again asked her to lay in bed with him before informing her that he had ordered WWE corporate officer number 4, whoever that is, to offer her the job, even though the job description hadn't been firmed up yet in high-level summary. While incredibly excited to finally receive a long-awaited employment and financial security, Miss Grant expressed to McMahon that there seemed to be a conflict between his doing this and his warning to Miss Grant that no one could know about their closeness. He appeared amused by replying, "It's my company." So they offer her a job in 2019 of 75 grand. On May 18th of 2019, that's when they have their first sexual encounter. And he dangled this employment over her head, and she didn't feel like she could say no. So what does he do? He goes down on her. He performs oral sex on her. And he says to her, "That's what I've been waiting for." And here's the other thing. She asks, "Okay, well, you got to use a rubber. You got to use, protection." And he just says, "It's okay because I'm clean." Who's going to believe that? Especially somebody like this. She can't look at him. She's numb as hell. And he rolls over and just says, "Jack him off." That's what he says. She's disturbed by this. She doesn't consider it consensual. The statute calls for force, fraud, or coercion. If you're dangling something over somebody's head, fuck me or you're going to lose your job. That's coercion. One of the things is that
Y'all are crazy. Vader said I wouldn't clap Linda either. Y'all hit the Cash App, man. Support the show. He said wrestling is fake. So is also that marriage. Laugh out loud. 2 men married to each other. Star P said how they get all this information. I guess there were some text messages, y'all. But Bruce Rivers, he is a criminal lawyer, but he's speaking as if he's her lawyer. How did he know she felt that way? How do y'all know this?
The complaint alleges is that while she, that summer after she was hired, she's just being constantly monitored by McMahon and by McMahon's associates, anybody that was around. And then he starts demanding sexually explicit photos of her over and over and over again. And she says she felt compelled to comply because she'd lose her job otherwise. And she was reassured that the photos she was providing were just to remain private and were part of their secret world. McMahon started calling her his bitch.
See, she's running the narrative too much. But the thing is that you can't hear from the man's side because obviously it shouldn't have been happening anyway. So there's no way that Vince can look good in this case. I mean, not that somebody's trying to make him look good, but even if you're trying to keep it real, it's horrible.
And started demeaning her. And it's this systematic taking her down. Somewhere later in the complaint, he says, I want to take you down so low that you want to be asked to be sold, indicating she's like a slave. All McMahon saw here was his sick desires fulfilled by his slave. And that's really what the sex trafficking statute is really designed to protect against. McMahon was most aggressive when using certain sex toys named after WWE wrestlers and performers. He named this toy so that the color of the toy matched the race of the wrestler. For example, the black dildo would be named after an African-American wrestler, while the white dildo would be named after a Caucasian wrestler. I mean, who the fuck does that? And
y'all didn't see my thumbnail for the original show where I was supposed to talk to this? Y'all didn't see the thumbnail? Go check out my thumbnail, y'all. Oh, y'all get a real good laugh. Go check out the thumbnail.
Just demonizing to fulfill his stupid little fantasies. Hey, just a shout out to our sponsor, Step One Underpants.
Boy, he about to sell y'all some drawers in the middle of talking about this.
The corner, get a bunch of pair for you. We didn't pay all of it. He's such an idiot. These guys are so dumb because.
All right, baby girl, you ready for the rock? I mean, the cock. Bone cold Steve Austin. Bone cold Steve Austin. You said, nah, your thumbnail was offensive. Oh yeah, they took it. Bone cold Steve Austin. I hope you know who the Big Show is.
If you just make good on the contract, she probably wouldn't have come forward. If she wanted health care paid for because they fucking ruined her body. Ruined her fucking body. Made her lead, did all kinds of really nasty things. We're going to get into a little bit of that later. But he wouldn't have this lawsuit.
So you even have the lawyer saying that if he would have just paid, they wouldn't have this lawsuit. So that just makes it go away, huh? Just pay her like you were supposed to. You wouldn't have this lawsuit. So you wouldn't be a monster if you just paid. Crazy how the world works. And people really think that people have their self-interest. I'm not gonna lie, money rules all. Money rules all. So,
but now that it's not only out in the open, but guess what? The substantive nature and the brutal nature of this lawsuit. You thought the punitive damages in Donald Trump's case were a lot? 65 million in punities? Not going to be anything compared to what you're going to see here. When we get to paragraph 133, paragraph G of the complaint, McMahon recruits other men and forces Miss Grant into sex trafficking. In May of 2020, so a year after she's hired, he recruited an individual who he manipulatively referred
Oh, you mean other men that she could have said no to? Okay.
To as his friend to engage in a threesome with McMahon and Miss Grant. The friend turned out to be McMahon's physical therapist at Alternative Clinic and is referred to herein as a physical therapist. You know, people like to do that kind of thing. Not me. I'm more the sweet and sweaty type. I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get what you get out of that. But anyway, it is what it is. But it's fine if all parties are agreeing.
Yo, why are we like this? I don't want to make fun of this, but Vader is pushing me to an area where I'm gonna have to say something, man. You got the Stone Cold Steve Austin one. You got the Rock. I mean the Cock one. Then you got he said the D'Lo Brown good. The D'Lo Brown Dill is gonna have her shaking her head like D'Lo. Never mind.
But to induce Miss Grant's participation in the threesome, McMahon
I can't say too much, y'all. I'm holding back.
And to refer to Miss Grant as his girlfriend and sent her large bouquet of flowers.
Y'all know how D'Lo Brown shakes his head. There's a funny part of the joke in there.
Lover boy syndrome, right? Nevertheless, on May 8th, Miss Grant expressed apprehension about being in the threesome. He insisted the plans were already made and suggested he would lose a friendship if she didn't go through with it. Ladies, don't ever let a guy convince you of bullshit like that. On the day of the threesome, May 9th, 2020, Miss Grant showed up to the condo, but reiterated that she did not want to go through with the act. She expressed fear of being thrown around like a rag doll by McMahon and physical therapist. Now, keep in mind, McMahon's a big guy. After Miss Grant clearly stated she wanted to back out, McMahon responded by telling Miss Grant for the first time that he loved her. Stunning.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. What's going on? They took Brock Lesnar off. Vader said, I need to go to sleep. Oh no, we didn't make the Vader dildo joke yet. Wait until you see the Bam Bam Bigelow one and the Big Show one. One of them joints named Brock Lesnar. She got F5'd onto it. All right, let me go.
Her into silence. I love you. Oh, I fucking love you. Led her down the stairs to the bedroom where the physical therapist was and already waiting to begin the threesome. Early in the encounter, McMahon immediately directed Miss Grant to lay.
It hit different when you show up to somebody's house and say you don't want to do something. Why you show up to their house then? You could have texted that. You could have voicemailed it, voice message sent it. Why would you show up to somebody's house and you didn't want to do something?
Lay down on her back in a supplicating position.
What's going on, Insane One?
Position, whatever that means. While straddling over her, McMahon defecated on her head. He left to shower up, but he instructed Miss Grant to remain in place with excrement in her hair and continue to perform for his friend. While Miss Grant requested protection, none was offered. McMahon and the physical therapist actively.
I don't know. I don't think Vince McMahon will be the. He said the Dudley Legion of. Have you heard of the Dudley Boys? All right. We gotta stop. It's not no laughing matter. You gotta be serious now. Okay, we gotta stop. All right. This is not a laughing matter. Okay. All right. So. Somebody can say anything now because nobody was there. You know, y'all really think Vince McMahon be throwing up on bitches? Y'all really be thinking Vince McMahon be throwing up on bitches? I mean, I don't put it past him. I'm just saying, do you think he'd be doing that? Because I mean, now, yeah, I'll get to the chopper at some point. At some point, I'm gonna get to the chopper. All right. What I'm saying is, yeah. And then what happened to that list of 200 people that went to Epstein Island? Where'd that list go? Well, why are they throwing that list under the bus? But anyway, Vince, I mean, he doesn't strike me as the guy to do this. Some of this stuff. Don't get me wrong. I'm pretty sure he's disgusting. But throwing up on a bitch, I don't know about that, bro. stomach acid when it gets into the eyeballs and stuff like that. That's no joke, bro. That is no joke. But anyway, and let me tell y'all something. You know what women you can do that to versus what women you can't do that to, no matter how freaky they are, no matter how much respect you have for them or they have for themselves or whatever. This chick, these new chicks, bro, these new chicks are they, bro, they are built for their generation, bro. I'm telling y'all right now, y'all dudes be running around here talking about sex all fucking day and what the hell y'all want to do in the manosphere and all this other shit. I'm going to tell you right now, 8 times out of 10, a woman will turn a man out before a man even thinks about turning a woman out. And let me tell you something. It only takes one woman to really be turned out like that before she goes around with like 40, 50 other dudes and turn their asses out. So it only took a girl to mess with one freaked out dude to roll around and just be a fucking menace. So women are turning out dudes at an astronomical rate than I would say a dude would turn out a woman, because a woman can only a dude can only do whatever he. Anyway, this is some disgusting shit. They are next level, bro. Dude, women eat man butt. And the funny part of it goes right back to this Leonard Washington piece. Did you know white people don't use no soap? Putting the soap in all they butt in this. I'm gonna have to go get that clip. I'm gonna have to go get that clip, y'all. You know they don't use no washcloth. You know we should wash. He said from time to time, you know what? We should wash. Hey, let me go on mute. I'm gonna go on mute for like 10 minutes. I'm gonna time myself out. In the time that I time myself out, please, y'all, support the show. I'm timing myself out for 10 minutes. All right, I'm gonna let this play because we should all wash.
Continued with threesome and directed Miss Grant's sexual performance for an hour or an hour and a half while he was left covered in feces. Who the fuck is that? I love you. I love you so much. I want to shit on you. I mean, come on. Honestly, he says in a text message, and this is why I would love this lawsuit, because she's got all the text messages. And notice she's got all the.
Okay, I lied. I unbanned myself for 2 seconds. Okay, what about the people in Dubai though? You don't know if she went to Dubai before. You don't know if she went to Dubai before. What's going on, Debo? You don't know if she went to Dubai before. Wouldn't that change the dynamic? If you know what goes on in Dubai and you realize you're dealing with a woman from Dubai, well, you're like, oh shit, it's the green light to do anything. Shit. Oh, well, okay. This ain't nothing you ain't used to. That's if you into that type of shit. Why don't y'all check her passport? Has she been to Dubai before? Things that make you go,
The dates, the exact dates when this shit happened. I love it. That's you, Janelle. You just can't get enough, can you? In the future, it's going to be so bad that you'll demand to be fucked twice a day, and not just with blank, whoever blank is, in a 3-way. Why not let others see your beautiful, luscious body and watch you shake uncontrollably when they'll go out of their minds. Then I'll find more friends and we'll tie you up so you're helpless. I'll direct them to have their way any way they want.
How do we know this is Vince, though? Oh, she nasty. How do we know this is Vince, though? Because anybody could save somebody in their phone as Vince McMahon and then say, hey, send me these text messages. Anybody could. How do we know this is Vince?
Who can make you scream the loudest? Maybe I'll just line them up and have them scream in your mouth, your pussy, all over your tits and ass, and all the same. You'll be covered in, and we'll make you eat it. I mean, this is just so fucking gross. The next morning, you'll be in a little sore, but you're still going to want more. Do you think that anybody really believes that?
But she's a monster. She likes that type of shit. Listen, until I really start studying the industry, and I mean the porn industry, right? The corn industry, my bad. Until I really started studying the industry, bro, there's women out here that even what he just described in this text message, nigga, that's Sunday. That's not enough. That's not enough. I wouldn't believe you a couple years ago if you were telling me that these broads are this disgusting, bro. It's true, bro. It's not enough. A broad will sleep with a dinosaur if she could. Bro, it's not enough. I'm telling you, man.
In other words, we are going to
Oh, yeah, I forgot. I timed myself out. All right, y'all. Y'all hit the like button, support the show. Let's get it.
use and abuse and just treat you like garbage. But you know what? I love you. Fuck that. McMahon's going to get his ass literally handed to him in this case. So then he pressures her into several different threesomes, in large part because she had no other choice, particularly after McMahon's comments that he had personally assured her that she had not lost her job. So he's holding her job over her fucking head. So when you have something of value, you're withholding from somebody that they should otherwise have. And to extract something, and in this case, sex, that's the definition of sex trafficking, especially if you farm her out to somebody else. You know, it's coercion. You know, remember what I've always told you, you know, sex trafficking involves force, fraud, or coercion. She's being forced and she's being coerced. No question about it. Remember when I told you things can start out one way, but they wind up escalating and escalating and escalating. And in paragraph 142 of the complaint, McMahon became more sadistic in his fantasy, focused on control, such as choking, sensory deprivation, pain, humiliation, and group scenarios in which Miss Grant was to be physically overwhelmed and subservient. Who fucking likes that? I mean, nobody fucking likes that. That's just absolute torture. This is a text message from McMahon. Regarding your last picture, you need your panties ripped off, and 3 big dicks, and all 3 at the same time. Way up your as far as they will go, but even farther. And the thickest goes down at your throat so that it makes you gag and convulse as those big black pound away. It feels like from the start you're being assaulted, but it's made you come nonstop. Just one continuous constant orgasm, and just before you pass out, those big their loads and inside you. As you lay in your stomach, the is coming out of all your holes. It'll turn you over, and I'll off all over you again. Honestly, you want this guy over for fucking dinner? You want McMahon over for dinner? This shit's going to be read in court. This is going to be his words. He's got zero defense to it. She's going to own the WWE, and as she should. On one occasion, he instructed Miss Grant, do not knock on the door, because if I see you, I will rip you in the hallway. I mean, these are his words. These are his words. He can't control himself. He's a sexual deviant. I'm the only one who owns you and controls you. I want to fuck you. A theme that was often reiterated throughout their relationship. And it's not a relationship. He's got this sex slave, essentially. He makes her take photographs and videos of herself. You know, they talk in the complaint about a superstar. It's Brock Lesnar, and he's using this sex slave to entice Brock Lesnar to come back to the WWE. He arranges several times for her to send him some erotic videos. The McMahon tells Lesnar that she'll do anything you want. And so he sends her some fantasy bullshit, you know, like either peeing on her or whatever the fuck it is. You know, I mean, this is just disgusting. I mean, and he's so enamored with himself. He's so fucking full of himself. The power he gets over her, and then he brags about it to other people. So he says, I just passed around my phone to a bunch of guys in the tech crew. They were screaming, oh my God, she's fucking beautiful. Look at that ass. I'd like to get that. I paused to count out loud how many guys there were. 12. I said, okay, there's 12 of you, and she would love to fuck each and every one of you at one time. The guys cheered, but she would only do it if she takes 3 at a time. That brought a huge reaction. She wants one deep in her ass, one down her throat, and one in the, and you can pound her and keep her pounding until you pop your. She may scream and try to say no, although it would be difficult to say anything with the down her throat. I mean, if you love somebody, you really want to traffic them around to 12 guys. Baby, these guys were having a blast with me. Some of them didn't believe me, so I said you were the greatest fuck in the world, and no matter how much you get, you always wanted more. She didn't want more. She did not want more. You know, he used a toy on her, you know, a vibrator of some kind that was not meant to go inside. But he put it inside her anyway. And she had a hard time getting it out, and she bled for days. This is just all about sheer domination, sheer control, sheer cruelty for the sake of cruelty. When Brock Lesnar couldn't make it, he had this all set up, and he was going to have him come in, and but thank God there was a snowstorm. Well, not thank God, but there was a snowstorm. He couldn't make it. And another time he couldn't make it for some other reason. And
all right, I think my 10 minutes is up. What's going on, David? Yeah, you can't turn into Brock Lesnar listening to this. He's like, Brock Lesnar did what? He did what? You're going to drop the dumbbell on your foot. He did what? Brock Lesnar did what? You said, I know 2 women that like that type of talk, man. This is scary, man. You said the BBC is what's important to these people. Yeah, this had to be like, yo, what if, just what if, right? What if she was like, I don't like they had WWE corn, right? Or something, or it's like, I don't have the text message. Can you text me the script lines and just send them to me? And the whole time she's using it in court, like, can you send me that part of the script where you were talking about this and then he sends it to her, and then she's using it in court. It's like, oh shit. Yeah, man, kinky people these days. RG3, man, kinky people, man. No, I'm not sniggling on mute. I had to time myself out. I timed myself out, y'all. Yeah, I heard the fabulous moolah, bro. I ain't gonna lie, there ain't nothing worse than an old nigga and an old broad. Like, an old freak is some of the most creepiest people on the planet. I think, what age does being a freak don't get creepy anymore? I think around, but you can't give it up though. It's like a rubber band. Once you stretch it, it doesn't regain the same shape. I think you should stop being a freak at like 60. If you are a freak at the age of 60, you're pushing it. I think like between 55 and 60, you need to go back to being conventional. Like, your freak should go back into its Pokeball, never to be seen again, unless you stay with somebody that you've been like that with. Because, bro, not even in your 50s, you're pushing it. You know what I'm saying? But I know everybody gets a new breath of air at 40. But, bro, nah, dude. No, dude.
And on the time that he had this meeting all set up with Lesnar,
this show is going downhill, y'all. The quality of the show is just, y'all hit the like button, support the show, bro. You can support the show at $PTV 888. That's $PTV 888. 5 hours and 28 minutes into the madness. I've been entertaining you guys all night, and we got another show coming this morning. It's morning time now. Y'all hit the like button, support the show, y'all. It's not easy doing what I do. All right, let's get it.
Right? McMahon did, and he couldn't make it. So McMahon himself decided, and you've seen Lesnar. Lesnar's not a little fella. I mean, he's huge. He's just absolutely huge. And he said, "Oh, good thing I didn't make it, because you wouldn't fit in there after after I got done with her." I mean, this degrading of women is so ridiculous. I don't know what you get out of that. You know what? I get so much more just by being sweet, and seeing a genuine happiness in somebody else. But McMahon isn't like that. McMahon wants torture. He wants to see suffering. So when Lesnar couldn't make it, she's there waiting for him. So McMahon shows up instead. And what does he do? He role plays. And he does a role play. And he smacks her around. He does everything under the sun to her. How in the hell he's not prosecuted for this is beyond me. I implore the U.S. attorney or the district attorney, for whatever jurisdiction this is. It might be Connecticut. I'm not entirely sure. But wherever this happened, somebody's got to look into prosecuting Vince McMahon, because you got it all over his own text messages. And he wouldn't let her leave. He would not, which is false imprisonment, which he did multiple times. I mean, on one occasion, he's with this John Laranot, and they're in the office. The two of them corner her, lock his door out of her, and between the two of them, against her will. Now, some people could say, "Oh, she's making this up," you know. That'll be the retort from McMahon's crowd, right? You don't make this shit up. You don't make this shit up. These are his text messages. You always wanted more. And then I said, "Oh, she loves baby." These texts, as we call them, they were having the time of their lives listening to my truthful story. I then said you would take a 10-minute break between each fucking, and then
I ain't gonna lie, it might be exhilarating. I mean, look, I'll give y'all the game. I'll give y'all the game just a little bit. To a certain degree, regular people, especially players, a lot of players do, what's the word I'm looking for? They do kind of, they are a little bit jealous of tricks. They might be a little bit jealous of tricks. Now, Kuda, why would you say that? Because he may have been high or drunk or whatever. How is he freely sending texts like this? And if it's off his personal phone, oh, hell, he don't give a damn. How does he freely send stuff like this? And honestly, well, yeah, she should have got the money, but if you can renege on an NDA like this, yeah, this nigga wrote her a damn BCR. How the hell are you supposed to get turned on by a BCR? This makes no sense to be slipping like this. Like, who do you text like this? And he deals with a lot of people throughout his day. Who do you text like this, man?
You would get back on your hands and knees. I mean, come on. Who believes that? Who believes somebody would love to do that? Beat me, whip me, call me dirty names.
Well, you haven't heard of, you haven't. I got a list of bitches that like to do that. I can give you a list. Let's start off with number one, and she probably gonna be the next porn star that I throw out there. What's her name? Damn, now I done forgot the girl's name. Well, I'll throw out one. Kyra Perez. Amethyst Banks. Sasha, not Sasha Banks. That shit. Shit. Sasha Banks. Shit. Vince, you got a horrible taste, bro. I mean, nigga, this will be the text between me and Sasha Banks. Damn, Amari Gold. Where Raven at? Raven, you know damn well Amari Gold will be down for this type of action. There's women that do shit like this. Bruce, and don't act like you. Bruce got the Triple H beard. Don't act like you don't know. I know a bunch of chicks that like to get fucking suspended from the ceiling and all kinds of shit. I'm just pussy. I wouldn't do no shit like that. I'm pussy. Nigga, you ain't a real nigga because you ain't suspend me from the ceiling. Yes, bitch, because I don't feel like buying a new ceiling. You a big girl. I don't have that type of equipment. And sex ain't that serious, bro. When you find, I'll text that bitch back. When you find a nigga that can suspend you from the ceiling, text me so I can watch. I'll watch. Oh, so that's how this rope thing works. Okay. Oh, so it only constricts her neck enough to get a okay. Okay. Shit, the more you know. Bitches be finding all these damn 50 Shades of Grey contraptions. And niggas don't go looking for that shit. Oh, I didn't know they sell that at Spencer's, bitch. Well, good to know. That's their highest priced toy that they have there. Broads done got roses and vacuums and fucking generators to get off on. Like, this bitch had a whole generator beside her bed. Trust me, a dick ain't enough. Bitches be having all kinds of shit that make you say, damn, what the fuck is a dick? A dick ain't enough, bro. This nigga put his whole foot in the coochie, bro. A dick ain't enough. You said Vince was dumb. He should have had a PDF file on his phone that she could sign digitally on every event. Yeah, man. He should have been on top of her. I mean, pause. I mean, no pun intended. But when you ain't on top of somebody you on top of, uh-oh. He said, I know chicks that like to get slapped. Yeah, slapped, choke, being caught. Yeah, some of them like to get defiled, man. Jezebel spirit. Yeah, Sarah Banks. Man, we can name a bunch of chicks that like to do this. Bruce tripping. He probably don't like Vince. I'll probably go down his channel and find another lawsuit he probably did against Vince. Yeah, they be getting fisted and all kinds of shit. RG3 said a chick once told me she eating man bun. Man, yeah, I wouldn't stay with a girl that eat man butt. That's what's throwing me off about modern hoes. I'm like, shit, I'm a Christian boy compared to modern hoes, bro. You eating man butt, bitch? You said a chick told me she's eating man buns once. I didn't take it further with her. Yeah, man. Yeah, Skylar, Nicole. Come on, man. Y'all start throwing out y'all favorites. You know, they were your favorite. I mean, they might still be your favorite. They might still be the GOAT. But it's like, shorty done went too far for you. You know, it's horrible, man. And when I realized, I'm like, dang, I like this girl. She an industry girl. She seems cool. And she, you know, the most she probably did is like a threesome or some shit like that. And it's like, all right, that's cool. I can deal with that. But then you scroll a little bit too far. You go on some of them further pages or one of them recent pages and stuff like that. And you're like, oh, shit. 50 dude gangbang. What the hell is this? Oh, you can't claim her no more, dog. Now you got to find a new. Now you got to find a new chick. It is littered with the unbelievable. And now you guys, I mean, see, I'm more into the industry side, but like I talk to brothers and I see certain things too. Now you guys got to be careful because they're throwing in trans and a lot of just day-to-day regular stuff that y'all see. They throwing in the trans and that shit. So hey, good luck if you watch Endless Corn. Good luck. Because it starts off with y'all seeing certain images and stuff like that. And then it starts off with a click or you reacting to something or just some big wild shit. And the categories are getting nothing but wilder. But it still doesn't amaze me. It still makes me wonder, why are shorties eating man butts, bro? What part of the game is that? When did this become popular?
And have multiple people beat the shit out of me. You know, stretch out every hole I've got. This is on page 29, paragraph 148. On occasions
look at Sexy Red and Suki Hana. If you think women aren't into that shit, like, come on now.
Miss Grant informed McMahon that she was physically injured during their sexual encounter.
See, and I'm gonna tell you the truth too. In the age of transactional stuff, that's where this comes from. Because it's transactional. So the dudes if they want dudes to pay a lot of fucking money, the dudes that's paying the most money are into these type of kinks, and they got to be able to afford their kinks. Okay? So if you got shorties doing this for regular dudes, imagine what she will do to a Vince McMahon. Like, come on now.
McMahon's responses varied from apologies.
These girls aren't getting teed out by the industry, bro. They come into the industry, no pun intended, teed out. Don't nobody want to talk about that. How some women come into an industry teed out, looking for a lick.
To non-account.
You got all the messages that Vince sent her, but y'all don't have the messages that she sent Vince. Come on now. Let's just keep it 100. What did she send Vince?
Pushback and blaming impulse control. Oh, I'm sorry. I just can't control myself around you. When encounters were particularly brutal, Miss Grant learned to bookend the truth of her injuries with compliments.
There you go. Shout outs to Raven. There he goes. A wild Raven appears. I knew Raven was gonna come through. What's going on, Raven? Man, I said I need to do this show with you, and I need to do this with Wolf. So one day I got to figure out when you and Black Wolf have time, and I would like to hear your y'all takes on stuff, because y'all know Vince tripping. I would have had Sasha Belair chick, the what's her name, Bianca Belair, and the other chick. I ain't gonna lie, man. I couldn't be in Vince McMahon power, bro. I'd be corrupting them up. I'd be corrupted. Oh, you one of them new wrestlers? Okay. What's your finisher? I got a couple of finishers.
To create the least amount of pushback from McMahon. What does that sound like? That sounds like coping. That sounds like coping in a situation that you can't get out of.
These niggas funny as hell talking about some grooming bitches, bro. You know, it's 2024. You don't need to groom a damn thing but your pubic hair, nigga. Grooming bitches. The fuck you talking about?
When you're in this situation, I guarantee you she doesn't, people say, oh, she could leave at any time. Bullshit. You don't feel like you can. I mean, she's with some powerful people. When you're...
No, she could have left, but she wanted the rest of her money. I ain't gonna lie, $2 million is a lot, though.
A billionaire like Donald Trump or Vince McMahon, guess what you think? You think you own everything? You don't take no from anybody? You think you can do whatever the fuck you want with whomever you want? Bullshit. She texted she was in pain and bleeding a lot between last night and today. This is on the...
Okay, but where's the text? How are y'all showing us his texts, but y'all not showing us her texts? You know, the text where she's like, I want to do this again, or yeah, it hurts, but it was good, and blah, blah, blah. Women get sent home with a sore ass all the time. Where's her text, though?
The extra large toy that I was talking about earlier. She says, I'm on the floor right now because I can't get comfortable. She's in pain. Then she texted him, still really uncomfortable. I got hurt in some way, and I'm having trouble describing. McMahon apologized, saying that sometimes I just get carried away. Keep in mind that, his goose is kind of cooked, because a lot of these are his own words. Exactly, baby. He's not the only one. Blank called me this afternoon begging to eat you and fuck you with his nice and hard dick. And then
Okay, so look at this. Here's a text with her in it, because it's blue. She got an iPhone. Give me another week, baby, and I will be ready. I'm feeling more like myself. It's not great, but it's getting better. Tell him soon. If that's not consent, and there's no way in hell Vince can talk to Linda like this. See, I keep telling y'all the side girl gets the real guy, but the main girl knows the real guy. He can't talk to Linda like this. Linda on some, did you take the chicken out? No, I didn't take the chicken. Yeah, she's screddy. This woman's screddy. And then the funny part is that he may have never gave her the $1 million outright, but in between these acts, he probably paid her. So she getting another check on top of it.
And she says, give me another week, baby, and I'll be ready. I'm feeling more like myself. It's not great, but it's getting better. Tell him soon. In other words, I don't want to do this right now. I already told him, baby. By the way,
now I'm not trying to excuse Vince at all. I'm not. He's slipping like Scottie Pippen. But what I'm saying is like, Jesus Christ, what's going on, Gold P? Shout outs to Gold P in the building. Let's get it.
Johnny wants Tuesdays and not this coming one, an occasional Saturday, but maybe I can shift it to Thursday nights. Johnny would love all the above. In other words, this isn't just for me. You're doing this for all my friends. And that's just to make him feel like he's a kingpin.
Now, it's in Bruce's best interest to be on some believe all women type shit so they can hire him and make a lot of money in these cases.
And he would constantly remind her.
This is like open and shut. Like, it's easy to prove that Vince is a monster and Shorty isn't. So,
of the connection, her job and her role as a sex object and her work. Let's work and play hard too. So in paragraph 169, McMahon also indicated on April 2nd, 2021, that Ms. Grant should obey if Laurinaitis wanted to bring in yet more men. I mean, I don't, it's unfathomable to me that you would do something like that. And remember what I told you early on, the way he kind of got her to, I mean, he told her he loved her. I guarantee he promised her all kinds of things. Maybe he wants 2 other guys to join him. Holy shit. You've told him you would do anything with him. So if he surprised you with 2 others, you would have no alternative than to take him on. In other words, you can't say no. Oh my God, the stories you could tell me then, because that gets him hard, right? It makes me want to come right now. By the way, I thought of what I think is an excellent idea. Maybe you can hint that if he knows someone, you can be discreet. It might be better if you and Johnny try him out first so you can get more comfortable before he's introduced to me. Actually, that makes total sense, doesn't it? How could you live with yourself? You know, and no wonder she's got PTSD. No wonder she can't leave her fucking house. And then, one more text message. The compliments will keep coming, baby. Just wait and see. I totally understand and agree regarding being scared of communication and photos. Johnny gets drunk and sloppy and could easily make a mistake that could cost him his job and yours too. Verbal communication is the way to go. That said, have you and Johnny talked about breakfast tomorrow? She says, we haven't discussed it at all. It's up in the air. Johnny complained about getting a new phone and it just arrived. I haven't set up a time setting it up with IT because I needed him to assure me that he's erased everything he's ever saved. Truly, I regret that he ever got pics. It's not worth the stressing I'm feeling. I'm done with it. And then there was the issue. His wife finds out, so she's got to leave. That's when the whole NDA comes into play. Now, she was given gifts during this period because that's what they do, you know, medical care, access to the Belmont Stakes, WrestleMania. Oh, wow. That's exciting. A $2,000 Nordstrom gift card, massive box of Godiva chocolates, $20,000 towards surgery, pearl diamond necklace, cashmere knee length.
And this girl was his fucking girlfriend. That's the other million right there. He gave her $20K towards surgery, necklaces. Man, if this bitch don't get the fuck out of here, she already got cashed out. Burberry cashmere scarves, Celine sunglasses. Why don't y'all put the prices beside them? That's $1 million. Or almost an M, at least $500,000. I'm pretty sure he bought her a car. Look at it, what the hell?
Cardigan, blueberry cashmere scarf. I mean, a BMW, you know, I'm sure a lot of people.
He got bouquets of flowers every other week. There you go right there. Look. BMW. This bitch got a BMW. $5,000 worth of gifts. 2 private chefs. $15,000 Bloomingdale cards. Man, come on, man.
People that worked for the company got cars. $5,000 gift certificate to Lanfear Spa. $15,000 gift cards for Bloomingdale's. You know, I mean, so what?
Oh, you just gonna speed past that, Bruce? Oh, Bruce, you horrible. Horrible man, Bruce. Horrible. Come on, Bruce Rivers.
You need to diversify your bonds, nigga.
Use your common sense, Bruce.
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
So you haven't been with any underage girls?
Why would I let y'all catch me again for something I ain't do before that I'm gonna get caught for again? That's stupid. Which camera I'm lying to? That's stupid. That's not even common sense. Where's your common? That's stupid.
What about the alleged unspeakable things in the dark net?
Woo! Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I hope that camera keep going. This is not the truth.
So you really want to play the victim right now?
You're fucking killing me. You're fucking killing me. 30 years of my career. 30 years of my fucking career. I've been fucking these joke bitches 30 years of my career. Now y'all wanna kill me. This is not me. This is not me. I just don't want to believe the truth. Hey!
Y'all don't get mad at me. Don't get mad at the messenger. Get mad at the message, man. Don't get mad at me, man. Why does these clips that I've been playing for the longest time, why do these clips go with almost every single thing? This is not a coincidence, y'all. There should be no reason I should be getting this much play out of these clips, y'all. Why are these clips still relevant?
Is this camera on me?
Yes, it's on.
That's stupid. Use your common sense.
Why are they so relevant, y'all?
I mean, all those were just placating bribes, is essentially what those were. So let's just...
How you gonna tell us it's placating bribes? That's what she wanted. You mean to tell me he was placating with her? So you mean to tell me you could take a whole biatch down to the dealership, she go pick what BMW she want, the color of the seats, down to the color of the floor mats, her name embroidered, like stitched into the seats, but she didn't have no wiggle room. Okay.
Let's kind of go through the counts themselves. You know, I wanted to give you a flavor, and I think you have a flavor now of what this discussing case is about. And it's not really discussing from her standpoint. I mean, she was really coerced into doing this crap that she did. And she can't be blamed for it. She's got to be believed, as I see it. Declaratory relief, count 1. NDA voided under Speak Out Act, 42 USC 19401. So that's a federal statute saying that these kinds of NDAs are void, unenforceable. Declaratory relief, NDA voided under common law against McMahon and WWE. So essentially, the first two counts are say, I know they signed this NDA, but we want it voided, and we want it voided under U.S.
I think courts need to learn how to just throw bullshit out, throw her shit out and throw Vince's shit out. But they have to make money. Because she's bullshitting and Vince is bullshitting. It's just who can bullshit the courts first and make the most money. That's really what it is. And Vince ain't gonna go down there, so basically she's just gonna go down there and bullshit the courts, and yeah. Yeah, we in the gutter of the gutter, And watch some loser ass bitch go and try to butcher what I say in today's show and be like, see, he defending. No, don't do that. Hoes nowadays are the last people to try to call anybody on whatever. They be dating old niggas when they in their teens, and then be turning around and rob the cradle later on. So stop it. Stop it. Stop it. I don't, dudes get caught up in one little scandal and it's over, man. These hoes be coming into the industry pre-turned out. They're like, hey, look, you don't got to do that to me and catch no Me Too case. I'm already like that. Really? The next minute, you got Lambo door legs in the air and all kinds of weird shit going on, man. It's ridiculous, man. Okay, let's go.
Statute, and we want it voided under common law. And here's the thing. Even if it's not voided under either one of those, there's a breach of contract. So it could be void under a breach of contract as well, because he did not follow through and he never intended to follow through. Then we have count 3, which is
and you said it would have been okay if he did.
Violation of 18 USC 1591, sex trafficking. And that's against both McMahon and John Laurinaitis. Then you have count 4, which is another violation of 18 USC 1591. participating in a venture, and that is against WWE. And then you've got count 5, negligence against WWE. Basically, they're saying they have a responsibility and duty as an employer to protect the safety and well-being of its employees, which they didn't. And you have count 6, civil battery against both McMahon and WWE. Pretty self-explanatory. Count 7, civil battery against Laurinaitis and WWE. Pretty self-explanatory. And count 8, intentional infliction of emotional distress against McMahon and WWE. And count 9 is another intentional infliction of emotional distress against Laurinaitis and WWE. Now, one of the things you won't find is them asking for any particular dollar amount, because you don't generally do that. It's just general damages. So you have a declaratory judgment that the NDA is unenforceable, judgment for compensatory damages, reasonable attorney fees, costs, and punitive damages. Remember that. Punitive damages against the defendants, and other such relief as the court deems just and proper. So this will go before a jury. This will not get knocked out at summary judgment. So what you do is you go through the discovery process. Once that's completed, one side will file a motion for summary judgment. And that's what happened in the Donald Trump civil case, with Letitia James. And the judge granted summary judgment because the evidence was so overwhelming that there was fraud. In this case, I would not be surprised if a judge did grant summary judgment because the evidence is so overwhelming. But what is summary judgment? Summary judgment is that there's generally no issue of material fact. There would be an issue about consent because, one could argue that she agreed to these meetings. She agreed to do all these things. But if you're doing it under duress, if you're doing it under force, fraud, or coercion, that's sex trafficking. That's not consent. And I don't think there's consent here. This is really, really, really fucking bad. So you think Donald Trump's damages were bad? Not even close. Not even close. This will be in the hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion. My heart goes out to Miss Grant like nobody's business. I mean, nobody should have to be put through this bullshit. And this is what happens to powerful men who have no fucking qualms about using people, about abusing people. And it's reprehensible. So guys,
right, Devo,
if you're into some funky shit, make sure she is too. Don't browbeat her into it. If she's not into it, find somebody else, because somebody will be into it, whatever you're into. But you know what?
No, that's cap. That's cap because Vince probably thought she was into it. Look at the messages she sent back. You want to ask Vince how the fuck you get fired on your day off, right? She agreed to it, and he's telling you that she didn't. It's like, what?
Better off, man, on top, get it over with quick and have it be sweet and sweaty. I mean, and have it and laugh and smile and love each other. I mean, when I see this kind of crap, it just drives me insane.
That was what was going on until that what wasn't going on. Like that's what was happening until it wasn't happening anymore. Like, what the fuck?
Because it's so unnecessary. It's so abusive. It's so wrong. And
really, he didn't pay.
You can say, "Oh, he's innocent until proven guilty." No, he's not. I mean, this is a platform. I can give my opinion on this, and those are his own words. Those are his own words. Who wants to see the woman they love oozing from all their holes? Nobody wants to see that.
I beg to differ. I'm pretty sure if you go ask the right cuck, they would love that. That's actually standard, sir, with some of these dudes.
Nobody.
And women. Because women are into the same shit too.
And the people that do, the guys that do want to see that, you want to see you abused by other men, have got a fucking screw loose. We're going to probably have a lot of bleeps.
That's the point. That's the point.
In this video, because there was a lot of content here that is really disgusting. but it comes right from the complaint. So this isn't something I'm into. Anyway, my heart goes out to her. Treat everybody that you love with love. We'll see you next time here on Criminal Lawyer Reacts. I'm Bruce Rivers.
Oh, gosh. All right, I don't know what to say, y'all. Nah, man, I think this is open and shut, man. This seems open and shut, Vader. All right, y'all, we got to reach our show goal. I guess we'll reach it next time. Y'all be mad. Damn, 6 hours into the game. We'll reach our show goal next time, all right? I got y'all. Shout outs to everybody that hit the like button. Shout outs to everybody that shared the show. Shout outs to everybody that supported the show. I appreciate everybody for coming through on Player Talk Radio. We got to hit these goals, man. But before I leave, I have an announcement for y'all.
No matter where you come from, you know what I'm saying, or what color your skin is, we all pretty much do the same things in life. Raise our kids, make love from time to time, and wash. Speaking of which, I learned that white people don't use washcloths. Did you know that? I'm serious. I had one bar of soap in the house. Every time I use it, somebody else's pubic hair was in it. So I use the cloth. Why you guys gotta put the raw bar of soap and your butt and all this? You think I need to wash my face or my feet? No matter where you come from.
All right, y'all. This is Player Talk Radio. Peace.
You shouldn't have been talking shit. You're a victim.
There we go, CSI.
Whoa, calm down, Jamal. Don't pull out the knife.
If Jesus can't save these hoes, why are you trying? What make you think you greater than Jesus?
looks like that's the end of the video. If you learned something new, be sure to hit that like button. Yeah. Make sure you're subscribed to Ink